The events unfold unexpectedly. A glass with a drink slips out of his hands and squats straight on the guy's clothes, forcing him to froze in the middle of a humor crowd. The reason for all this confusion was a young girl who, in a hurry to slip past, inadvertently spilled the drink. All this unfolded in the middle of an official reception where the crowd was raging and restrained, protocol conversations. But the most annoying, the water relentlessly spoiled the book that the guy was squeezing in his palms. In a hurry to the toilet, he thought in passing, why do these living rooms for beginners take so much strength? When he entered the toilet, he did not leave a single thought. He disappeared from here as soon as possible. This evening is difficult to call pleasant. 10 years spent in Norichin left behind only bitterness and despair before he managed to obtain a dreamy position of a civil servant. Watching those who were around, he felt more acutely how gray and meaningless his own life seems. That is why, even in the middle of the party, he plunged into reading, seeking at least a short time to get away from the environment. Now, shaking his clothes, he quietly turned back. The night was slowly inferior to dawn, and it was increasingly difficult to ignore after a grueling day. Slowly walking down the stairs, the guy touched the walls, imagining how soon he would burst from here and plunge into the world of the rabbin and fascinating stories about martial arts. On the ground floor, he was greeted only scattered empty bottles from beer and a few unfigured, which someone seemed to have forgotten. Others went further, starting the second round of the festivities, and he, without hesitation, went home. In the warm comfort of his native home, opening a portion of the shoulders, he felt a real calm, as if he were exactly where he should be. Once comfortable on the bed, the guy plunged into the fascinating world of his book. The plot of the book was so captured by the pages constantly, it is unable to hold back curiosity. What is waiting in front? And suddenly, an unexpected turn. Subsequently, a page on which a row is a solid void. "Where did all the text go?" he shouted, outraged, raging as he began to shake the book in his hands, trying to see at least one letter. "Haven't you printed it? This is true carelessness. How could it happen?" The guy was indignant, flipping through the pages of the book. He could not stand the annoyance and with all the indignation threw the book on the floor. It was at this moment that it was necessary to find out whether the protagonist will be able to escape, whether his fate is doomed. It was too late, so he decided not to take up a new book, but just to go to bed. He was not abandoned by an alarming thought. Why did the story break so unexpectedly? As soon as he closed his eyes, as he suddenly woke up a dazzling light, which hit his face. Sometimes this sun became so unbearable to bake me in the room? The guy flashed in his head, and he hastily wore his hand from the bright rays. He was struck not only by a loud, fussy environment, but also by the fact that his hands touched the cold earth helplessly. Rising, he was surprised to be dressed in completely different clothes, and found himself in an unknown place where unfamiliar voices were heard. I have not yet had time to think about what was happening, as a guy who hanged over me charged me a powerful slap in my face. The pain that shedding in the cheek from the impact immediately finally woke him up. "This is so surprise!" His hair became long, the dress changed dramatically, and everything looked quite different, as if he were in the new world. The power of the impact dropped the boy back. He flew through the wooden boxes that stood behind, breaking them into piles. The acute pain in the chin pierced him, and from his mouth suddenly splashed blood, forcing the whole body to shudder from painful shock. Who's the devil's stranger? How did he generally manage to sneak so quietly? His opinion has taken anger. Not quite aware of what was happening, the guy wandered in captivity. But as soon as he opened his eyes wider, his eyes opened his feet and a fuzzy figure in front of him. It gradually came to him. This is no longer his home. It seemed at first that I was in a bizarre dream. Everything was too unusual and false. However, the acute pain from the impact was too clearly reminiscent of reality, so that all this was only sleeping. Squeezing his teeth from tension, he could not stand and exclaimed, "What is here to the hell happens?" It seemed like a moment, and the head would split in half. In the imagination, bizarre visions broke out. The baby pours water, scatters food from the table, and a sincere baby laughter is heard from the table. But what is the meaning of these incomprehensible memories? His mind was increasingly wrapped in fog, and bizarre, incomprehensible visions flashed before his eyes. Including among the fragments of wooden boxes, he suddenly realized these memories were not his own. The picture cleared. These young men serve as an arrogant and hot young man named Jagal Mu Yang, a rod from the province of Shandong. It seems that this guy was already on the threshold of the battle, and it was obvious that the defeat of Baek Raijina was inevitable. At that moment, the protagonist finally realized he faced a character from a novel who was enthusiastically, readily read. However, Mona could not understand why these memories were so deeply crashing in his mind. The picture was finally cleared. In front of him stood Baek Raijin with a shining, dangerous sword in his hands. In the highlight of the Jagal Mully, the Jagal looked at his own reflection, and his heart squeezed, accelerating his running. "Just don't say I found myself in the body of martial arts," said the thought, and the wave of anxiety immediately covered it. Recalling an excerpt from the book, he realized that right now Jagal Mu Yang had to die. However, contrary to expectations, the hero survived, although he remained with a seriously wounded leg. Baek Raijina, it seems, did not bother at all. He only easily waved his sword, sharp like a razor blade, getting ready to strike a decisive blow. It is quite natural that, having come into the world of this novel, the events should develop according to the plot prescribed in the primary source. Interestingly, it was this passage that he voiced during the official reception. Whose events will the events unfold? Jagal Mu Yang, ignoring the established rules, courageously opposed Baek Raijina, an orphaned boy, who bears the name of the glorious clan Baek Ri, let himself not belong to his heirs. For Gin, dignity meant more than any laws. However, even Gin could not finally put up with the role in which he found himself. "Mu Young can't die!" the main character said strongly, aware that his own life depends on it. Stretching his hand forward, he urged Gina to stop, and he was able to stop the blade just a few centimeters from his leg. His plans were definitely not included without a hand or leg. It was necessary to immediately invent how to get out of this situation. It would be the smartest to apologize, though it seemed humiliating. Unexpectedly, Young dropped on his knees just in front of Jin, who has already lifted his sword, getting ready to strike. The white-haired Gina was surprised. He clearly did not predict such development. In a world where honor was a strict law, such an act seemed unusual, but that is why he had every chance of changing the course of the game. All those present monitored the events, holding their breath and not looking. The real Jagal Mu Yang would not apologize for anything. He would rather lose his leg than he agreed to such humiliation. However, the protagonist chose another way. He stated that it was this battle that has returned to him the sobriety of thoughts, so now he sincerely apologizes. Jin looked around in a confusion. As soon as Young barely kept on his feet from the drunk, and now he suddenly became serious, becoming the knees. Such a striking change in his behavior was completely knocked down by Gina from the pantalik. Suddenly, to the surprise of all those present, the Jin slowly lowered his sword. Did this move really act? The protagonist felt a real relief, but he urgently had to come up with something inventive to finally get out of this mess without any consequences. I realize my miss. I made fun of your rule without even noticing it. I understand a few phrases will not be able to correct everything, he said, with seriousness in his voice. But simple words were not enough. I had to show their sincerity, in fact, even falling on his knees. He strongly lifted his left hand and said without hesitation, "In the sign of reconciliation, take it." Jean watched the guy closely, without taking his eyes off and catching every smallest movement. Others who were in the hall also faded, holding their breath in anticipation of the following events. Meanwhile, the protagonist, raising his hand up, thought hard, is he really going to cut it right now? However, Gin remained unchanged. As in the book, he fully corresponded to his literary image. He acted carefully, with a sincere surprise watching how stubborn nature finds his place in the world. The ray of the morning sun slid gently on the extended arm of Yang, and he, holding his breath, waited hard. Suddenly, Jean carefully covered her hand, passing on to a tangible heat and reliability with a strong compression. After that, he suddenly said that he forgives, surprised by the absolutely all present. Gin even sat down, supported Yang, helping him to get up, and confessed that he did not resist seeing that drunk. Is everything so easy? The thought of the main character. He was glad, because his wit and fortune was once again played in his hand. Nearlessly losing his leg, Young felt with surprise that John not only forgot him, but also supported him, helping getting home despite his severe wound. Suddenly, behind the voice of one of the boys came, "You know so, it is Young," he said with a well-known boldness in his voice. "Who is he?" said the main character when he saw the guy talking to Mong as if they were old friends. The young man came closer without stopping teasing. "If your apology is sincere, why reached out to your left hand, not the right, the same one that you hold the sword?" Jin clearly had no idea who was in front of him, so he immediately asked. The guy did not think for a moment. He immediately called his name. "My name is Sungo Sung, and I represent the famous kind of Hanbo. I am sure you couldn't help but hear about their weight in the province of Shandong," he emphasized with calm confidence. The hero immediately recognized the familiar character. According to the plot of the novel, this person was only suggested by the dedication of the yoke, and in fact, skillfully incited others behind his back. Even now, Sung did not calm down and continued to ignite the tension. He seemed too passionate about the game, which was incredibly annoyed by the main character, although in the novel he behaved surprisingly carefully, like a mouse in front of a formidable cat. However, he continued to insist it was necessary to cut off his right hand. Despite the confidence of the protagonist in his own right, the voltage in the air has only increased. "Here is a murmur, he drove me to a dead end," said his thought in his head. However, having mastered himself, he firmly said, "To me, the first thing is the person I look at, the person I ask for forgiveness." Saying this, he cast a bold look towards Gin, watching his reaction, and thought, "That's how you, a fool." Sung was surprised to mentally address to himself, when did he manage to learn how to speak? Surprisingly, this scene was not mentioned in the novel. Sung always stayed away, carefully watching the events, but never interfered. Did the events really gone the other way? It is then that Gin interrupts the dispute, solemnly saying that he has received sincere apologies and does not see the point of igniting the conflict further. The hero instantly realized that time is floating. He needs to leave this place immediately. Sudden attacks of pain, he convinced his chest, depicting acute heart pain. Jean immediately picked him up, holding it stronger, and Sung immediately suggested, "Let me spend him home." In the novel, the events unfolded a little differently, but the overall course of history remained unchanged. Sung sprungly turned and shouted at the help of Junho Muna, a strong boy with a scar who decorated his face. Without thinking for a second, he responded immediately. The protagonist did not hold back the delight, only seeing Junho Muno. After all, a legendary warrior with 1,000 fiery blades stood in front of him, the same character that in the novel, along with Baek Gin, arranged bold raids on the central plain. The hero, who was well aware of the events of the book, could not help but notice the irony of this situation. He seemed extremely witty to him and even caused a smile. Saying goodbye, Gin wished him a speedy recovery and with a smile assured, "Don't worry, we will definitely meet." Just as the Jin disappeared from view, the main character, along with Sung, took place in a carriage. Even now, it was difficult for him to realize that he really became part of the novel's world and is here in the role of one of the characters. There was no other way. I had to accept a new reality. From now on, his life is fully related to the name of Jagel Mu Yang. However, he decided adamantly he would not allow the insidious intrigues to take his life and will not agree to be only a minor figure in another's game. To achieve this, He had to master the art of survival in all circumstances. In his carriage, it suddenly came to him that he did not go on the road. Sunger looked closely at his eyes and wondered what circumstances his meeting with Baek Rai-jina took place. Since Gin seems to have never mentioned him, the protagonist decides to take the opportunity and give this meeting in his own light, inventing his version of events. In fact, the real yoke used his position without shy about humiliation of the Jinn, which is why the boy was burning hatred in the eyes of the boy. However, the protagonist decided to give the story as if everything was happening on behalf of Young. When Sung finished his story, he said with a smile, "Apparently Gin is just burning with anger. You were just fun, allowed yourself to relax a little, and then suddenly this bold squeak appeared and forced you, the heir to a noble kind, to become a Wei." Sung shouted with indignation. The protagonist always agreed with Sung, summed up his word even when it contradicted reality. In addition, he knew well. In Sung's novel, he tried to poison Gina, and eventually he himself was a victim of his own insidiousness, panting, and died, poisoning his own poison. Although realizing that his actions are able to rewrite the course of history, the protagonist wondered, should he interfere with the natural development of events? During the conversation with Sung, he gradually decided to ask for security to have more confidence in his own safety. In response to the question who he wants to see in guard, the protagonist noted that he had already chosen for this role the appropriate candidate. Subsequently, this person will be famous under the name of Junho Moon, 1,000 fiery blades. It was this young man that the main character was baptized by, a rather decent guy, and Sung, without the slightest hesitation, appealed at his request. The trip to the carriage came to an end, and Young stepped on the ground in front of a huge gate. His body was covered with numerous scratches, and his clothes were dirty and broke during recent adventures. Above the entrance, the signboard with the inscription, Jagils. It was here that Yagel Mu Yang lived. Opening the gate, he crossed the threshold and kept his breath, carefully studying the surroundings, such familiar to him thanks to the pages of the book. However, from first, he realized that the reality was significantly different from his ideas. The dwelling was much simpler than he painted himself in his thoughts. The paintings of the past came out in memory. Loved ones diverged, everyone with their way, trying to find their own purpose. Some gave him the martial arts textbooks, others gave their things, some wrote down the whole estates on him, and someone, laughing, left only an ordinary cow. However, there was a significant obstacle. The guy had no idea where his room is. But suddenly his feet began to roll, the eyelids were severity, and the earth was relentlessly approaching him faster. Subsequently, he gradually fainted and opened his eyes. He grabbed rapidly, noting that his wounds were already tied, and woke up for no reason. Grasping on his own palm, he made sure that nothing had changed. Before that, he faint. His body could not withstand excessive tension. When he came to his senses, he looked around in surprise, getting acquainted with his room carefully, as if he saw everything for the first time. Looking around, you could think that young people were a fierce tank and a hard time. His body was wrapped in bandages, and he thoughtfully thought, who was worried about moving him here when he fainted? Most likely his parents did this. At least he was inclined to think. To the right of him hung a mirror, which he stared at for a moment. Suddenly before his eyes a memory broke out. He saw how it was reflected in the Jinn's sword blade. As he predicted, he did not look like an yoke from the novel, but had his true appearance. Meanwhile, another scene unfolded in the neighboring rooms. A woman with perseverance in her voice called on her husband to show more determination this time. "And don't think to happen as you love it," she said. It was the mother of Jagil Mona, Khan in H. She had a conversation with her husband, Jan's father, named John, who tried to explain that his harshness was the care of her son, as if he were taking care of the greatest treasure. However, John assured that today he would not hold back his words and say everything as is, with all straightforwardness. "This is a dear, you will need a lot of determination," he answered with a smile. Both came to a common opinion. Only they will be able to raise a real man from his son. He assured her not to worry and confidently headed to the Jang room. At this time, Young was in his room, immersed in his thoughts. He had to remember the plot of the novel and think carefully. Suddenly, a sharp rushing of the door, suddenly opened, sounded behind. He fell to his feet, turned sharply, and stunned his eyes from surprise. A stranger stood in front of him, and a little behind him, a woman he also saw for the first time. The man became angry and sharply, with unconcealed annoyance, turned to him. According to the book, something horrible has happened in 10 years. Proponents of the cult of the bloody demon, who still remained in the shade, will unite and perform together. The strict and ruthless palace of the North Sea will turn into their fortress. The palace was Potato, where fearless warriors gathered in battles and are not familiar with the fear of blood, will also become part of this conspiracy. Even the palace of the ghost, which was still separated by nomads, will subsequently be released into their community. They will go directly to the Central Plains. And this does not end there. Many of their forces have already left the east of the Muram, thinking of the sinister plan of destruction of the whole Muram. The first step in their path will be the extermination of all sects and influential families. Among the many families, the Yahello family was distinguished. Once in this new world, the protagonist had the only desire, finally finding a peaceful, carefree life. Otherwise, he was threatened with the fate of becoming the first to die in this place. At this time, his father, angry to the edge, looked at him as if it were about to explode from anger and repeated everything, a worthless freak. However, Yang interpreted everything wrongly. In fact, his father just sought to gently embarrass his son to himself. But his arms were so strong that Young was almost panting. Meanwhile, the mother felt a tears in the cheek. Young finally realized that these people were his real parents. They always sought to grow a worthy son, but could not even imagine him to punish him. The parents immediately put him in the bed, gently put a cool towel on the forehead to lower the possible temperature. Although the protagonist felt somewhat confused in this unusual situation for himself, he could not help but feel true warmth and sincere care on their part. Their reaction was natural. They genuinely perceive him his son and worried about him with all his heart. If the truth came out, it would threaten their peace. Parents could not believe a word, or, having accepted a terrible truth, would suffer unbearable pain. He realized that the smartest was to remain their son, because it opened favorable prospects for him and his foster family. Gathering all his will in his fist, he finally dared to share with his parents that he had long been in his heart. He stood up so rapidly that the towel immediately slipped from his forehead. "Mom, Dad, I am a little awkward to voice it," he began timidly. Setting up on the bed, he was silent for a short time, and then confidently added, "But I will no longer wander the city in vain." At first, his father could not believe his own ears, hearing his son's confession. The suspicion came in his head, and suddenly Young injured, perhaps damaging the skull. From their instant reaction, the hero realized what the attitude towards the real yoke was. However, he immediately hurried to clarify that his words were not a hint that he was ready to confess in some weight guilt. He confessed that he unexpectedly realized how important it was to change something in his own life. Raising and gathering his fist, he said firmly and sternly, "The moment has come to think about his faults and start a new life on a clean page. What Yahello was in the past no longer matters. From now on, I choose my way." He made almost a challenge in his voice for himself and for my parents. After that sincere, full of emotions, the conversation passed for a while, and he finally dared to go to his father's room to talk on. At this point, the father, sitting against the background of a fascinating landscape, said to Young, "Do you really intend to see personally who is called the young warrior Baek?" Young nodded confidently as a sign of consent. He thought about his own guilt in what happened, and came to the conclusion that he should be punished for it. His replica made his father think for a moment, and then he finally said that he was ready to give money. At the same time, the father, with a noticeable doubt about Yang's ability to solve all the problems on his own. His distrust was quite justified. Even with a clatter of self-irony, he thought, Maybe the cancer on the mountain whistles on the mountain? Young could not hide as a surprise. Even after all the praises of his reckless son, his father kept an immodest peace. Young felt that this smile is hidden, not just a fearless warrior, but also a person burdened with a heavy burden of responsibility. Although in the plot of the book by Jagal Mu, Yang dies as a barely noticeable minor hero, his family becomes one of the main driving forces of the story. Then Yang asked his father to let him ask another important question. He expressed his desire to get acquainted with the archives of the celestial level, which are carefully stored in the family storage. His father was amazed at this request, even more than all previous ones. Heavenly rank archives were considered the most valuable heritage of Yagal, an invaluable repository of ancient knowledge of heavenly luminaries, earthly spaces, and the art of military tactics. Due to this source of force, the family has gained its power and influence. Young went in search of Desired, a mysterious thing, which was described in the book as a casual but extremely valuable find. The father warned that not everyone can get to the storage facility. It is not for outsiders. He also wondered whether he would properly interpret the situation. They say, Young, in these words, claims the role of the head of the family. Young respectfully noted that this is not the case, and sincerely emphasized that he was pursuing completely different goals. Despite all the beliefs of Jan, his father remained adamant and refused, explaining that his son has not yet manifested a true desire for great accomplishments. As it should be guessed, it only complicated the case, but Young has decided to find a way out and persuade his father. He said that he was not ready to definitely decide on his plans, but that does not mean that he does not understand the importance of repositories. Young confessed that he's seeking to immerse himself in the history and inheritance of their kind, to understand whether he was able to become his head. In fact, it was a solid fiction, and also generously flavored with exaggeration. The father once again emphasized that there was no need to go to the repository for the sake of it. However, I have nowhere else to meet the testimony of our ancestors, Young insisted, emphasizing my desire to read them again. In fact, he was so unrestrained by these archives because it was there that probably preserved information about the personality whose life he now experiences in this body. After the conversation, Young went outside, immersed in reflection and barely depressed. He felt the father amazed at the changes that have happened to him, but he still raised carefully and cannot overcome doubts. However, Yang expressed everything he had on his heart, and now he had to go forward, trusting the further development of time events. A little time has passed. Yang's father quietly enjoyed a cup of fragrant tea. He crossed his hands on his chest and studied closely at the one who was sitting opposite. In front of them stood CEO Khan, a head of the Detachment of Protection of the Archives of Heavenly Rank. My father called him to talk about the case of extraordinary weight. He asked Khan to find out whether the evil intent lies with the one who seeks to send Mang to the repository. The fundamental essence is the cornerstone of numerous martial arts. Once you master it, you can not only control any technique freely, but also radiate the power of every martial art. While biting food, Young still doubted Herd, despite the fact that such a system was discussed in a book that he recently viewed. Eating food, he thought about how in the novel, each hero goes his unique path of development and use of inner strength. This idea passes a red thread through the whole story. Meanwhile, several appetizing pieces were still in front of him, which should not be left on the plate. The complexity of the situation was that the leader of the cult possessed knowledge of the very essence of the fundamental. The book did not specify when he learned about it, but one thing was undeniable. From that moment, he turned into a truly dangerous figure. That is why Yang realized he must definitely understand what a creature is to protect himself from danger. According to legend, in one of the branches of the genus Yagal, which belonged to the Dangzan sectarians and the forgotten school of Tanchenzhen, the diary of heavenly mysteries was stored, which revealed the true deep essence of the world. In order to find out the location of this diary, You need to get to the repository and get acquainted with the memoirs of the second head of the Yahello family, Yahello. Despite despair because of his own destiny, Young did not retreat and headed to the training hall located near the house. Before his eyes, all kinds of weapons were lined up, which he could only need in the battle. Among all the diversity, he was interested in one special stick that immediately fell into his eye. It was this stick that Yahello once owned. Now he truly realized the value of persistent training, from the basic skills that his relatives passed to him, to the techniques of the third level and the art of combat. Young went to the arena for training. In his head still heard the order of the head of the family. Your level can be brought to the 6th. His sword pierced the air with confident, flawlessly proven movements, which with each attack acquired even greater grace and sharpening. However, all this remained only the memories of Yahello, who from time to time emerged in his thoughts. Young was comfortable in a meditative pose, lowered his eyelids and gently focused on the rhythm of breathing, gradually adjusting it to a peaceful wave. Although he felt the mysterious energy pulsed in the depth of the abdomen, he did not dare to call it his own. He has not yet succeeded in mastering this force. He decided to start with the basic, hardening of the mind through a practice called the Eastern Star. The focus played a decisive role, so he tried hard to dive deeper into concentration. In parallel, it was necessary to focus on the internal energy, gradually clearing it in order to awaken the tiny flame somewhere in the depths of its essence. This flame of the sky blue tint emitted a striking power. His energy was able to awaken in the body an unprecedented force, and the protagonist was able to launch this incredible process. Having given this feeling completely, it seemed to him that he has been doing this for many years. Then Yang dared to overcome the second and third stages of workout, and the shining halo around him began to break up even brighter. The blue flames flashed, turning into a powerful flame sea, at the very epicenter of which his body was burning. This night, when the moon poured his silver light, his heart flashed a bright flame. It took a little time after everything was over, and it lay on your back, squeezing the breasts, bewildered and struck. He realized that this body was filled with incredibly strong internal energy, the existence of which was not mentioned in the book. "I'm a real fool," he thought from irritation, waving his hand. His predecessor did not even know about the exclusivity of this body. He wasted precious time on nonsense, not appreciating the gift, although he had at hand perhaps the best body in the world of heroes. This evening, they were really waiting for a victory. Yang finally realized that Yahello seems extremely lazy. This mask is hidden by a purposeful fighter who has not regretted the strength for his dream for decades. Survival was no longer an obstacle for him, so he has now focused on improving his new abilities, dreaming of becoming the main figure of this story. He was embarrassed by unwavering determination. He immediately plunged into a dream full of inner peace and pleasure from the choice made. However, at dawn, he was awakened by a decisive voice that he ordered, "It is forbidden to sleep here. It is time to climb." Young barely kept on his feet from fatigue and was annoyed. Who else appeared there? Before him was a tiny girl who warned, if he continues to fall here, he would certainly freeze and catch a cold. Before him stood a Baek. Hearing her name, Young was interested in clarifying whether he heard correctly, and the girl confidently replied, "Yes, that's really I am." "Oh." This is the younger sister Yahello, a capricious girl who in every way avoided sharing her father's love and even pretending that she had no brother. But now, there was a real charming baby. Soon a man came to them in a cook's cap. Apparently, he just wanted this girl. This day, he gently cared for her, because she was still quite tiny. Young wondered what happened and why she traveled the mornings of the morning. The man engulfed a true horror when the young master suddenly threw him such a question, and he immediately began to apologize. He was in apology and explaining that he was distracted into the kitchen, so the girl took advantage of the moment and disappeared. "Punish me for my carelessness," he exclaimed, bowing low. The reaction proved to be surprisingly bizarre, and Young wondered, Was the real hero of this story even more reflected than he was depicted on the pages of the novel? Young came to the girl, gently ran a hand on her hair, and gently asked her not to walk no longer. The girl gently said that she was just shaking in the open air. Then Yang picked her on her shoulder and offered to move to the bazaar where they would be able to choose everything that she appealed to her. Moreover, he promised to give anything she desires if only she promises to be obedient. The cook watched it with surprise, because Yang did not give the impression of such a merciful man. For a while, Yang asked his father to ask. He wanted to visit the market with Baek. Hearing such a request, the father froze from surprise. However, Jan did not seem everything really was. Yang stood in front of him and, without delaying, told that on the way he was planning to meet with a young warrior, Baek, and Baek, on the contrary, wanted to just walk. The father assured that there is no point in asking permission. You can go when he pleases. In response, the son quietly said, "Thank you, Dad." However, the father, just in case, ordered them to be accompanied by protection. He already wanted to say to the angel, not to see, but did not have time to say the words, as the son immediately agreed. "I have nothing against protection," calmly cut off the yoke, the more stunned my father. A security guard had to appear in a moment. And finally he appeared, standing at the gate, quite ready to accompany Young. In front of me stood the same man with a scram on the cheek and insightful, full of force. He did not have a hint of weakness. It's a little time, and here they are already rushing in a carriage that takes them to the final goal. The little girl is comfortable in the warm embrace of her brother. Young immediately paid attention to the lightning speed of Sung organized them. Junho Moon, as expected in the novel, will watch him carefully. This harsh man was characterized by great power, and this was his main characteristic. In the novel, Yuncho was passionate about Baek Regina. His charisma struck the boy so much that he even began to regret Sung's loyalty. Over time, Junho will gain great power and will eventually leave with Baek Regin in an unknown journey. Yunho sat quietly when a sack was suddenly in his direction. Thanks to the lightning reaction, he caught him simply on the fly, not even touched the ground. But he never realized what it was. As it turned out, the bag was stored in the Baek, warm clothes just in case, their own cutlery and a few small personal belongings. Why is this me? Yuncho's thoughts were surprised when he suddenly realized that he was holding this strange bag. At first, Young only called Junho faster to give the brains, and then explained in detail. "You are not a guard today," the yoke said. "Today is your role, a nanny." Baek answered him with a gentle smile and incomparable spark in his eyes, and Junho at the same moment was so confused that he could not utter a single word. Soon their path brought the Hotel White Cloud. Young, kneeling next to the girl, gently holding her shoulders, and a strong and stretched Junho snapped the entrance, as if an unwavering guard. Yanga had an urgent business, so he politely asked Baek for a short time with this uncle. It was enough to throw a look at this uncle, and the cold was running on the back. As soon as the Junho turned, Baek was lightning in the shadow behind his back. Young came close and whispered to Junho to change the strict facial expression, because only a young child stood in front of them. He raised his hand awkwardly and began to wave it awkwardly, not looking very confident. Young, not too better coping with excitement, began to explain the sister that this uncle invites her to play with her and promises to buy any treats he only wants. Baek was interested and alert when she learned that she could go with him to the store. She finally recovered a little and nodded, restrained, agreeing. Then Young pulled out a small wallet with coins from his clothes. Young said Junho that he was a pocket money for a delicacy and also asked for a Baek to visit the bookstore. "You can leave everything that will remain after purchases," he added. At this moment they said goodbye, smiling warmly and exchanging with friendly swings of hands. Now Young has moved forward because he was waiting for him even more significant. He sought to meet the main character of the novel, Baek Regin himself, a legendary figure which was unsuccessfully searched by Young. Baek stood up for people and turned out to be the hero who had to put an end to the insidious cult of the bloody demon. The history of its formation remained important because it possessed one of the fundamental entities. Young did not belong to those simple ones who dream of heroic salvation or skill in martial arts. Instead, he chose a different role for himself, to become the one who will point to Baek the right direction and open a new path. Young thought and decided not to deviate from the course of the novel, interfering only when it came to him. It was for this reason that he decided to establish a relationship with Baek Regin. Having knocked on the door, he came across a white-haired young man. It was the same Jin. Baek was surprised to notice that he appeared on his doorstep. Young carefully opened the door and said, "We have seen a young Baek warrior. I have important news for you. Don't you deny if I log in?" Baek was surprised by this proposal, but he did not deny, so Young entered the room. The first thing that came into the eye, the room was literally buried in books. Everything happens exactly as it was told in the novel. Baek in solitude, immersed in books, and reads all his free time tirelessly. Although everything coincided with what was described, Baek could not understand why Young appeared here and how he found him. Young put a bag of money on the table from where several coins were rolled out and began to explain that he visited here to get this money back in order to apologize for his past deed. Jean was silently listened to Jan, realizing how much effort he made to get here and eventually apologize. However, he categorically refused to take money, insisting that Yokes left them. Young expected such a reaction. He was absolutely sure that the Jin would refuse, so he prepared a spare plan in advance and used a new strategy, clearly following the development of the plot of the novel. "Then let's do otherwise," the Yoke said with a proposal. "I heard that you had to pay a considerable amount for losses at the hotel because of my pranks. If you do not have urgent affairs, can you visit me home?" This replica was an integral part of his spare plan. He sought to save money and at the same time to incline Baek to his side. However, Baek was politely assured that he did not want to cause an angry hassle. "A damn case, it's my last trump card," Yang thought. Without spending time, he decided to ask Baek to help his younger sister Baek to pull literature during leisure hours. Young was certain Baek misses the younger sister, who once, like Baek was a peer among the students of Dangzan sect. Jin thought, quietly voicing his thoughts. To live under one roof with such an unwavering warrior as Baek is not an easy task, he thought to himself. After a brief reflection, Baek still replied that he should weigh everything and think. "It's a certain step forward," the head of the head flashed. The hard was said, Baek is completely to think about everything as much as he pleases. He did not stop demonstrating his desire to build warm and trusting relationships between them. Meanwhile, the night sky was shimmering with a starry scatter, and the full moon was mysteriously shining above the street. Under the velvet tent of the night sky was Sung, when a guy whose face was immediately evoked by familiar memories. Sung looked around and said, "Oh, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." This guy was Junho Moon. It was his Sung invited him to find out how Jagul Mu Young behaved. Junho Moon did not start a report without spending time, saying that Yang had a meeting with Baek Regin today. Sung realized that Yang did not need to be forced. He made the decision to come to a meeting. "And what happened next?" Sungant asked Sung, having emerged Junho suddenly with his question. "Then I didn't notice anything special, sorry," Yuncho said, feeling the tension thickened between them. The annoyed Sung broke off the interlocutor sharply. "You can hide your report wherever. I waited for you all day, and that's all you brought me? I also gave you money for it. What, say, he exclaimed. However, Yuncho stressed that the situation is extremely unusual. What other amazing circumstances? Could not Sung. Yuncho remembered how he was chained to a small beast all day. She led him in different shops, then here, then, and because of her tricks, he had no minute for herself. He failed to explain this to the end, but after some reflections, Sung decided to give him another opportunity. He instructed Junho to pass Jagella Young to take revenge on Baek Regina for his humiliation, in particular at the moment when he was forced to kneel. Yuncho wondered why Sung was so intrusively focused on Gin. His gaze caused me at once. I felt a sharp desire to wipe it off the face of the earth. Let it be expensive to me, Sun said icy. Why take it? Isn't it more exciting to entrust this matter with Young? He said. A self-confident note sounded in his voice. This explanation was annoyed by Junho Muna. The feeling of indignation overwhelmed him because he understood perfectly. Sung simply manipulates him and makes him a smile because of some petty cause. Junho Moon was well aware. At that moment he had to only watch, because it was something outside his forces. It all came down to one. He was absolutely lacking in money, and even such an amount that the spirit was fascinating. At dawn, Yunho, Moon, and Young, they went out to the yard, where, armed with wooden swords, they enthusiastically worked out open-air techniques. A new day began, and it is time to operate, refreshing in the memory of the basic techniques of sword art. Young was unexpectedly agile and skillful with his sword. His attacks were so fast that even Yuncho barely had time to evade. However, Yuncho demonstrated true skill. His insightful look captured the most subtle details that remained hidden for the eye of the average warrior. He easily avoided the devastating stroke of Yang from above, cleverly bypassed his side, and was behind the enemy. Junyo confidently touched Yang's head with a wooden sword, easily emphasizing his skill and a clear advantage. Later, he disrespected Yang's worthless and began to explain in detail that he was revealed every time during his offensive. He put special emphasis on how important it is to learn how to combine the breath with each movement. Only in this way will you be able to become faster and stronger, he summed up, and without stopping, plunged into training. All this with a delight and wide, open mouth was surprised to watch Baek. It was simply amazed at their skill. The workouts were repeated once after. The wooden swords flew into the air. Their blows were accurate, skillful, and admiration. But in the end, Yang was again on the ground, exhausted so much that he could no longer get up and stayed where he fell. At the same time, Junho did not reveal all his power and did not give any weakening. However, no words were able to reduce pain in the hand. Young still suffered, squeezing his wrists firmly, which hell is unbearable. It was then that Young suggested that Junho train together the next morning. Yuncho was surprised and wondered if it was really necessary. In response, Yang said, "You do not want, you can go back to Sungo." Hearing these words, Junho reached out and supported Yang, helping him to get up. After that, he added, "Tomorrow will become even more difficult." However, Young did not even think to give up. He knew well that these trials would only harden his spirit and help to become even stronger. Hugging Yang for his waist, Junho again cast his gaze on him and could not mention the guy's breasts, surprisingly. He unexpectedly realized that John was much stronger than he had previously. Judging by the natural physical strength, agility, and developed muscles of Yang, it is difficult to believe that it could only be called a lover of women and alcohol. His skill was at ease, gave a talent worthy of the air of a respectable kind. However, even so, Junho still could not understand where Yang came from, such a crazy thirst for training. "Isn't it more interesting to spend time with the owner of Sung?" said Junho, and this thought pushed him to ask John's frank question. Young in response was also interested in stating that he was curious about why suddenly everything changed. It was in such words that they exchanged when they approached the home of the Jagiel family. Yang's father was already waiting for him, having learned about his son's recent training. He did not give rest to him. Is there a good reason for that? Young was confused, not finding words to explain, so he said that there were no special reasons. Everything happened quite spontaneously. Before that, he added that he regrets the years when he lived like an arrogant rich man. "Not from the same story in the hotel, all this?" said the thought of her father. Young only nodded and confessed that no other event would make him so seriously think about changes. He also stressed that like a silkworm, which is chosen from his cocoon, he needed time to find answers to numerous questions. He also noted that he now seeks to make wiser decisions, and choose the best directions to find his own real way. Listening to his son, his father also decided not to hide his thoughts. He sincerely confessed that he was extremely appreciating him, but he was not ready to entrust him with the most important family relic. The reason for this was that, despite the years of trust and considerable efforts made in young, the son never lived his hopes. However, he now had doubts, and he seriously wondered if he should not look at his position. This phrase was wait. Young has frozen, listening hard to each subsequent word. Finally, this happened. His father allowed her son to look into a mysterious hiding place. Young expressed his sincere gratitude to him, saying the words of gratitude from the whole heart. After leaning his head in deep honor behind his father's back, he solemnly swore never to cause him to be disappointed again. "I really hope for it," Jageljong replied with warmth, putting all his hopes on his son. Everything was extremely fast, and Young literally glowed with determination not to disgrace his father's honor. He firmly believed in his own strength, and was certain that he would not let him down, although the post of head of the family did not attract him at all. He seemed to him that he was nothing. For a while, the CEO Dekan was already sitting before Chan, the head of the Secret Intelligence Unit, who was instructed to take care of the highest, high-level archives. He said that although he has a warm relationship with the young master, he does not show interest in the secret repository. However, CEO had something really important, which certainly wanted to share with his Chan. However, he promised to share this details only when he widespread the young owner a little. The head insisted, "If this is really so significant, it is better to discuss everything right now." The longer the Shan was thinking about it, the more wondered, could he predict that his son would change so strikingly? He was most concerned about one thing. Did his son really think about revenge for all those years of blind faith and parental commitment? Subsequently, Khan was already walking the street near the hat, instructed to watch him closely. Going almost close, he did not throw the words of greetings. Such development was predictable, because Young was well aware that he always stands on his father's authority. Recalling the events of the novel, he understood that the head of CEO did not appear among the first heroes, so he first seemed to be a character who was destined to remain in the background. However, in the second part, he undertook a variety of assignments, becoming his father's right hand and therefore the head of the family. Moreover, it was CEO who directed a unit of secret intelligence, which stands on the guard of heavenly archives. Thanks to his decision, Young was allowed to enter this repository. Did it still get at least a crumb of his trust? Although Young, as before, did not take care of the role of the head of the genus. Moving forward, SEO turned to the young owner. CEO appealed to Yang with a warning. If he intends to get acquainted with the records of the past heads of the family, then when staying in the repository should be under the constant supervision of his unit and refrain from any of his own notes. Hearing these words, Young instantly released both leaves and a brush. SEO cast a strict look and continued explanation. In this storage there are 4 levels, 2 on the surface and 2 more underground. At the first underground level, there is a repository with a weapon that was entrusted with this family. At the second underground level, rare elixirs are stored, which are only allowed to be approached. On the first ground floor is the central office of their unit, and nearby, a spacious library filled with books of various directions. Rising the stairs to the second floor, CEO began to convey the story and about it. At the second above-ground level is the most relevant repository, to which only the selected access is open and which is under vigilant protection. It was this level that most of all focused on Young's attention. Nesting to the door, Young hesitated. Was it a storage itself, or only his harbinger? He considered everything around with a living interest, noting every detail. The guard seemed to him surprisingly weak. He hoped to overcome many dense rows of strong iron lattice. As soon as he made his reasoning aloud, Sao shouted in surprise, "Can it be?" At that moment, CEO whispered only one name, Bison. And immediately before him, as if appearing from the air, a girl appeared. She immediately crossed the threshold, as if she had moved here from another world. Yanga stunned her unexpected appearance. The only thought flashed in his head. What is the devil? She just got out of the door. Before the angry appeared, a beautiful girl with a sword hanging on her belt. Her graceful posture and fragile figure could be driven by anyone. She leaned on one knee in front of her master, silently waiting for his following instructions. CEO turned to Yang, saying, "If we want, this repository can be turned into a real fortress in heaven." Not considering it necessary to resort to details, he pulled the keys and moved to the massive door to open them. The door creaked the door, and SEO said with a significant accent, "What you came for is here." Now it is quite clear why this place was called a secret hiding place. Young only looked around and exclaimed, "Wow!" No one thought that such a luxury was hidden on the second floor. No wonder this family was considered respectful among the nobility. This is probably the reason why they are still known as the family of a hidden dragon, although they have long lost their place in the top 3 of the most influential families of Shandun province. Hardly Young reached out to one of the door as a bison suddenly emerged from the shadow. She immediately warned him that she was not allowed to come here, and she politely suggested that he go to another room. The unexpected appearance of the girl forced Yang once to squeeze the heart from a slight fright. He delicately asked her to stop, after which, feeling hungry, he remembered it and asked something to have a snack. Even the energy pills would be arranged. Bison explained that thanks to his family disposal, he had already organized everything in advance, because he warned in advance that he planned to stay here for a long time. However, Young did not intend to waste here too much time. His purpose was clearly defined. He sought to obtain the memoirs of the second head of the family, Yagel Bina. On the street, he was talking to Khan, sharing the news. They were attended by Baek Gin, a student from Dietsan. In his opinion, acquaintance and warm relationships between Baek and his son were not ordinary coincidence, but a true call of fate. Seo watched the Chona closely, who thought deeply about the causes of his son's act, why he not only paid compensation, but also invited the student Diatsan to visit their home. SEO tried to understand with special enthusiasm, which forced the owner to leave his workouts for the stranger, whom he first met only today. The answer was obvious. For the first time in many years, he came across a person with true potential. Baek did not gain any unique knowledge. They just overtook a few words. The owner said that for many years he was indifferent to the sect, which gave everything for him, justifying his desire to regain his lost glory. The time passed, and the sect was gradually forgotten. It was then that John realized that he should find a way to thank them for their self-sacrifice. He realized that a chance to finally recover justice and correct the mistakes of the past opened. By the way, 2 days have passed since Mu Young entered the repository. Chan and Khan hesitated whether to tell him about the guest's arrival, but the father believed that it was not necessary to hurry. When the moment was needed, he would appear. Bison was in a hurry to follow the secret repository, concentratedly staring at the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Young has already plunged his head. He has long turned more than one book and was not going to stop. In the end, he came across the necessary fragment. True power is unattainable only by constant progress. Baek Gin also once saw this fragment. Yang received a specific assignment to study everything that contained these memoirs. However, considering these books, it did not seem to have so many cases ahead. But only he looked more closely as he immediately realized what a huge mountain of books fell on his shoulder. The novel does not specify how many volumes or pages were contained by these memoirs. The only thing that is known is that Baek Gin was able to master all their knowledge perfectly. In other words, it remains unclear whether he got the result by mastering all the material, whether there were only some fragments enough. From now on, Young had to dive into each manuscript and carefully examine their content. Now everything was put into place, which is why Bison was interested in whether he would stay here for a long time. At this moment, Bison stood under the door and listened carefully to the voice of Young, who confidently called on the obstacle, "Take yourself in hand." He repeated these words mentally, trying to suggest that he could keep every little thing in memory. Fortunately, Many years of training for exams raised in it true endurance and perseverance. Since then, it has come for several days. In the end, Yang left the shelter and Bison followed him, keeping up for a moment. Just as he stepped outside, the dazzling sunlight struck him in his eyes, forcing him to be silent with acute pain. Yang wondered, do criminals feel like they just stepped on the threshold of prison? Now I finally feel real freedom, Bison said suddenly, exhaling lightly. Although her words were not very friendly, Yang was well aware that he had pulled out of this meeting. A long time has passed, but now every memoir's page has been firmly in his memory, as if engraved forever. He suspected that Yahello was an extraordinary personality, and with what lightning speed Yang could solve the task without exaggeration to enroll him in the cohort of real geniuses. In addition to all, when he mastered all the memoirs, something unknown was suddenly opened in front of him. Initially, it was concerned with anxiety because of its possible oversaturation, but did not complicate. A new method of energy circulation has opened an unknown method of improving the mind. For Baek, who has never learned the technition of his native sect, it was reminiscent of true magic, an amazing way to smack chaotic thoughts. Moving on, Yang noticed Junho Muno and decided to approach him. Having thought deeper, he realized that if the heirs of the genus Yahello conscientiously master the exercises from the memoirs, they will open a lot of unknown. This method opened new horizons and unknown horizons of opportunities. Going closer, Young thought about the future name of his discovery. Maybe give him a long-forgotten technique of refining the mind. For the world of this novel, it sounds mysterious and appropriate. Junho Moon, noticing him, asked how he guessed that Young had already left the archive. Young explained that these words belonged to the master of Khan. Until something happened, asked Young. Yuncho replied that Baek came. In addition, he noted that Baek would leave the training ground only when needed, when he will have to go for literature with the young mistress. Hearing these words, Young first decided to visit his father with greetings and then visit Baek. He was aware that there was no need to hurry. Baek already overcame his own hesitation and made his own decision to come. Young experienced pleasant pleasure. He mastered the technique of mental training, and after all, Baek Ri-gin dreamed of this long-awaited meeting. A little time passed, and all participants gathered again in the training field. Baek froze in the center of the playground, confidently squeezing the sword, and around it the air seemed to sparkle from intense energy. He sanded each movement, skillfully possessing a sword and easily controlling it in his hands. His power made a really strong impression, and it is not just in its form. It was only necessary to wave the sword, as even the most powerful opponent fell from this blow. What happened during his training, otherwise it was difficult to call it a real miracle. In the past, Baek has worked constantly on his skills, striving to become better, but the real rise took place only after a duel on swords with the leader of Clan Yahello. Unlike the sect that lost almost everything, and the inheritance, and the influential patrons, after the attack of the cult of the Bloody Demon, aristocratic families stood on a solid basis. Baek decided to take the burden of recovery of his own sect. At first, he was about to bring to life the forgotten martial arts. To do this, it was necessary to find the traces of the inheritance, which they possessed even before the death of his older brother on weapons. However, the road to the goal was a long and full danger. Return with empty hands was unacceptable for him. Even if he was destined to stay without money and turn into a vagrant, Baek would not be able to renounce the shadow of his sect. His reasoning and ideas suddenly cut his voice with an unexpected question. Who is here? Young visited Baek to find out how he was doing and have a conversation with him. From Yang Baek's father, it became known that he prefers training in complete loneliness. Young said that he had gone into the diaries of his ancestors and thought about what a further path in life should be. I envy you, Baek said. You even have books that store stories about the will of your ancestors. However, these words instantly spoiled the mood in the room. It seems that Baek did not choose the moment too well to say it, because Young has surprised him. He easily touched Baek's shoulder, suggested that he forget about all the worries for a moment, and invited him to make a company for a glass of good drink. Baek politely expressed his gratitude for the invitation and explained that he should continue his workouts. Instead, Yang assured him that even his father approved this idea, emphasizing that maintaining a friendly relationship with Dietsan's sect was noble and important. Yang confessed that he's seeking to share the knowledge gained from the memoirs of his ancestors. However, he said, even if he had discovered the secrets of ancient methods of training of the mind earlier, it would not change the fate Baek would in any case appear in their lives. The course of events would remain unchanged. Today, Yuncho has finally had an opportunity to relax. He was allowed to take the day off. Meanwhile, Young and Baek went to celebrate the event with a glass, being under the inseparable supervision of Junho, who remained away. Young was clearly aware that if Junho noticed him with Baek, he would immediately hurry to report the son's son. It is even on the hand, Baek Regina's story had a new impulse for development. Just a few hours passed, and Young could hardly build a single word. About 5 empty bottles of alcohol were lined up in front of them. Baek with delight shared the impressions of the original taste of the drink, which he appealed to him, while Young he kept heard, looking as if he were about to meet his ancestors. At first, Young was about to miss a glass a little and turn over a few words about his parents' diaries. But does it be so acting for the one who assures that alcohol is not interested in him? Baek unexpectedly touched the question, why are everyone treated with such a disability? Do you mean all these images? An idiot? A lost dog of a kind? A non-thin fool? It's just a reckon for my hat and disagreement with a well-established order, Young said with a smile. He said he had to become the pride of his family, but life's troubles forced him to change his behavior. Then Baek asked if he had the right to add something, citing what was drunk. Young Nod agreed to speak. Young advised Baek not to immerse himself in thoughts about his final goal and not lose himself in the pursuit of the future. It seems that you are only focused on your purpose, but sometimes it is useful to look around, look back, evaluate what is happening nearby, or even try to cover everything around. To move forward is not the only opportunity. Sometimes retreat, bypassing, or even a step back can be a true way, he said. It was at this moment that Young noted that Baek had come with his thoughts and as if he had tensed to the limit. Such a reaction was quite clear, because the spoken words belonged to the other person in the hierarchy of the mighty family of Jagal Bin. Young also tried to convey what the charm of the life of simple. The fool is not familiar with the chains of social rules, he said, and advised Baek to decide to cross through the restrictions of discipline, morality, and imaginary valor. Do it just to discover the true essence of justice, he summed up. Meanwhile, Baek, without his eyes from Yoke, listened to his every word. After scratching his back, Young smiled uncertainly and asked what Baek had about all this. He frankly acknowledged that the majority of what was borrowed from the books he once read, besides the fragment where the fate of the fool was discussed. Baek stopped for a few minutes, plunging into thought. After that, he took a flask without unnecessary words and suggested that he should drink. However, he did not stop there. He found a determination to solve and suddenly asked the question. Maybe he remembered something else interesting. What could share with me? Well, it is for the power if you stop pouring me alcohol, the Yoke joked, stinging my lips in a smile. In fact, this can be considered a real victory. The angel managed to evoke a sincere interest in Baek. The next day, under the shadow of a giant fence, extremely annoying and sharp sounds were spread in the yard. Young, having gone with alcohol the day before, now suffered from a severe attack of nausea. Despite everything, he did not think that as soon as Baek was once a lost technique of exercises for the mind, he could easily fulfill the first demand in order to obtain a diary of heavenly sacraments. His support for Baek was dropped on a bonus buff in an ally game. Suddenly, he had a scar and wondered if everything was fine. In fact, the scar came to share the extremely important news, but Young did not seek to hear it at all. However, the situation required an immediate reaction, so I had to listen to the end. The scar stretched out an unusual object, a small vessel wrapped in a soft cloth. It was a gift from a young Lord Hanbo. "What is there in the middle?" Young was surprised, though he suspected the true answer. He was well aware that it was almost certainly poison. In the novel Song handed it to Jagal. Scar explained that this poison is made of mixed juices of several deadly poisonous plants. The one who drinks her will be covered with red spots in a day and will lose sight. This poison is not intended for murder. Its action is aimed at blinding. Young approached Junho and advised him, "When a moment of choice comes, it is necessary to act decisively, because it is our actions that determine the course of events in difficult situations." Young snatched the bottle and moved away, and the scar remained, intelligently murmuring, "What to the hell does he play?" Young was well aware of what the matter was. According to the plot, Mu Young tried to poison Baek Regina, but his father caught him. Faced with a harsh smug of Sung, Mu Young was frightened and did not dare to bring the thought to the end. Without spending a minute, Yang headed for his father and gently put a bottle in front of him. "What is it?" said John in surprise. Young replied that he was poisoned before him and then wondered if the son's son knew of the kind of Hanbo. The father noted that they were associated with a close and trusting relationship. "So why, cholera, he sent a poison?" said Chong. Young said that Sung ordered the poison to sprinkle the sect of Diatsan. He heard a wave of indignation at his father, so he immediately asked what purpose it was intended. Young noted that the reason lies in the fact that Sung did not first love Baek. John, in anger, sharply asked his son to leave him, promising to resolve the situation. But Young did not get into this opinion. He noted that small disputes between children have no right to overshadow the relationship between families. Then he said that he had the idea, which seemed that his father was waiting for him. Mu Yang was severely punished in accordance with family laws for his attempt to poison Baek Regina. In the end, his father learned where the poison came from. It turned out that the poison had fallen into the city thanks to the Dark Murderers, a gang of cruel mercenaries capable of crimes for money, including murder. Subsequently, the truth opens. Dark killers were adherents of the cult of the Bloody Demon. However, no matter how much they try, no signs of their activity have been found. Instead, lists of clients were found, including representatives of noble families, including the host of the Sung. Because of this, Manga was expelled from the family, and the Yahello family received a generous compensation from the whole. The refund contained 2 swords, but so far, Mu Young only briefly pointed to his father on a probable source of poison, and he decided to do the cause of dark murderers on his own. Junho Moon suddenly stopped the step and looked over his shoulder. Before him, Mu Young appeared and asked where he was going. In response, Junho reported that he went to the training ground. Without losing time for reflection, Mu Young agreed to join him. However, Junho suddenly stopped abruptly, his face faded, and anxiety appeared in his eyes. He apologized to mention the urgent business, and, almost without looking at, he hurriedly moved in the opposite direction. Mu Young refrained from the dispute. It was obvious that the guy was treated with hatred because the poison was handed to him by Junho. A fun guy, but it is probably better not to interfere and leave him alone. Giving up the intention to follow, Mu Young realized, if you stay with the Junho, you can easily get into a mess. Mu Young did not think to put into controversy or pour oil into the fire. Even thoughts did not miss him in his head. So he went on a road where he could get a sword and improve his skills in her own. Suddenly, loud laughs were erupted. Someone who had an irony commented with his workout with irony, which lasted for several days in a row. Moreover, last night Mu Young had gone extra, and in the morning he plunged into work again. And let's not forget about Baek, who just set him for these night drinkers. Mu Young explained Baek that it was not about entertainment. Its real purpose is to gain self-defense skills, because this is the only way to survive in this world. Hearing these words, Baek suddenly blossomed with joy and immediately challenged, inviting Yang to crawl in a real duel. Before Anjing stood an opponent who was gaining increasing power every day and tirelessly improved in his training. The match with him is a real test. However, Young rejected this proposal. He felt that it was not time to take such a difficult test. On the farewell, Young was barely audible, whispering a few words under his nose, but Baek did not have time to catch the content of what he said. But it was already clear to him, if you stop Young now, the chance to become a support for the future hero will be lost forever. However, Baek was in no hurry to release Yang. He immediately made a serious demand that made it stay for half a turn. He challenged the real swords, allowing to attract only a tenth of his inner strength. Such a condition gave the duel true and made it even more risky. Young still held a wooden sword in his hand, squeezing it in his hand. The imagination has already shown a threat, because if Baek has a real iron sword, it can become incredibly dangerous. In addition, Young has never had to deal with real weapons. Meanwhile, the chef again does not have time for a small Baek, which, full of restless curiosity, rapidly rushes to the door. The girl looked timidly from behind the door, carefully trying to understand what was happening outside. However, it was a paralyzing surprise as soon as a real mystery that was hiding behind the door. The boys were already rushing in the air, flashing the strikes of real swords. Their movements were struck by lightning speed. Baek's face was filled with incredible focus. It seemed that he completely plunged into a duel without being distracted for a moment. He rushed at Yoke at a frantic speed. He barely had time to parry rapid attacks, focusing all his efforts only on defense. Young was surprised to realize how rapid and almost elusive were Baek's movements, because now he has undergone this frantic speed in his own experience. Young hastily retreated, trying to break away, but Baek left him for a second of rest, with a frantic perseverance attacked his sword again and again. Suddenly, a sharp like a razor, a blade of a Baek sword hanging in the air for a few centimeters away from Young's face. Young barely had time to retreat, reflexively trying to bounce, though it seemed almost unrealistic to escape from the danger. Baek May deliberately restrained his attack, giving Yang the opportunity to continue the duel. Young gradually moved back, although with every step it required more and more tension. However, he still managed to increase the distance between them. However, the further he went, the fastest Baek rushed on the offensive, forcing him to constantly invent a new strategy. Recognizing the need to change tactics, Young focused hard, considering how to overcome this dangerous opponent. After weighing all the possibilities, he still dared to take a step forward and take a chance, to get closer, bringing into operation the initial level of equipment that he has mastered. Having collected all his courage, Young has gone to decisive action, set to act boldly and persistently. At the same time, the chef, along with the little Baek, was fascinated by an incredible clash, without reducing the fascinated views from the battlefield. However, it was difficult to call a real observation. Opponents moved at such a lightning speed that it was almost impossible to recognize their actions with their eyes. The cook did not even resist the question to the Baek, whether they really before them the same Yoke she knew earlier, so unfamiliar and changed. Their swords were reminiscent of two angry predators who rushed to each other in a fierce fight. Despite the frantic pace and tension of the battle, the smile shone on Young's face. Feeling a powerful impetus in his hand, Young suddenly succumbed to instincts. He attacked, following the call of his own heart. Just opposite Yang, Baek froze, watching his every disturbance, as if trying to guess the next step and instantly attack. But unexpectedly, Young felt a powerful blow to his legs, from which his body was shaken, and the equilibrium was treacherously left him. He fell to the ground, and the sword, slipping out of his palm, broke up, spinned in the air helplessly, and ringing a stone tile. Baek, barely holding a smile, immediately wondered if he was all right. Although this funny episode caused a smile, the battle forced both participants to seriously strain and put it into full. Even when Baek saw Yang spreading on the floor to the tile, he could not help but point out for himself. It was something unknown earlier. Until recently, the Yoke seemed to be an irreversible beginner who barely catches his breath. The last attack of Yang made a real furore. If he honed this technique to the ideal and released all his inner potential, then this technique could become his decisive weapon. Young lifted his head, apologized, and immediately hiding the defeat, asked to help him to rise. However, the more time Baek spent talking with young people, the more this young man embarrassed him, forcing him to lose confidence in his own thoughts. Young was constantly sewing around him, but at the same time maintained lightness and ease. From the outside, it seemed that he was indifferent, however, from time to time in his gaze could see deep reflections. At that moment, Baek realized that it was worth watching the angry carefully. This guy was much more complicated than he thought at first. Junho Moon has inseparably followed the training ground, thoughtfully evaluating each movement and analyzing in detail the situation in deep silence. Everything he saw with his own eyes was deeply impressed, forcing him to think seriously about the hidden opportunities of Young. As soon as Young tried to approach Baek Regina, he immediately met him with a direct splash of the sword. The force of the impact knocked out Yang out of equilibrium. After a devastating stroke, Yang was powerfully thrown back, and he, with a deaf moan, greeted to the ground. He tried to rise, although sharp pain in his hand restricted his every movement. But suddenly, it was struck by a powerful wave of energy, so unexpected that it stopped for a moment. What is it for power? Since then, the classes were held on the system developed by Baek Regin, and the fact that it seemed incomprehensible until recently, it became increasingly obvious step by step. In just 4 days, Young has perfectly mastered the art of fencing the Growing Star, which is famous for the Yahello family. In addition, he mastered sophisticated techniques such as a deceitful step based on ancient, almost lost spiritual development technique. In addition, new knowledge has helped to improve the technique of Water Dragon, a technique that requires detailed practice and a great concentration. Young watched with his achievements with delight. He reached something new every day, despite the fatigue of hard work. However, unlike Yang, Baek, these methods were not to the liking, though he did not give this species. One night, when Yang sat thoughtfully on the edge of the bed, Junho Moon suddenly stood up behind and coldly put the sword blade to his throat. Young instantly realized that he was moving by that man. He is probably guilty, paid little attention. But can this justify the murder? Isn't it too crazy, extreme act? Yuncho hurried to assure that he had no insidious intentions. But the yoke was not cheated. If it is not about personal reasons, then it is put pressure on it. He had no doubt. In this situation stands his former owner, the whole because Sung. First of all, he is not my owner. I have never been in his service, said Junho confidently. However, Yang broke him in half a word, sharply stating that it was a frank lies, because he immediately caught hypocrisy in his voice. At that moment, Young felt sharply. The waves of the deadly rage came out of Yuncho, and it worried to the depths of his soul. Young, angry to the heart, began to blame Yuncho. They say, passing the poison, he simply obeyed his master's will. At the same time, he called Junho with a bitter irony, loyal dog. Yuncho squeezed his sword nervously. His hand trembled. He sincerely admitted, this time he could go too far. You are always able to rethink your choice, said Young, trying to reach his mind. But Juno noted that it is too late now. The intense atmosphere between them suddenly changed when a voice came from the door. A young owner, its CEO to Khan. I came to you. These words cut the night silence in the room, filling the atmosphere with even more acute tension. The tension reached such an apogea that Junho, without having a better idea, rapidly grabbed his sword and waved it all over. It seemed to be the end. The sword blade was constantly approaching the neck of Young, hanging over it with a threatening shadow. Will he be able to bounce in order to avoid the inevitable death? Whether it is a miracle or a consequence of many years of training, Young has incredibly tilted his head, skillfully evading the blow. In addition, Junho suddenly noted that Young immediately shot his foot just in his head. The blow was lightning, and in a moment, Yuncho no longer felt anything. He only watched as the shadow of Young gradually moves away from him. From a powerful blow, his head split from pain, and the body, leaning back, painfully crashed into the ceiling of the room. "What was it for a reception?" said Yuncho. He did not believe his own eyes, watching the lightning speed and impeccable accuracy of Yang. However, one should not forget, Khan still stood in the door, inseparably watching each event that unfolded before his eyes. On his face he was seriously serious, and in his eyes burned unbreakable confidence. He was silent, keeping a close eye on the development of events without saying a word. Gradually, Khan's gaze slid below and a little right. It seemed that he noticed something important that could be crucial in this intense moment. A sword was lying on the floor, the one who just had not deprived the young man, almost not touching his throat. Like lightning, Khan snatched the sword and, rapidly jumping to Yuncho, pressed the cold blade to his neck. The circumstances were exacerbated to the edge. It was only necessary to move the Khan with his leg, and even that would be enough to erase Junho from the face of the earth. Having realized that this situation is unacceptable, Young decided to intervene without delay. It would be the smartest to just approach the Khan and clearly explain to him that he had misinterpreted everything. So Yang decided to do so. He took the initiative. However, Khan confidently argued, in the look of Yuncho just broke out a real thirst for murder, and her hand reached for the sword, okay at any moment to attack. How else can it be regarded? Young tried to quench Khan, explaining that they were just training in sparring. "It's just a workout," the Young explained, noting that he wants to master the art of battle in a variety of conditions before going to Murim. Hearing about Muse, Khan was surprised. For him, this word was completely unfamiliar and mysterious. "I really plan to talk about it with my father a little later," said the Yoke, feeling the circumstances of complicating, and now he would have to find a way out quickly to do not make trouble. Feeling a fervent desire for murder in Yuncho, Khan realized that the true purpose of sparring was not at all training, but an attempt to get rid of the young owner. Young disagreed with this, stating that Junho, his reliable associate, and would not betray his trust. For this moment, Junho never realized the true intentions of Yang, but decided to refrain from intervention. Listening to Yang's explanation, Khan gradually recovered and finally removed his sword into the vagina. However, in putting the sword in the vagina, Khan warned Yunho, during a mission to dispose of dark murderers, he will have to go to the vanguard. It also made it possible to understand. His father had already calculated where the dark killers were hiding. In fact, the father coped much faster than Young imagined. If Junho joins the case, it will open up a few urgent issues at once. In the meantime, Khan was looking forward to what Yuncho's reaction would be. Setting up on the floor, Yuncho did not invent anything better than he nourished. "Agree," he sighed, deprived of any passion. Khan returned to the exit, but before he left, he reminded Young, his father persistently desires him to stay near the Junho. Finally, Khan said that they would wait for both tomorrow in the morning at the back entrance. Before leaving, Khan strictly warned Yang, promising to watch him closely, so that there is no trouble. So the tension subsided, although it has left many unsolved issues. The main mystery remained unresolved. What caused the unexpected attack of Junho on Young? Yuncho found himself in the big debt to the host of Sung, because he was forced to borrow a considerable amount to buy medicines for a seriously ill sister and to release the children he responsible from the shelter. By this point, he repay his debt step by step, taking over all sorts of assignments. Since Young did not resort to poison, Sungan, because Sung probably, became even more stiffer to push Yuncho to the extremes. This was the reason why Junho went so hard, fulfilling any orders. Now, sitting thoughtfully, he did not get a sense of why Young reached out to him, so he finally dreamed of asking this question. "From now on, you belong to my people. I will not let the whole because he would treat you as he wants," the Yoke said with determination in his voice. "If you get to my proposal, then you go to the front, and I will take care of your debt to him." Such conditions put up Yoke. Yuncho did not have no idea that Young had already been aware of his situation and started fighting on his side in advance. Young clearly and detailed his point of view, logically justifying that the root of all problems is Yuncho's debts. However, Junho doubted that Young would really be able to help him because everything seemed completely hopeless. He was aware that even the lightest potions cost at least 30 silver yangs, which is a very large sum. For a simple artisan or peasant who receives only about 10 yangs a year, such wealth is almost unattainable. Despite all the circumstances, Young left Junho's ability to choose himself, whether he wants to be released from the influence of Han because Sung. After these words, Young turned and moved completely, noting that the final decision remains for Junho. The position in which Junho found himself left no space for mistakes. It was a real battle for life. After the conversation, Junho moved behind the yoke, but on the way, Baek Rigin suddenly came across him. Baek was standing at the pillar, as if he had been waiting for Junho, having reinforced him thoughtfully. It was worth a step forward, as Baek threw, "No, if Young had not forgive you, I would have already deprived you of life on my own." He noted that the sympathy that Young has discovered to Yuncho is worthy of deepest devotion and sincere gratitude. But Yuncho silently turned and headed in the opposite direction, without angry. Meanwhile, several figures in dark suits gathered in the shade. Their leader reported that the next step was to go to the east, to the mountain of thousands of Buddhas. It is at its top that they plan to attack the fortress of Dark Killers. Khan confidently outlined the conditions, emphasizing that the mountain seems ordinary only at first glance. In fact, it is wrapped in a magical barrier, an illusion woven by dark murderers, which masks the entrance stairs that lead to a deep cave. Among the crowd of people in dark costumes stood Yoke. He looked around with anxious, looking for Yuncho's eyes, but it was not visible anywhere. Khan did not stop in his explanations, emphasizing that their key task was to break the magic barrier before sunset and finally put an end to the Dark Killers. Yuncho was appointed to lead the avant-garde, instructed to bring the warriors into the very heart of the battle. And finally, he appeared, all in black with a scar that cut his face, a sign of last brutal battle. Behind his back he swayed a sword, ready to break free from the vagina at any moment. But Junho did not appear himself. Khan has already prepared another new ally for this meeting. Baek Rigin, a student of Diatsan's sect, joined their company. He took a place alongside the yoke, tuned to coordinated cooperation. From the moment Baek Rigin appeared, everything began to unfold after the book, as if someone invisible spread all the events on the shelves according to the script. If the protagonist is not mistaken in his memoirs, the events unfold exactly as they should happen. Finally, Khan orders the detachment to go to the very top of Mountain Thousand Bud. A decisive battle is expected in front. Throwing fear of the future clash, they confidently pushed away from the earth and resolutely moved forward. The decisive figures in this fight were Junho and Baek Rigin. Each of them was distinguished by its striking strength and skill, which allowed them to change the course of any battle in their favor. They headed to the distant top, which still looked unattainable at the great height of the mountain. However, this did not bother them at all. They raced at such lightning speed that they immediately dissolved in the air. Young remained unrestrained without moving. The difficulty was that Young lost the ability to use the price, so he had nothing left to ask Gina to help him to rise. A precon is a complex of workshop practices that make sure that skilled warriors are able to fly into heights, rush at a dizziness, or even overcome the walls, as if they were even paths. However, only high-speed races on a flat land were subject to Young. Realizing that the detachment has long disappeared from his appearance, Young rushed alone, hoping to catch up. Meanwhile, the team of experienced martyrs of martial arts has already approached almost the foot of the mountain. Khan wondered, why didn't Ing's owner still appear? One of the warriors suggested that he was probably not too skillful in the art of price gun. This dialogue did not go unnoticed for Yuncho. He heard every word. Yes, did he really not appear because of such a trifle? Said a alarming thought in Yuncho's mind. In the memoirs of Junho Young, he always rushed forward with such an incredible speed and power that seemed to be even a moment, and his body would not withstand this superhuman tension. If he used all his potential, he would be able to move even more rapidly. At the same time, Junho wondered, does the yoke really not have the skills of the price? At that moment, Baek was the first to mention Yang, emphasizing that he was the embodiment of illogicality. There is some incredible mystery in it, something that does not fit into any explanation, summed up Baek, thinking about the top of the mountain. Yuncho was finally lost in Baek's simple explanations, and could not be able to squeeze what he wanted to convey to him. A little time has passed, and the top of the mountain was already enveloped not by the gentle ray of the sun, but the cold, flickering light of the moon. Finally, the night went down, and the team was ready to start fulfilling its plan. But Yuncho still could not understand what prompts youngest to behave so disorderly, especially on the eve of their penetration into the enemy. Meanwhile, Young rushed after the detachment, straining all his strength to catch up with his comrades as soon as possible. However, he understood that it is necessary to act even faster, because if the events unfold on the plot of the novel, Baek Regin, without hesitation, will erase the Dark Murderer's base from the face of the earth, but the leader of the organization will remain alive. It was worth remembering that the cave inside was a real maze with many winding aisles. Young was distinguished from all. He was far from an ordinary detachment, and to the figure of Baek Regina was far away. His main advantage was the unmistakable knowledge of the place where the leader of the Dark Murderers is hiding. Therefore, Yang had to react lightly to bloom his head to retreat and grab it. Running a few hundred meters, the yoke suddenly stopped. A wide water obstacle spilled directly in front of him, which suddenly blocked his way. However, this was just a confirmation that he was where he sought to be. He chose the right path and moved in the right direction. There was a boat with 2 oars in front of the waves, tied to the shore and ready to go at any moment. According to the events of the novel, he knew that the leader of Dark Killers was going to escape through the cave, using this boat. However, in the event of a boat, the leader will lose the last chance on the escape. Having realized this, Young knocked out a peg to which the boat was tied. After that, Young received a new task: to find the way out of the dark cave. He went on a journey, absolutely sure that overcoming this obstacle for him is a simple matter. The novel mentioned that the exit is located behind the hill, among the many nameless graves, which now slowly stepped down Yoke. Overcoming a considerable distance and climbing to the top, he eventually found himself at the point where he opened a panorama of the right place. Not far, just above the slope, the entrance to the cave was visible. He was almost completely lit, but Young was well aware, you need to find a way to get inside. When he finally reached the cave, he was already clearly aware. Here he needs to find and pick up one extremely important thing. Meanwhile, a loud noise was heard in the cave, which immediately broke the curiosity of people and made it alert. There were 3 men inside the room. One of them, a boulder with an eye bandage, resembled Pirate. A comrade was standing next to him, and in the meantime they joined the third, just brought the news. The protective magic field at the entrance was destroyed. The main leader of the Dark Murderers, a chunky bald man, instantly ordered to gather and depart. He was asked how to do with a sword that was just delivered. Keeping complete peace, he disposed of to throw away everything that is not true. In addition, the leader ordered the elimination of anyone who at least saw their faces or had to auction. He was ordered to go and eliminate any witnesses remaining in the area. The bald leader had no idea who managed to break the magic barrier, but in his soul, anxiety increased. A cold feeling of inevitable misery did not leave for a moment. While his subordinates were already competing in the battle, he remained inviolable, holding a mysterious bottle in his hand. Everything else for him had no value. The main thing is that the bottle remained in whole. Behind him, leaning against the ground, lay a weapon to which he reached out. He did not support his warriors, instead ordered them to retreat immediately through the tunnels and to accelerate the retreat. At the same time, he wondered which way to go from the maze to escape. He almost hesitated. He broke out immediately and raced in the direction of escape. Meanwhile, a detachment led by Khan has already come to the cave. While peeking into the visits of the victims, Khan realized that these worthless attackers destroyed all the auction participants and went further into the cave. Fortunately, Baek found the documents left here with all the transactions and handed them over. Meanwhile, the rest of the detachment has already found out where the fugitives went. The task was complicated by the fact that the path blocked the intricate granite mechanism. The powerful thickness of the wall seemed like an almost insurmountable obstacle. Even Yunho and Baek agreed. To break through this barrier will be incredibly difficult. However, Khan firmly insisted this is not the finale. He strictly ordered to find any way to pierce his way forward. He urged everyone to hurry since there was very little time. In the detachment, a noise spread about the disappearance of Muan. Maybe he was scared and fled? This question caused excitement and undermined the faith in his glory of the genius, designed to bring the genus to power. Right now, Young stopped at the depths of the cave near the chest, up to the top of the jewelry. Precious stones and gold jewelry were shimmering in light, like sunlight, scattered with zippers at his feet. But there was no dreamy find here. Only silver yangs lay inside the drawers. There were many people around, but Young sought to find something different. In the future, the kind of hole, because there will be an opportunity to find 2 ancient sabers, which they will pass the Jagal clan, instructed to protect them these swords and keep the events secret. These were not ordinary, but ancient swords that were of great importance. They should be gained as soon as possible. Young, standing in the depths of the cave, tried hard to remember the details from the novel. He remembered exactly. The swords had to lie in the foxhole in this cave. But what happened here? Why does everything look different? Suddenly he was covered by a sharp premonition. Someone here desires his death. Right now, at this point of space. Who is unknown? Who stands behind his back? Looking around, Young noticed the bald man whose head, illuminated by the flames of the torch, was mysteriously shining, filling the surrounding space with an horrible aura. After casting his gaze on a stranger, Young thought, before him, he seems to be the head of the dark murderers, Van Khan. The book mentioned almost nothing about its power, because after escaping on the boat, it no longer appeared. But even a brief description was clear. He was not lacking. Since he was already here, it meant that a group of raiders had penetrated into the cave. In these circumstances, Young had to win as much time as long as the leader Khan would reach this point. However, Van Choni's subordinates immediately moved the attack on Young, forcing him to cleverly beat the blows and evade attacks. But suddenly the yoke slowed down and threw loudly, "Wait!" Seeing what the incredible ease is moving, Van Chong immediately reinforced the opinion. The guy is really extremely fast and resourceful. Young boldly intervened in a dialogue with a bald leader. He introduced himself and immediately said without unnecessary words, "So there is nowhere to run." Bali asked his subordinates to the question, "Is there any kind of Jagal in the Yagal family?" Hearing the uncertain answer, "I cannot say for sure," he only boiled his eyebrows. At this time, Yang warned him, a group of pursuers catching behind. He advised not to delay and give up until too late. Did this giant think about the true meaning of the word surrender? He seemed to clearly understood the inevitability of their fate. All the valuable ones that got from the employers were lost. The place of death was none of any weight for him. He resigned to it. However, Baldy immediately realized that he was a self-confident young man, convinced of his ability to overcome them all. The head of the dark murderers was lost in the assumption where Yang could find out about this place. However, they deftly took the opportunity to benefit from themselves. They conceived a simple thing, to catch Yang and see how much they would pay for his freedom. Yang hoped for the help of comrades who should be close, but suddenly realized the situation became critical and he was in a true misery. There was no ally nearby, and a chunky giant, skillfully rotating a heavy stick, resolutely rushed. What is this amazing weapon? She was racing at a frantic speed, rapidly approaching Young. Meanwhile, a detachment of skilled martial arts moved forward with a tortoise cave. After looking at one of the walls, Khan commanded his soldiers, "Destroy this area!" The piercing cold prevailed around, from which the simplest breath became a test, and every moment of stay here seemed unbearable. The metal bell cut the air, further sharpening the voltage. John skillfully repelled the strokes of Yang, who was constantly pushing forward. In such a moment you feel, all the workouts have not been in vain. It was easier to evade the attacks of this giant. However, every blow of the bald struck such a power that it was difficult to even imagine the depth of its devastating force. They froze, remaining against each other at a distance of about 20 meters. Before him was a real fight, to which Young approached without any weapons. Even the idea of a possible mistake made the heart shrink against horror. And whether it is worth inventing something here, the slightest mistake was condemned to death. All the fighters who obeyed the Chan only silently watched the duel. Suddenly, he broke out and glanced at his subordinates, penetrating them with a fierce, not a friendly look. His silent look shouted, "What do you do, lumps? Take these damned silver Yangs." Returning his gaze to Yang, he noted that he had left weapons. "Do you expect that you will be saved?" he thought. In fact, Young was able to count on his own strength and support of friends. However, the news about the delay of the Khan's group was quite removing him. He was covered by a real rage. Young surprised why Khan's team had not come here yet, because they appeared almost instantly here for the book. Meanwhile, only this giant rushed around, lightly causing devastating blows. His strokes were so powerful that Young barely had time to evade, hardly holding on his feet, and even in some places he was even forced to crawl on his way to avoid injuries. The giant unexpectedly announced that he had changed his decision. He confessed that he first was about to take the hostage to get out of this mess. However, seeing that the help was in no hurry, I realized there is no point in hostages. It seemed to be a transparent hint of the intention of killing Young. However, John suddenly made an unexpected proposal. If the yoke does not obstruct, he will be allowed to leave this place alive. It was too easily for such a ruthless rival, but it seems that John did not doubt his own strategy. He explained that the support unit is unlikely to be able to get quickly, as the passage has been blocked by an almost indomitable mechanism. After Young heard about the mechanism, the first assumptions about what was happening began to appear in his head, although there was not even a hint in the novel. A huge man approached the yoke closely and threw a gloomy, "You have a choice." Yang opted for the safest decision. He promised not to interfere and politely asked for permission to leave the premises. Jan's words caused the giant a real explosion of laughter. Baldishly grunted a voice in full, not suspecting that the guy was just trying to win a few precious seconds. Chan also did not waste a moment. He immediately gathered his people and went on the road. He smiled self-confidently and threw a yonder over his shoulder. "We will meet when fate gives a chance, a little one." Having said this, he moved proudly. In advance, the enemy's steps, Young was aware that John would certainly return because without a boat, he was not destined. Now, Young has already created the next section of this story. While these Hastas were separated, Young decided to take an opportunity and went to search for both swords. Meanwhile, Lysy got to the shore where the boat was to stand, and to his surprise, he did not find him in place. Who to the hell did it? The opinion broke out, and he immediately suspected in all the insidious Yang. The only word turned in his head, like an alarming refrain, "Damn, devil, devil." He was well aware that only the escape gave them a tiny hope of surviving. Anger stirred up in his heart, a mighty wave of internal energy, Kai, and he was not hesitant to destroy Yang. One of his subordinates cautiously suggested that, probably, members of the Yahello family had already arrived. However, when he tried to express it to the leader, in response he came across only a depressing silence. There was no reaction. Instead, the John addressed the audience, proclaiming that the death was waiting for everyone this day. "So better do what brings you the most pleasure," he added with a sarcastic smile. He kept the adamant faith in his mechanism, because it is impossible to break it instantly. And when someone manages to do it, it is no longer possible to change the course of events. Yang was ready to meet death, and above all sought to complete his mission. The only thing that was moving now is the hot desire to take revenge on Yang, whom he considered the main obstacle to salvation. Meanwhile, Yang has already come across 2 swords that he sought for so long. The novel had no mention of several foxholes in the area, as well as many other important details that remained out of sight. And one thing is undoubtedly, if these swords appeared here long before the base of the Dark Murderers, then they are indeed incredibly ancient, and apparently are of great value. One of the swords was called North Sun. According to a description in the novel, these weapons should be handed over Baek Gin. The second sword, named Monthly Monster, was created specifically for the future head of the Yahello family. Since the transition to the next chapter is still far, Yang decided to temporarily leave the lunar monster to himself, because there was no other weapon nearby. For those who are not aware of this sword, it could seem a regular metal workpiece. However, the impression is misleading. As soon as you fill the sword with your inner energy, it turns into a real formidable weapon. Its blade, sharp and ruthless, like a festival of a predator, emerges only in a moment of impact. The moon monster instilled a sense of confidence in Yang, filling it with power and power. This sword also smelled curiosity into it. And are there any vagina for him? Of course, they would be extremely necessary, because the blade was striking with its dangerous sharpness. But suddenly, Yang's thoughts dispelled a sharp, familiar shout. A rude voice dumped, "Hey, Petty!" It was Van Yong that stood nearby, and his voice, cold like ice, came in intense silence. "Get out immediately if you appreciate your life." From him, as if a fierce rage and a steadfast thirst for killing, this threatening energy literally hung in the air, penetrating everything around. Since Yang received in his hands a moon monster, he will not avoid the fight with Van Chan and his formidable handy, Dark Killers. The creepy silence that prevailed before the storm was suddenly broken by a sudden flash of events. Bald, smiling with irony, addressed Yang. "How do you think it will be interesting? To finish you just now, or wait a little to wait for your pathetic family to look at it?" At that moment, Yang reflected in every effort, using every self-defense opportunity. He changed the position of the sword, skillfully trying to repel the enemy. But the strong man did not stop. He was increasing the pressure, making his blows even stronger. He firmly rotated his heavy stick, as if the formidable helicopter blades preparing to collapse even a stronger and devastating blow. As soon as John waved his stick, the surrounding world instantly played a bright red glow. Yang instantly parked rapid attacks, pouring the bright light of his own energy around him. He was constantly lavishing, rapidly changing the place, and tirelessly looking for favorable points for a decisive blow. But John arose from the air, every time trying to scream Yang on the slightest fault. Again, he suddenly arrived. He grabbed his weapon and swung with frantic force, trying to pierce the body of Yang. Yang cleverly jumped sideways, but for a moment he looked at the Chona. Only a massive rival's massive chin appeared before his eyes. At the same moment, the giant lightning released a blow to such speed that it was almost impossible to evade. It was not possible. After the impact, Yang twisted in the air and heavily clapped the ground. "Get up," said Chan strictly, emphasizing that he was not going to release the weak, which has already fallen. From the endless reflection of the attacks of Yang, almost lost sensitivity, but he stubbornly did not give up and stood to the last. However, even with impressive power, Healthy could not compete in speed with Baek Gin. However, it was almost impossible to approach Long Pizza. What to come up with now? What step to take next? Yang has not yet managed to think of what to do next, as suddenly his reflection was interrupted by a sharp, deaf roar. The warriors who were here were instantly panicked, thinking that the cave would soon collapse simply on their heads. John sharply returned to the sound of the darkness and immediately realized what was. It seems that the people who hoped on Yang have been able to neutralize the mechanism. At that moment, another awareness came to Chan. No time was left. With this thought, he clenched his peak. In his mind, the thought clearly came. It was time to say goodbye. Meanwhile, Young carefully assessed the situation. Due to the considerable length of the spear, the opponent was forced to retreat after each duty to get a weapon again. Such a feature further complicated attempts to get to it closer. However, Young realized that it is worth waiting for the moment when the John retreats. It opens the ideal opportunity for a rapid counterattack. Then he will be able to stay until the Khan with his team arrives for help. Young has used an ancient, forgotten technique of training of consciousness to accurately calculate the perfect moment for attack. However, the John, quickly solving this move, realized it was time to finish the match with a young man immediately. Meanwhile, from the entrance to the cave began to grow more louder noises. This indicated that reinforcement was already on the approach. Meanwhile, the boys of the Yahello family came to a place where the tunnels diverged in different directions and decided to split into 2 detachments to inspect as large areas as possible. Baek, stunned by a loud explosion, addressed the Khan. "Do you think it could be a young man? Is he nearby?" Khan thought about this issue for a moment, realizing that such an option is quite possible. At that moment, Young had no opportunity to think. He was completely captured by a fierce match with a bomb. Choni's sword blade went so close to Young's clothing that his heart was unwittingly fated. However, there was no time for reflection. It was necessary to immediately rush on the offensive. Young skillfully maneuvered, avoiding every blow to such a skill that even Young could not stay, and enthusiastically noted the sophistication of his equipment. However, having gained his eyes to the opponent's feet, Yang noted that John stepped back. This clearly testified to the intention to increase the distance between them and aim him at his feet. Indeed, everything happened clearly according to the plan, which was made by John. He sharply waved his spear, kissing the angry to the feet to deprive the opponent of mobility. Then he was frozen with a sword, from which no opponent would be saved. Young realized that the simple bias would be not enough, so he decided to move on to the defense and put up a powerful block. When the blades crossed, the sky flew a blind blue flash, which for a few seconds blinded both opponents. However, none of them could master this power. It was only due to the significant advantage of the Chonu in the power of Young. Then, when Yang stood a blow, a powerful wave of energy suddenly escaped from his body. Now this well-known feeling returned to him again. The echo of the impact forced his internal energy to gather at one point, and then to break quickly through the belt and hands. Energy, as if the stream, which is confidently followed by a given trajectory, flowed to the blade of the sword, giving rise to incredible explosive power. Young skillfully brought his knowledge into life, forcing even a bald stronger to break down on laughter. But in this laugh, a shadow of fear was clearly felt. The cave pierced such a powerful shingle that it seemed a moment, and the vault would be about to collapse. The whole thing was that Young dropped his rusty but strikingly powerful sword, which was already sprinkled with the blood of opponents. The Vellet's blood with a splash was scattered all the way, painting the earth, the palm of Yang, the sword's sleeve, and even his cheek. The Yanging hand, which remained firmly compressed on the hand of the sword, suddenly trembled, and his heart was crazy, as if it were about to escape from his chest. Over the sight, he noticed the same tiny bottle he took with him, running away. This is a real triumph. Young managed to deprive this scum and finally put an end to the brutal battle. The people of the Chona engulfed panic. Confused, they had no idea how to proceed. Maybe it's worth escape. Suddenly, one of them broke into a cry, fiercely ordered everyone to silence. He remembered the warning of the Chan master who warned, "If you do not make the necessary, this day will be death." He put forward a new idea, to get rid of Young once and for all, and if someone does not dare, let them do without unnecessary words. Young, exhausted to the edge, stood, resting on the sword for support. But suddenly the noise of the steps was heard behind. Someone began to approach him. Damn. It turns out that depriving a person of life is not as easy as they write about it. The thought was, when the heart was crazy in the chest, seeking to break free. Such a cruel structure is a common thing in this world where he now found himself. If you want to survive, you will have to learn to live by these rules. But it seemed that his death was catching up with him before he had time to get used to these new conditions of being. Moreover, there were enough people to promote his journey to the world. Young was completely exhausted. There was no drop of energy in the body. Even it seemed to be an unbearable task for him. Among all that, I just didn't want to die because of some ordinary characters. The opinion was lightning. What about death really stumbles on me? Maybe it will get me home? Barely closing his eyes and plunging into reflections, he suddenly was forced to wake up from a bright flash, which was cut through the darkness and forcing him to open his eyes. The bright flash that burst into his eyesight was pouring from the blue energy that enveloped the blade. At the same time, a sharp quenching of one of the enemies came behind his back. Young immediately realized that the crazy power belongs to him. He is still here, and now a new opportunity has been opened. The one who appeared unexpectedly turned out to be someone else than Baek Rigin. With hair white as snow, it crashes into an event like a rapid stallion, and at the most critical moment, heroically rescues Muan. His long white hair was fluttering in the air until he flew past Yang. Walking his hand, he threw a smile with a smile. "Wonderful work, boy." Now the initiative was completely intercepted by Baek. His skill and power was shown to full force. He rode forward at a frantic speed, but Jan reacted lightly. The sword thrown by him forced the enemy to slow down suddenly. It was the second sword dug in the foxhole that he finally got to the one to whom he was appointed. Now the sword was in Baek's hands, exactly the one for whom it was created. Baek, with a weapon that sparkled in his hand, jumped up like a lord of heavenly forces. As soon as the sword was directed at the opponents, hundreds of sharp blades were instantly circled in the air, froze, ready for attack. As crazy predators, these blades rapidly attacked opponents. At that moment, the sky trembled from a mighty roar of battle. Young, with a fascinated look, followed this scene, deeply struck by what he saw. There is no need to wait for something else. Yang's confidence in Yang's head that he would ruthlessly deal with every enemy. Having arranged a real bacchanalia, Baek literally painted the walls of the cave in a purple hue. This time he was a real artist of the bloody cloth. He saw so struck Yang that he did not resist the smile. "This is yes, cool, haha." But one of the opponents, who was miraculously rescued with a miracle, was unexpected at the moment when he was completely focused on Baek. The attacker did not have time to strike a decisive blow, as another character suddenly appeared, arriving at the right moment. "Why did you forget here? You are not even able to defend yourself." Yunho threw, appearing with the detachment of reinforcement. The appearance of friends brought a real relief. It seemed especially amazing to a change in Yuncho, who recently held a blade near his neck and now became a real rescuer. The whole detachment followed Junho. Friends ran to Yang, excitedly falling asleep with questions about his state of health and trying to understand what happened. At this point, the Khan joined them, looked carefully at all that happened inside the cave. Under his feet lay the bodies of enemies, tightly covering the entire surrounding space. Baek tightly took his hand and helped him get up, realizing how fatal the consequences of their unexpected delay could be. In fact, they did not have time. Yang was on the verge of life and death. Tired to the edge of incredible trials, Yang only lowered the eyelids, completely exhausted and exhausted. Lowering his head, he unexpectedly felt how much he was happy to meet with Junho and Baek. But he just closed his eyelids before his inner vision immediately slammed the silhouette of Chan. Yang immediately opened his eyes, amazed, as if he had felt the presence of it next to him. Sleeping his eyes, Young was surprised not where he expected. He was lying in a cozy bed covered with a fresh white post. Looking back, he realized, around the familiar walls of his home. In thought, she passed. Did they manage to get the same book with all arrangements? Fortunately, both blades were also nearby, the moon monster and the north sun. Still, I did the right thing by trusting the Jin's sword, the yoke thought with a sense of inner confidence. But the sword appeared here again, and this is quite a rational explanation. He cautiously revealed the handle of the sword, and suddenly slipped a thin but long sheet of paper suddenly. This was a detailed description of the military equipment, as well as the message left by the former owner, Taus Baek Munus. This discovery was caught by Yang by surprise, and he suddenly realized that many unsolved puzzles are hidden in these swords. I am a Taoist mentor Baek Moon from Diatsun sect. For many years, I have devoted to the search for the essence of our teaching. However, even when the true road came in front of me, I did not dare to step on it. My descendants, remember, you need to grasp the calm and cleanliness similar to the carefree surface of the water mirror. If the gods hear our prayers and goal, go to the highest peak of Hanani. There, facing the face to the north, wait for the moment when the water turns into a flat, like glass, the surface. That is when the celestial secrets can open. Baek Gin read the words from the note that was discovered inside the sword. He was sitting on this artifact, trying to understand how the heritage of his ancestors was in the city, which they did not even know. In the minds of Baek raged many unspoken issues. Meanwhile, Young asked him to voice the same words he said during their joint dinner over a glass. These lines, inherited from the ancestors, every time helped Baek to put his mind in his head. With them, everything became clearer, as if the fog was scattered before his eyes. In these words, a unique power is hidden, capable of bringing true liberation. Its essence is still shrouded in mystery. This legacy was forgotten so many years ago that even the oldest members of the Yahello family did not retain any mention of it. In ancient chronicles, it appears under the name Hyperade. Young carefully put a book on the table and handed it back. Baek carefully lifted the book, feeling its true value for himself. In his hands, she seemed like a key that opens the way to a deeper understanding of the world. Young carefully explored the mysterious heavenly messages that left him ancient ancestors. These messages maintained unique experience and generations. In addition, he realized that in order to grasp the heavenly puzzles, one should find the key that can open the gate to the deepest mysteries of their family inheritance. Is the key to the notes also mentioned? Baek stood up rapidly, stunned by this unexpected guess. Yang was still hesitant, but it was this conclusion that his reasoning was. The mystery of the calm surface of the water, which was tried to unravel the Taus Baek Man, hidden in the bowels of the Yahello family. But why are the foundations of Diatsun sect so reminiscent of those who governing the Yahello family? This question did not leave Baek, giving him neither rest nor answers. Young appealed to Baek to give him the opportunity to reveal heavenly secrets. This question was of great importance for both of them. Young dreamed with Baek Gina to solve the key foundations of Diatsun sect, to revive the glorious heritage of his ancestors. After testing with Van Chan, Young realized that he should reach out to Jin help. He decided to convey to him the lost technique of improving the mind, which will open the path to inner harmony, will allow to find a diary of heavenly sacraments, and to gain the strength necessary for joint survival. It has passed some time. Young has already discussed everything with Gina, but he was awaited by another important task that had to be accomplished. Young kept the sword, guided by the purpose for which he began his journey. The old man stood behind in the shade, silently watching his every movement. It was necessary to finally complete this confrontation with the Hanbo family, using compromising records of deals with dark killers. Fortunately, the father allowed youngest to come here and deal with the situation. He approached the eldest son of the Hanbo family, Ahuk Lima, who was already waiting for his arrival. Lim, a silky man with a stone expression, pulled out of the mug without even thinking about the snack. Each of his Russia felt genuine original power. A deep scramble line on the face gave a lime even more rigorous and dangerous. They took place at the table, being face to face. Lim has already guessed that Young was trying to do without the publication of this event, understanding all the possible consequences. However, Lim was not going to spend his precious minutes on an empty chatter. He sought to go to business as soon as possible. Young stretched the book without any disputes. Before them was a real original of the records. Young gave them to Lima, paying attention that the name also appeared in the name. A fool, if I destroy this book, everything will be over. You, as an illegality, have already revealed your intentions, but still did not even suggest what you expect from me, said Lim with an abusive smile. However, Young was convinced that Lim would not act thoughtlessly because he noticed in him a deeply hidden wisdom and prudence. Young explained his confidence that Sango Sung was his brother, and it was poisoning some members of their family. In other words, this event could be a great opportunity for Lima to hide Sung's actions if it is in his own interests. However, it was only necessary to look at Lima's smile, as it became clear, he did not feel any respect for Sung. In the depths of Lim, he was convinced that he did not deserve honor to be a representative of the proud and noble family of Hanbo. Angry, Lim snatched a book with notes and threw it on the floor, trying to splash his annoyance. After that, he began to prove that Sung was an integral part of their family, from time to time emphasizing his words with powerful strokes of the fist on the table. From each of his blows on the table came a powerful energy, which seemed to be vibrating in the air. The drink in the cup almost splashed, and powerful impulses from the blows lifted such a wind that the pages of the diary themselves began to swing one by one. In the air, such a tension prevailed that it seemed not easy to breathe the air. At that moment, Young, raising his voice, accused Sung that he almost did not betray his own family. In an effort to resolve the dispute between the student of Sekdiatsan and Lima, Sung even asked to poison the latter. Young stressed that in such circumstances, Lima's family feels humiliated, and this attitude cannot be tolerated. However, these words Young said not for the comfort of Lima. He was well aware that Lim would not dare to murder, because the kind of Jagiels, though lost his former power, still maintained a perfect reputation. The initiator of this unofficial meeting was the father of Yang, who personally gave the appropriate order. He firmly believed that his son inhabitant and the oldest in his family would act with his prudence and care. This is what Yang hoped when he made his thoughts loudly and with adequate confidence. But Lim never stopped what he was really achieving, and even began to suspect that he deliberately seeking to ignite enmity between their families. I trust your good name and honesty. I am sure you will agree to my proposal because it fully corresponds to your beliefs, said the Young, addressing him. In the end, Lim has stood up to listen to the offer. This time, Young acted skillfully. He was able to choose the right approach and convinced him. Young Cotilo turned to Lima with one really important request. However, Lim categorically refused to listen to Young until he fulfilled his demand. He reached out to him with a strong drink. The chunky man said concisely, "Just drink." However, this condition hired, the glass should be drained to the last drop, otherwise the yolk will not receive the desired answer. Young was surprised if he was really needed, to which Lim nodded strongly and replied, "Yes, no doubt." Young was easily drunk even from a half ginger of soy, and now he had to drain all to the bottom with one sip. He dreamed of at least a little delayed this test, but the rule was unwavering. It was necessary to drain the bowl to the bottom in one sip. Over time, Junho, in a close eye on Young, eventually noticed him exhausted on the floor. Young seemed extremely exhausted, barely audible, muttering something incomprehensible under his nose, like a cage. Another sip. No need. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the majestic mansion, a real stir was struck. Through the silence suddenly erupted women's screams. It was Sung, who, with anger, expelled the girls with a shout, crying to them immediately. He was annoyed that no news was still coming. Ever since he passed the poison, a long time has passed, and no consequences have not yet been observed. At the moment when he, burning from rage, sat on the sofa, the door suddenly dissolved, and the logging was strongly entered. "They have not intersected for a long time, brother," said the yoke with an even voice, in which the irony was barely noticeable. At the meeting, Sung warmly congratulated Yang, calling him his only friend, and asked how things were going. However, this only friend, together with Yuncho, invaded the house not at all in a quiet way. On their way, all the security was instantly swept on the floor. Young went into the room, and Junho, fulfilling his order, was left in the hallway. In a few seconds, Young brought and put a contract on the table concerning the dark-hired killers. Seeing these records, Sung finally realized in which the situation he found, and nevertheless, there were no words. There was a silence of his mouth. He just sat and stubbornly tried to set his order, emphasizing Young so that he would not forget about his guilt. Sung warned that as soon as this information becomes the property of the public, the reputation of the influential house, Hanbo, may be devastated. While Sung listened to these rules, his face increased dissatisfaction on his face, anger burned in his gaze, and without surviving indignation, he loudly exploded. He tried to justify himself, assuring that under no circumstances he could have committed such. However, Yanga was little interested. He had only one question before he announced the records. He was worried about whether Sungo had a connection with a person who was a representative of the Dark Murderers. Sung shared how he first heard about the Dark Killers and revealed the details of his acquaintance with these mysterious figures. Young wondered if there was a mask merchant, trying to find out as much details as possible. After the interrogation, it became obvious Sung is a real nun he did not understand. Young got up and said goodbye, realizing that this conversation did not benefit. The one who remained in place almost pleaded with Yang at least to record everything that happened. "I did not promise to give them to you." Yang threw them with an icy restraint, hurriedly leaving the room. At the door, someone stood in anticipation, and Yang invited this person to enter. An elderly man was in front of him, a Hawad's doc, a respected assistant to the Hanbo family, whose authority in the family was undeniable. Young stretched the notebook, and at the same moment in the room seemed to be a new tension. Sung realized that he was waiting for him, and a wave of unrestrained horror swept it. Young only had to say goodbye. His final desire was addressed to Lima. He asked him to give him personally to see Sungo Sung. After that, Young, leaving the corridor, slowly and gently touched Junho's shoulder. He adhered to the words given by Junho. He wore all the cases and even agreed with his father the creation of a children's asylum that could take care of the boy. From now on, Junho can finally enjoy freedom. His responsibilities of the supporter are behind. Jan's farewell hesitantly hesitated, whether it was necessary to confess Yuncho that he could not cope with him without his support. Nothing evil happened. Everything happened exactly as it should have happened. The most important thing is that Young has done correctly. The next morning, he was going to talk to his father. The father was fond of angry because he was constantly growing and gaining strength every day. That is why he allowed his son to go to Murim. Young learned from Khan and sincerely appreciated his father's openness and his support. In addition, his father had to hand over something important to him. It turned out that in the same cave where Young caused death, a person was able to find something unusual. The father remembered the legends of the elixir created from the original dew of stalactites. This elixir is endowed with a unique force. It not only significantly increases the internal energy, but also capable of correcting even complex changes in the physical body just with the help of 10 drops. Among the 200 rare treasures, this is considered one of the most powerful artifacts. Young could not understand how the elixir got into this place, but now he held him in his palms and handed over to his son. Young would like to share the truth that the back of the Dark Murderers is the cult of the bloody demon, but this moment was far from favorable for such confessions. In addition, the elixir was not at all what he hoped for. For him, this elixir had almost no value. The body has long been crowded with a variety of herbs and potions, which genus Jagal has stuck it hard for many years. Moreover, Young perceived himself only a minor figure and did not suspect what extraordinary power he could have achieved. Suddenly, an interesting thought illuminated him. He addressed his father. "If now this valuable elixir is in my property, do I have the right to give it to someone else?" In response to the father of his father, whether he wants to treat himself, Young sincerely confessed. He revealed his plan, to transfer the elixir into the hands of Baek. "This unique artifact is much more useful to the true master of martial arts than me," he said. Such a son's reaction forced her father to think. It finally came to him. Young thinks much deeper and larger than everyone around them. Young justified his act by being guilty of Baek, so he seeks to redeem it by handing him the elixir. Listening to his son's convincing words, his father recognized his right. He did not regret the elixir John, but ordered his son to watch him carefully. The father also made aware that the moment came to get an item that had been kept secret for a long time. He hid him to protect Young from the temptation to step on the path of the past. They began to descend the stairs, and Yang engaged in an indispensable delight. The young man's heart was pounding from the exciting anticipation of future adventures. When Yang finally was at the door where his father brought him, the guy could not imagine that something so wonderful was hidden behind this secret hiding. Behind the door was a secret hall for single training, securely hidden from extraneous views. Why did we find ourselves here? I hoped that new treatises of the great masters of martial arts would be presented. Young was surprised. He did not say a word, but his father, catching interest in his look, began to explain himself ahead of the silent question. John confessed that for some time he was closely monitored by Anjing, thinking about how best to prepare him for the status of the head of the family, the duty he tried to avoid in every possible way. The young successor of the family. Lord, why do Dad have this conversation again? Malked, dissatisfied with Young. He did not seek to sacrifice his life for the family. He was lacking in his own problems, and the routine of household worries did not meet the future that he dreamed of. However, Young did not dare to confess to his father. Staying in silence, he patiently waited for further words, caught carefully by each father's replica. In his father's words, there was an incomprehensible hesitation, as if he had not yet put all his hope on his son. John said further, I hope you will not only win the family competition, but will also become a new head of the family. However, before that happens, he added, the yoke must win a decent reputation. At the same time, Young, without delaying the moment, again expressed his desire to go to Murim. However, this meeting took place for a completely different reason. Young sought to share with his son something truly significant before he left the house. This concerned only personal interests, no connection with the family. It was the heritage of Yang, which Chan received on the journey of Murim. It's a poison pill, his father said, and the harsh notes in his voice were left in doubt about the seriousness of the words. However, this pill was not ordinary. Before you, a true masterpiece of the highest skill. She patiently waited for the one who is worthy of becoming her true ruler. Young could only assume that it was before him, but it all testified it is undoubtedly a powerful poison. In fact, it was a pill made of a 7-colored snake core. Its main property is to allow the art of controlling the poison. This gigantic serpent is distinguished by wit and spilled scales, which sparkles with all the colors of the rainbow. He skillfully merges with the shadow of thick jungles, hiding high among the intertwined branches. If you take the pill properly, it will provide protection against 70 types of poison. Such indicators impress the imagination. Have a resistance to so many poisons is an invaluable advantage. The father is convinced that in the world of Murim, where poisons are the usual weapon, it can be a decisive factor. However, he warned, this pill does not guarantee complete protection against all poisons. This should be remembered. Later, Yang invited Yang to go to the room to explain in detail. Yang crossed the threshold and noticed 2 boxes in front of him. The father specified, the deadly pill is hidden in the red wooden box, while the shiny one in black. If you swallow this pill, do not resort to protection. It will be incredibly difficult to curb the poison. The radiant pill acts as an analgesic and restrains the spread of toxin. Concentrate the internal energy for its control. If you give a slack, these circulation will be disturbed. The road to Murim opened before Anjing, and in order to step on this path, there will be a need to overcome the suffering and numerous trials for the sake of its own growth. Young was aware that he would have to go through this test, but the excitement inside did not let him go. The father patiently stood on the other side of the door until Young could handle his business. Behind his father appeared Khan and asked if he was worried about his child. Hearing the answer is quite natural for the caring father, John hurried to reassure Khan and assured him that there was no need to worry. John skillfully reassured Khan and then stretched him a small flask, asking her to hand over Baek Gina. The Khan carefully lifted a flask filled with pure stalactite dew, realizing what unspeakable value this rare fluid has. But everything was not over. He then turned to Chan, saying some truly meaningful words. Khan noted that the young Mr. Young had changed a lot, both externally and internally. The father himself noticed it, but to hear the approval from someone else has caused him a special pleasure. Yang wondered if he should already trust his son, or maybe it was time to wait with this decision. Time has fallen, and a glass with dew was on the table in front of the djinn. He thoughtfully studied her, incapable of understanding what was in this crystal vessel. Khan explained to him, "It is the primitive dew of stalactite, an extraordinary artifact that once belonged to the leader of the Dark Killers." The young owner Mu Young entrusted her djinn after a frank conversation with her own father. "Why did he trust me such a valuable thing?" Gin said, clamping the flask in his palm and looking carefully. "Is it happening that someone gives something like that without demanding anything in response?" This once again affirmed the Khan in the idea that his words spoken by Kono had true meaning and were not a futile chatter. Gin was aware that he had once supported Yang, but could not even imagine that he would receive such a generous and significant gift from him. He has not yet decided whether he deserves this gift and whether he has the right. With the edge of the eye looking at the sword which stood nearby, Gin felt a deep gratitude and a lot of debt to the yoke. However, Khan did not think to return the gift to himself. He just sincerely asked Gina to take this sign. Moreover, the head of the family himself agreed to the transfer of this elixir. Khan tried to convey to Gin the motives of a young owner. He makes this contribution because he saw the true potential in you. Is your ability no more valuable than a bottle of crystal dew? The words heard, and the unexpected question made Gina dive into reflections. Khan did not say a word more. He silently left the room, leaving Gina himself with his own thoughts. Jean became the owner of the original dew. He was well aware that it would be a dishonest denying his desire to take over this elixir, especially given that mastering techniques and martial arts requires a great inner power that it is clearly not enough. However, if Young truly trusts him and seeks to support, Jean firmly decided to prove that his faith is justified and he is the right one. Young was squeezed with pain, but he understood. The test was almost ended. The strength of mental training, enhanced by the lunar energy of the pill with the poison, gradually expelled the toxins that penetrated into its meridians. However, the flow of energy inside the body unexpectedly frantically accelerated, and it became noticeable that the situation is out of control. Young could not restrain himself and broke into a cry, tearing the silence of the room with his voice. The father who was waiting under the door could not but respond to the desperate cries that came from the room. When Jan finally appeared in front of him, his appearance finally stunned his Chona, causing even more surprise. It seemed as if he had just walked 1,000 kilometers. Well to the edge, he barely whispered, "Dad!" He instantly ran and hugged his son firmly, full of anxiety and sincere excitement for him. But John was always convinced of the forces of Young and not hesitated in his abilities. His embrace seemed endless, as if his father had expected this moment for years. Young was really full of heat that enveloped even the coldest heart. He gave his son a special tenderness and warmth. Young felt great. Thanks to things from the training hall and the shiny pill, he managed not only to cope with the poison, all the poisonous residues that have accumulated for years came out of the body. Moreover, Meridiana Gen and Dew have finally opened from childhood. The result exceeded all the expectations of his father. Power was much greater than he could imagine. The man sincerely believed that these ancestors from heaven extended John's help. Relating this story, his father squeezed his nose with 2 fingers, trying to hide his true feelings. Young noted that his father presses his nose and breathed his body on his own, suspecting that there was some reason. Slightly discontinuing, his father said that he would go to the memorial plays of the ancestors to pray and thank for such a grace of fate, and advised his son to rest. But the story did not end there. The next moment he remembered, Junho Moon returned. When Young entered the room where Yuncho was, his gaze fell on the table, where several items were neatly wrapped in a fabric. Yuncho said that he found these things just on the sidewalk. Oh, invented something again, the thought of Young. There was no doubt. These things were made with amazing skill. The character of Yuncho immediately came to the eye with its restraint. A book called 6 Ways attracted attention between the objects brought. Yunho explained that he brought this thing specifically for Ms. Baek. Wow, look at this fun. He seems to have become a true friend of the charming Baek, Young thought with an ironic smile. Young came to the conclusion that it would be best to visit Baek together, so Junho will give her a gift without unnecessary excitement. Then Yang appealed to Junho with a proposal to become his rival in a duel. Hearing these words, Junho smiled confidently, and a self-confident smile shone on his face. Young only sought to thank Junho for all those troubles that he caused him. But even a confident Junho, looking at Yang with an ironic smile, suggested that he probably had almost lost his courage and made pants before this conversation. After a small verbal altercation, they moved in search of a cook because it was there that was busy occupied by their work. When they came to the cook, they learned that Baek was littered with numerous homework and completely absorbed by work. She sat at the table, immersed in reading, firmly squeezing the book in her hands and completely ignoring their presence. The chef also noted that the hostess is famous for its sharp mind and the incredible ability to focus. Young remembered that this girl would later become the youngest soldier in the history of Shandong, would serve as the general and gain the glory of a prominent lady. Her fate was already outlined as described in the book. It will pass the way which will lead it to this dignity. Young felt awkward, interfering with her business, but he did not find another way out. The cook asked Yang to stay with her a little more, confessing how much she missed him. Although she seemed to be an adult, in fact, this girl's shoulders were only 6 years old. Like every child, she sought warmth and care, especially dreamed of feeling the love of the brother whom she sought infinitely. Barely, Young took a few steps in the direction of her room. The girl finally paid attention to him. Young calmly said, "Life is not just learning. If a girl is so depressed by sadness, he willingly do everything to divert her attention from teaching and textbooks." The kid's kid ran up to her brother and hugged him firmly. Suddenly, she stopped sharply, feeling something anxious. She pressed her hands against her tiny nose, trying to protect against a sharp stench. She grunted through her teeth that she stinks from him so that he did not convey in words. You understand what it was about. A little time passed, and Young has already honed his skill with Yuncho, skillfully squeezing a wooden sword in his palms. Noticing his interest, Young smiled and challenged, "Do you want to hear the answers? Then first overcome me in a duel." Yuncho sighed deeply, closed his eyes, focused on his thoughts, and eventually accepted his proposal. The strikes, accompanied by an explosive power, eloquently testified to the deadly skill of sword possession, a style that really inspires fear. However, Young did not want to focus on only one powerful blow, suffering for the sake of that moment. If only this technique were available from the very start of the duel. Unfortunately, there was no such occasion, and it only pushed him to make even more effort. He tirelessly trained with Yuncho, persistently improving his skills. Their swords flew and met in a fierce duel, igniting the flames of the battle with each subsequent blow. But suddenly the yoke waved his hand with such power that both immediately froze, struck, and careful. The battle stopped at a moment when Young broke the Junho's sword with a powerful blow, and a wooden fragment with a crash flew into the air. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Hanbo family, the eldest son of Lim was still frozen among the mutilated bodies of the dead guards. The bald man said that, given the strength and talents of the young owner, the guards should have enough head. Lim was eagerly waiting for the explanation, and Doka suggested that there was probably somewhere an error. They probably did not take into account the action of the pill or some other factor. The doctor also suggested that Young, most likely, used the drug to briefly strengthen his abilities. He agreed that he was rightly deserved for his mistake. But Lim considered himself guilty of their death. Once upon a time, he had the opportunity to throw this detrimental sprout from his family, but had mercy and left him life. Now this root turned against his own family, raising her hand. Lim appealed to the doc with a request not to turn to him as a young owner. He then ordered Sung to find, and the doc personally instructed to decide his further fate, to leave alive or deprive life. "Your will is the law for me," Doc said with respect, turning to Lima. The bright sunshine filled the entrance to the premises of the Jagals. Sparkling rays played in the air, creating a unique atmosphere in this day. Right now, in the hands of Young, there was an item he received from his father. This message came from the Huanbo family, and his father insisted that Young be sure to get acquainted with him. "Is there any trouble again?" swept into the yoke in his head as soon as he unfolded the document. He delved into reading carefully and stopped at the moment where the Sungab family releases Sung. In addition, they suspect that he used the pill of the fire dragon. This pill is able to reveal the hidden forces of man for some time, but at the same time it is one of the so-called seeds of evil, which was scattered by the cult of a bloody demon. It is a special potential, a vital energy that pulsates in every person. Unfortunately, the human body does not withstand load and cannot be in this condition for a long time. Is Sung's ready to sacrifice everyone only in the name of revenge? Angel thought with distrust. The father tried to comfort the son, cheering and assuring that there was no reason to excite. He has already decided to send several students to the assistance of the detachment that Sung. However, Young was convinced that there was no need for this. He was convinced that Sung would certainly appear himself. The thirst for revenge pulls him like a magnet. The father was aware that their family did not miss the vulnerable sides, but the feeling of energy and inner resistance did not leave him. However, the question arises, has not Sug lost common sense? Young had no doubt. Everything should have been that way. He was convinced that Sung is quite desperate to come in person. And who is taking care of Baek? He is quite vulnerable when he quenches his thirst for pure dew, the young asked. You cannot worry, his father reassured. I have already addressed the head of the CEO family, and he will now take care of him. In this case, there is no reason to worry. Khan is a real giant among people. It is not so easy to win it. With relief, it has flashed in Yang's thoughts. The night darkness has already fallen outside. Yuncho communicated with Young by the way that Sung was accurately aware of where his room is located. He is up to date because he used to hang here. We once made friends, Junho sighed. Their conversation suddenly dropped sharp roar sounds and knocks that went to the moon from the outside. This prompted them to instantly navigate, grasp the swords, and stand in a battle stable, ready to defend themselves. Immediately realizing the essence of events, they saw the kunai flew into the room, finally confirming their suspicions. Young and Yunho jumped up at the same time, skillfully reflecting flying kunai, sharp, like razors that cut the air aimed at them. Standing in the middle of the room, they clenched the swords in their hands, waiting for the moment to blow. They quickly realized which side to expect the enemy's appearance, almost without spending the time. At a moment when all the eyes were chained to the window, it was from there that Sungal broke out. His body was striking with his relief, muscular, with powerful veins, which were living lands on his chest, elastic abdomen, and tense neck. Frost ran from his icy breath, and the tense aura seemed to squeeze the room in iron arms. Sung has become unrecognizable. His strength has increased many times, and the heart has overwhelmed the passionate desire for retribution. It was hard to imagine that this ominous figure in front of them was really Sung. How did you decide to deceive me? I'll destroy you all here! His icy cold words were heard, full of fierce hatred. However, he appeared more than one. Sung ordered his associates to attack Yang and Junho. In this wave of tension on the stage, the father of Yang is unexpectedly appeared, full of determination to enter the battle. He stepped forward, filled with the same passionate determination to overcome the villain that brought so much grief. He only had to wave his hand as he was crazy, so he easily showed his extraordinary power. No wonder he was called Heavenly Hurricane. Now his father realized that Young was right in relation to Sung. Considering their once close friendship, Chan decided to give Sung another opportunity. He pleaded with him to leave and finally stop in place. However, Sung believed that the family he got to was weak and defenseless. Hearing this, his father asked if he really thought. Yang was convinced that this prodigy did not even think to concede and hardly review his beliefs. He also emphasized that talking to Sung is in vain, so it is better not to even waste it. The father nodded, deciding that it was more appropriate to trust Yan. He slowly approached Sung and ironically asked, "Can you be so naive? Do you not notice? Although our house seems to be destroyed externally, the father and elders remain energetic and full of strength," the young emphasized. He asked Sung what thoughts about their family, but this question was only more annoyed by Sung. Sung still perceived Jang by the little one that he had been steadily spinning under his feet. However, everything has changed. Now Young has much greater strength and abilities. Currently, his father, along with Yuncho, has not been approved not to get involved and stay out of these events. However, will they only be observed by observers, especially given that Sung appeared here with their subordinates? Sudden Sunga was panicked. He was alerted by noisy exclamations from behind the door. This was shouted by the same subordinates that they recently came with him. What are the strange sounds? Although Yang asked about it, he really guessed that he was going on the other side of the door. Especially when he noticed a strand of the same recognizable color, it was difficult to confuse with someone. Singu Sunga found themselves in a real trap, unexpectedly faced with a danger that was not ready at all. The source of all their troubles was Baek. He firmly decided to deal with these scoundrels, remaining cold-blooded and not succumbing to emotions. Swing the sword on the opponents, he released the blade, which flew rapidly directly in their direction. These blades were marked by amazing flexibility, easy to make a goal of the most unexpected angles, making it a great threat. For Baek to deal with these failures seemed to be an easy business. Seeing who made those loud sounds, Sung and no idea had that it would be a djinn in such an unexpected situation. The reception that Baek owned belonged to the slap sword technique from the glorious Diatsan sect. His blows became strikingly faster and incredibly stronger than once. Grasping the danger, Sung ordered one of his people to come out and find out what is happening there. Young, noticing that the djinn would probably be bored alone, he suggested that Junho to make him a company. It was Young who took full responsibility for trying to stop Sung. He decided to put an end to the outbursts of this arrogant scoundrel, who imagined the Almighty. At first, Young rushed, but his attempt was in vain. It was visible to the naked eye. Sung's power is striking if he stopped the blade with a naked hand without fear. The shade of his skin was also changing, acquiring a dangerous cloudy pallor, as if absorbing something bad and disturbing. He easily dropped the blade to the only side of his hand, clearly emphasizing his strength. At that moment, all the thoughts of Sung were directed to one thing: to destroy Young, who, in his opinion, represented the declined and infirm family of Jagal. However, Young himself was different. He grabbed his unique sword, full of steadfast determination to finally finish this battle. Meanwhile, Doka reported that Sung, along with all his objectives, broke into their home and launched an attack. They were just in front of the luxurious estate of the Yagal family, and Lim asked the doc to help set up the defense in the best way. Meanwhile, Young did not step away, leading a frantic fight against Sung. The fight came to a new level. Every time the flame of the battle flashed even more brighter with every new blow. Sung went on the offensive, vividly demonstrating his power. From the powerful blows of his fists in the air, there was a real danger. Every movement was filled with force and threat. He met Zhang's sword attacks with just bare fists, and every time the air cut the calling echoes of the metal collision. Sung, for a moment, thought that the events unfolded exactly as he conceived. At that moment, the head of the Yagal family closely followed the battle, seeking to carefully weigh all the circumstances on the battlefield. He unmistakably recognized the corporate technique of the whole of the Hanbo family, which allows to reveal the hidden capabilities of the fighter and skillfully mixes real attacks with fraudulent strokes. This technique was perfectly adapted for the fights one-to-one, which gave it exceptional danger. At that moment, Young was desperately defended by the sword, realizing that the opponent is far superior to him. Moreover, Young was trained only 100 days, and this significantly narrowed his potential. It was the action of the pill of the fire dragon that awakened the hidden forces in the enemy. Feeling a frantic attack on the attacks, which was almost unrealistic, Young was aware of the incredible power of this technique. However, this did not testify to the complete lack of chance of victory. While the enemy mocked Younga from the height of his superiority, he gathered all his power, preparing to splash it into the full. Only by giving way to the last drop of forces and embarrassed by despair, which exceeds even the despair of the enemy, could you move the situation from the place and win a dreamy victory. Meanwhile, Junho fought on the street, not inferior to the enemy for a moment. 4 fiercemen gathered around him, who would not hesitate to execute any sung order, even if everyone had to pay for everyone. In their eyes, only one goal burned: unconditionally step forward, executing the order received. Other enemies appeared around, but Baek had to deal with them. In his hand, Yuncho firmly squeezed his faithful sword, a permanent companion who never betrayed his trust. This sword possessed the ability to attack Sun, one of the most powerful combat techniques. A little time passed, and they were standing back to the back among the fallen opponents scattered around. At this point, the air was filled with light calm, as if the main threat had left behind. But as the chicken settled, the silhouette of the older of the Hanbo family broke out in the yard. A deep scar was visible on his face, like a brand, and a strict expression did not need unnecessary words. At that moment, the yoke finished the battle, confidently overthrowing Sung to the ground. He hanged over a fallen enemy, listening carefully to his delusions. Sung did not cease to shout threats, swearing that he would sooner or later end up with Yang. Suddenly, his words were broken because of a sharp attack of cough, and from the mouth of Sung splashed blood. He collapsed on his knees, with an abdomen cough, from his mouth a blood that spread on the ground. Young was clearly aware. The blood that Sung coughs is the first alarming heralds of his energy extinction. He coughed. The red spots on his palm testified to his weakness, but despite this, he did not stop whispering in the delusion. "Funny to you, right?" Yang was not laughing at all, and he did not feel any joy from everything that happened around. The only thing he wanted now is to deal with this situation as soon as possible. In response to these words, Sung only quit. "Continue, Young. Are you in general who is to prophesy the end?" He tried to finish the phrase, and suddenly his language broke into half a word. All this happened because of the sudden appearance of his older brother Lima, who questioned him in one skillful slap, so Sung's nose was bitten straight into the floor. Lim approached Chan, the head of the Yagal family, and congratulated him politely. Yang, without dispute, allowed him to take his younger brother. In response, Lim noted that he now feels a certain debt to the Yagal family and considers himself their obliged. Having realized this truth, he led Sung with him. Finally, he solemnly assured that this debt will certainly be returned in his lifetime. In fact, the event ended quite successfully, because almost everyone remained alive. Young remembered how Lima was given the God of Lightning fist in the novel. Now, this legendary figure owed their family. In fact, this dispute has brought them much more benefit than they could imagine. All you have to do is say farewell words and finally put a point in this story. Young expressed his sincere gratitude for his timely support, which became a real salvation for him. But Gin felt that he had not been able to give even the crumbs of the debt that he had before his family and his family. However, Yang distinguished in this person something far more valuable than elixirs or old debts. At that moment, Junho silently watched, without realizing what it was about. Young and Jin decided to talk alone about important things, carefully avoiding that Junho would hear their conversation. However, it did not cause special anxiety. It is unlikely to have something to have stopped if he had heard. Finally, the night was over, generous in adventures and surprises. The next morning, a bag appeared on the table, the one that his father asked Yang with him. Inside lay a handful of silver coins, obtained from the secret hiding of dark murderers. These funds were the key to his first trip to the mysterious world of Murum. The father warned, these coins are not intended for gambling or any light-hearted costs. He would eagerly distribute everything without arrest, but the trip to Murum had to become a lesson in modesty and a weighted attitude towards resources, the skills he valued above all. In addition, beginners in Murum do not sufficiently consolidate resources. The coin was enough, so Young decided to go on the road next north. Before that, he visited his younger sister to spend a few warm minutes with her. When she plunged into a dream, he stayed around, watching her thoughtfully and wondering how you can be so charming, even in dreams. He did not even realize that goodbye to him would cause him such bitter sadness. After holding his hand on his sister's hair, he was gently said, "I do not know when it happens, but I will definitely return." Putting his daughter in sleep, he quietly went outside, preparing for another training with his father. He sought to demonstrate the skills gained and determine what to work on. To do this, they took the wooden swords with their father. Young always perceived his father as a reliable core of the family and a wise advisor, so he was convinced that he would receive the most valuable life guidelines from him. Young was quite settled. He was ready to put on 100 during this workout. During the training, a lot of everything seemed unattainable. His father could easily hold a wooden sword in his hands, but his blows were so strong that it seemed incredible. The wooden sword is usually fragile and can break even under the pressure of a slight inner force. However, in the daddy, the sword looked even stronger than the iron weapon. The fiercely the father came, the more angry he was, biting his fingers into the sword's arms, focusing all his strength. His next technique, called the star, had to shine the true skill. Finally, this moment came. Young waved his sword with all his power, putting all the passion and determination in his blow. The father caught this blow and seems to be impressed with his force and is quite satisfied with the result. He brought his sincere joy to see his once a failed son. It was then that John dared to showcase the true possession of the sword and ordered to monitor his every movement. He easily and confidently rolled the blade in his palm, preparing to surprise his student. Young could not hurt where this wind suddenly came from, but felt his breath quite clearly. Chan waved his sword, lifting a storm, and took control of every breath of the wind around. The stream was so powerful that the yoke failed to keep the sword. The weapon escaped from his hands and flew into the air. "What was it just?" said with surprise, the yoke said, not able to understand how possible. The father, in the meantime, began to explain in detail. It is one of the 3 components of a sword technique called galactic harmony. If the reception of the star is at lightning speed, then this part demonstrates the sophisticated flexibility and skillful possession of energy flows. Young stared into every word of his father, focusing on absorbing explanations and aware of how much knowledge he has to learn. The depth of the ocean can be measured, but as soon as you step into its water, mighty waves are able to cover you and carry you, said his father, giving Yang a wise life lesson. At that moment he opened the way to his son, which is worth walking to get true. Young did not express these words aloud, but he promised deeply in his soul. He praised this statement in memory for life. Some time passed, and Chan, walking next to the Khan, wondered if he watched the yoke training. Khan just shrugged and noted that he hoped for something impressive. At the same time, he emphasized that he would be patient on the day when Young will return from long journeys. Yang only briefly noted that he did not think anything wrong about Khan. That's their conversation, and broke. Soon, Young was at the gate with Gina and Yuncho. The backpacks hung behind their shoulders. They were completely equipped and ready to go on a trip. Finally, the day that Young was looking forward to. 3 brave men, using the skill of the Prison, easily flew up and went on a fascinating journey to the new adventures. Before the eyes, the boundless mountain ranges unfolded, and the spacious world of Muram stretched. In a moment, Yang noted that Junho was trying to tell him something. He just mocked that Youngs were moving slowly like a turtle. It became a real test, and Young realized, you need to make every effort in order not to let the friend escape. It was thanks to persistent training from the price gun, one of the 3 family arts of movement, Young was properly prepared for such a strict test. In addition, he attacked the legs, which complicated the exercise, but at the same time made every movement more powerful and confident. The evening was so unnoticed that they did not have time to blink an eye. It was a sign. It's time to light a fire and arrange a real meet. While the flames were crackling, some plunged into meditation, while others simply dewed, enjoying a well-deserved rest after a grueling day. Yanga did not abandon the alarming thinking that in 10 years the cult of the bloody demon would immerse the world into chaos, and that they will get to his family 5 years earlier than everyone else. There was little time for preparation. The more prompt the jinn gets a real power, the more opportunities he will appear to protect his family. That is why, for them, this heavenly sacrament has become a vital need. It was then that Baek talked about how rapidly Young improves his skills, emphasizing first and foremost on his striking progress in the mastery of the technique of price gun. Young had to be explained somehow, but he only scratched the back of his back and found no words. However, Baek spoke further, noting that in his opinion, Young reached such a level due to the relentless passion for martial arts and innate curiosity. Junyo, pretending to be sleeping, heard the conversation carefully, lying down. Their communication was drawn up to the dawn. During this conversation, Baek wanted to ask something, but did not find the appropriate words. He finally dared and asked, "Will you agree?" Young, without even letting Baek finish, immediately guessed that he was really interested. Yuncho also sought to hear Young's answer, though he carefully hid his true interest. After 2 weeks of endless nights under the starry sky, they finally reached Danchuan. In the heart of the Lianshan County is a small village. However, no matter how much they look, no sign of the warder or the guard who would guard this place, never found. Gin expressed an unexpected suggestion, to begin to eat well and then decide what to do next. Yesterday they only exchanged friendship oaths, and today Gin was already addressing Yang as a brother. Their path brought travelers to where it all began, in the very source of the legend about the hero. The streets of the city were rushed to the habitual bustle. As usual, the beggars are located in their usual corners, hoping to ask at least a few coins. The young owner stepped down in the tight streets, but he did not happen to him. Even workers in this country were significantly lacking. Most warriors went to the borders of the empire to meet face to face with foreign invaders who boldly ignored the emperor's power. From age to age, the emperor trusted the people of Marima on his own right to control himself through the chosen messengers who spoke on behalf of people and conveyed their will. However, it happened that the emperor himself interfered and extended his help to his people. This is how he did this time. Exhausted with a long journey, they finally visited the cozy food to get a little tin. On the table in front of them put exquisite easts, which captured the imagination with their spectacular appearance. The boys have already forgotten when the last time they tasted real food, after so many grueling days of journeys. Despite the fact that the tract stood in a small village and did not differ in anything special, the boy had enough money so that his comrades could eat enough with all the food and goodies. Kim stared carefully at his comrades and, despite difficult circumstances, inspired their faith, which was vital for them at that moment. A young man-fad was sitting right in front of him and a student from the sect of Dansan. Kim felt like a patron, a benefactor who was taking care of these guys and helps them sincerely. Suddenly a hole was rising at the next table. Visitors were whispering excitedly, discussing some troubled news. It was about those traitors who were recently brutally killed. In the district, it was said that this bloody crime is a formidable gang named White Oblako. The young owner immediately grabbed this name as if she had a special meaning for him. In his eyes, a predatory shine flashed. This is how the beast looks like a close sacrifice. If it is indeed those people, it turns out, a dangerous criminal who is still wandering through the desire for money is still wandering. People were vigorously talking that the white oblako hunts a rare, almost mythical creature. However, many have the question, is the real goal of this purpose to track and destroy Mr. Siohaney himself? It turned out that the manager has not been investigating for a long time. He seems to avoid interference in Marima's affairs, probably because of the lack of subordinates. At the same time, the whole city is greeted by brave warriors from different sects who have come together to take control. However, they obviously need a few more days to prepare. Some of those present said with surprise, "Why did so many people gathered here, and even in such a tiny place?" It would seem that they should not be interested in the affairs of this quiet village. One of the guys carefully put the sticks on the table and turned to his brother. He noted that representatives of unusual sects with their own ideas may be among those present. The young owner quickly realized that before him, a real hero, as if he were out of the pages of a book familiar to him. However, annoying gossip around him so annoyed him that he seemed indifferent, as if he did not know anything. Undoubtedly, this is the gang he drew in his imagination. It will be extremely difficult to deal with it. It is almost impossible. Their leader, O.O. Dams, became famous as a true master of martial arts, who reached the top of skill, and his associates are not ordinary soldiers, but exceptional fighters of the highest class. Even in the novel, the hero intersected with this gang only when he accidentally came across a diary of heavenly sacraments. By this moment, it would be most reasonable to bypass them. The young owner instantly realized it is necessary to immediately translate the conversation to distract the friend from this delicate topic. After learning about rumors, one of the boys strongly said that he could not leave everything as he is and expressed his desire to find a pack. Noticing this, Kim noted that his friend has overlooked this idea and seemed not to be aware of the possibility of the threat she carries. Kim returned to Yenko and said, "Didn't you say that you do not tolerate interference in other people's things?" At the same time, Yenko did not object to finally move to active action. For the hero, this situation seemed surprisingly illogical and meaningless. However, before rushing into the thickets of fights, it would not hurt to eat what he had already ordered. At this point, the owner, immersed in his own thoughts, indifferently copied long nails in his ears. In front of me put "Oh ladies," a charismatic and bold leader of the gang, White Oblako. His appearance did not correspond to the image of a strict leader. On the contrary, he looked quite lightly and even eccentric. His warriors bowed low, approaching their lord. The first student of the lady and other students met the masters with deep respect. The owner expected that they brought. One of the men said that they managed to capture several people, and they also attempted to track a white tree with feathers who were recently seen nearby. However, the giant Mount Ram became a real obstacle for them, holding back their efforts and complicating their search. Oh ladies, with an ironic smile, commented that they seemed to have not come closer to their responsibilities. Feeling his rage, the warriors hurried to justify themselves, apologizing and feverishly looking for an explanation of their failures. However, the leader calmly noted that they would not run away, so it is in vain to hurry. Oh ladies, leaning a little to one of the fighters, touched his nose boldly, emphasizing his superiority. After that, he recalled a frightened warrior of his own demands, and the horror that glows in the eyes of the unhappy became even greater. Oh ladies noted that the reserve of the elixir was not enough, so he ordered the warrior to visit the village for reinforcement. Leaving his subordinate alone with his thoughts, he subtly made it clear that he should clearly feel the desire of his master. This design requires a clean, in no way spoiled child who was born in a moment of solar eclipse. Aware of all the absurdity of this requirement, the warrior could not contain tremor. The fear of his own lord stuck it more and more. The next day, the events are again transferred to the village. The young man studied the board with notifications and suddenly noticed among the wanted also their names. He began to bother how the search for these persons happens and how others treat them. From all clear, The young owner was convinced that this so is not noticeable bandits, which are mostly in the territory of the area. And why don't we just not get around and find the whole mountain? But even if you find these persons, how to find out for sure? Are they really belonging to the White Twist? This question was still unanswered. These are the classic opponents of Marima. They never roll their real face for no good reason. The best solution would be to carefully remember their faces and determine which of the present they may be related to. It is enough to look at the bulletin board to face the most wanted persons. It was here that you could catch the first thread for further searches. However, apparently, the young owner was not going to look for any trace or prompts. He understood that the smartest now was to send all the efforts to defend a guy named Gig and a white-feathered dance. After all, after talking to Giga Baek Gin, he will certainly come across the trail of White Term. However, for 3 people to get around the whole mountain was a true inability. It is much more appropriate to seek help from local experts, herbs, and hunters to ask them about everything that can be useful. This idea really impressed. It would save a lot of strength. It was impossible to waste time. It was necessary to act now. The young man hoped to skillfully miss all the garbage from that gang. Now he would definitely not be able to get away from all these events. He had no doubt that everything would be quite calm. In the novel, Baek Gin drank a few drops of primitive stalactite dew, and if this time the battle is not alone, it is really worth the effort. The boys went to learn everything about the gang, and from each interlocutor heard the same thing every time. These villains are incredibly cruel and pose a great threat. They interviewed the witnesses who saw the gang, and everyone remembered the amazing bird. The head, he had the color of the sky, and the wings were like snow. The peasants advised to turn to a hunter who lives on the mountain range, because he may know more details. The boys did not spare money and generously thanked any useful news. They were ordered to keep everything secret so as not to arouse unwanted interest. However, even having received the award, the witnesses did not really serve anything. The boys did not hear any valuable information. Having spent the last penny, they have not reached the desired. The return no longer existed. They went too far, and now they had to meet with that hunter. Unexpectedly, one of them felt the alarming danger of it came close, barely touching his feelings. Returning and throwing his gaze away, he suddenly realized that they were rapidly coming to some danger. Everyone was lightening and immediately adopted a fighting position. One of them fastened his eyebrows, noticing that white silhouettes were rapidly circling around them like arrows flying in the air. Both, standing his back to his back, confidently repelled the swords of the arrow flying into them, demonstrating true skill. It became obvious that someone was watching them closely from the shadows. Suddenly people emerged from the darkness, who, smiling, began to apologize, explaining that because of the darkness, they accepted them as birds. But after they licked and laughed in the darkness, it became clear. We have the same bandits before us. One greedily licked his lips, the others smiled, giving out their predatory ideas. Their intentions were read without words. Baek noticed with complete calm. They cannot be confused. Even in the dark, they are clearly distinguished. His words got into the apple, and the hero agreed with it without any hesitation. Baek stressed that the bow is a difficult weapon, not only accuracy and exposure, but also attentiveness for each movement, as well as breathing control and absolute concentration, requires a well-known shot. The hero was alert, suspecting that these scoundrels could follow them. He addressed Yuncho to the question of whether one of them was noticed among the wanted boards. Shunyo, not understanding the importance of these whispers, immediately suggested that you just ask them. Without any hesitation, he exclaimed loudly, "Do you belong to the White Breeze?" Everyone was well aware that the tactics were far from perfect, but the question had already been heard, and it was impossible to ignore it. The robbers instantly were killed, looked at alarmed, clearly showing their anxiety. Baek decided to plow the opponents even more, throwing them in the eye. If it is really you, then you will not say that there are powerful warriors in front of me. The hero fully agreed. The uncertainty of this group only testified that a crowd of failure, not true masters of martial arts, was more clearly evident. And as if to confirm these words, the robbers rode into the attack, grabbing their swords. Although there was no need to kill them, the fights were no longer avoided. Having realized that they are treated disdain, the bandits broke out of rage. Picking up the swords, they rushed to the attack. The boys rushed into battle without hesitation. A fierce battle broke out between them. They attacked the robbers with all power, skillfully demonstrating their combat skill. One of the bandits quickly grabbed the arrows, pulled the bowstring, and directed the bow to the target. He sought only one thing: to wipe these daring guys from the face of the earth, whom in his soul he called the freaks. He drove several arrows to the hero, which rapidly broke from the bow. Seeing this scene, the hero only smiled. Similar resistance seemed to him just a fascinating warm-up. Thanks to the art of galactic harmony, he skillfully paired the blow, even without resorting to the power of internal energy. Unexpectedly, one of the arrows changed the trajectory, and, turning in the air, raced directly into the one who released it. The robber saw horror as the arrow he had just released suddenly turned in the air and punched him at the same time. Only a few minutes passed, and the robbers were already lying on the ground, finally winning. Exhausted and broken, they kneel before the winners, not dare to resist. The hero with a happy smile watched them. In his eyes, the fire of the triumph was brightly burning. It seemed that the barbarians were in a dead end. They just looked at each other in silence, without daring at least the word to say. One of them in his hand had some bizarre object, and suddenly he swallowed it completely. The young master noticed it, but did not worry too much, deciding that there would be nothing wrong with it. However, later others began to take similar pills, which immediately seemed suspicious. Suddenly, real horrors began to do with criminals. Instantly, they all fainted and remained in bizarre, frozen poses forever. Everyone was frozen in a silent surprise, contemplating a terrible scene that unfolded before their eyes. The hero guessed that their leader is an extraordinary person. Probably it was from his order that the bandits acted so decisively to avoid unnecessary conversations. The young owner realized that the circumstances were increasingly entangled, and they have already crossed the border where it is difficult to go back. When considering the events that took place, he decided not to waste time. You should immediately go in search of Baek. They reached the forest that stretched on the mountain raster, where the building stood among the trees. As soon as they stepped inside, they came across a breathless body of an elderly man. Some hunter was mercilessly killed, and there were bloody traces of crime. Most likely, it is a matter of the hands of the same robbers. However, such an event was a real novelty for the hero. The book was not said in a book. Everything that happened far exceeded the limits of his usual experience. Suddenly, the silence cut through an unexpected voice. When the hero looked around, he was waiting for a striking discovery. There was a small boy quietly near the threshold. The guy could not understand what reason these people deprived his grandfather's life, and because of this, seemed deeply upset. The boy, barely holding back tears, asked the robbers with a desperate question, "Why did you do such cruelty?" Hearing this, the young master was stunned, because they were not involved in it. The boys threw a quick look at each other, trying to understand what was happening. The boy only questioned in his voice why they did it, for what deprived his grandfather's life. He emphasized that his grandfather did not harm them, but these scoundrels took his life. It was noticeable that the boy was desperate so much that he suddenly rushed at other boys. One of them refused to passively take this attack. Baek rapidly picked up the boy, pressing him to him and holding firmly in the arms. He bowed closer and softly whispered, which understands how he was hurting and how difficult his distrust is, but firmly emphasized, they are in no way related to this crime. However, the guy could not put up with it. His mind was not left, though. Who actually committed this act? He was convinced that there is a gang of white oblako. Baek again assured that he understood his emotions, but asked them to give them a minute to speak. The exhausted young man could not stand it in the end, and broke his face in Baek's shoulder. Kim, with silent attention, was followed by the main character's behavior. He had to admit that it was really capturing. It became obvious to him that Baek Rigi was actually skillfully managed to show compassion and care for others. Still, the main mystery remained unresolved. What really happens in this damn village and in this mysterious room? They collected scattered pieces of puzzles in a single picture, step by step. It turned out that the attacker is Gicha. Baek Rigi explained everything in detail, so there were no suspicions left. It turned out that they have been familiar for many years, and Hicha often visited him. The hero mentally noted that the money spent on information was justified, because of these information, they were fortunate enough to come across Gitch. The young man explained that he visited his grandfather to get the healing herbs for the sick. But when he finally reached the house, he was a terrible picture. His grandfather no longer gave signs of life, and Baek's friend, along with his grandson, and should be pierced. However, the grandson's bodies were not discovered. This undoubtedly testified to the abduction. It seems that the protagonist has already come across a similar story in a book. Baek Rigi also noted that all of the bird had recently been discussing, and it is likely that we are talking about that white-winged handkerchief. And then, after all this happened here in the same place. The boy began to reproach himself, making it for his own helplessness and inability to change something. He had a pathetic appearance, confused, puzzled, as if he did not imagine where to go. The boys turned to him, urging not to despair and get up, not to sink in their own guilt. They emphasized that there is no guilt here, because he just stood in defense of the offended creature. True evil was done by those virtues. A young man with desperately paid eyes could not accept what had happened. However, the hero assured him that he would support all the gang-related cases as well as his grandparents. The young man could not comprehend how these two planned to give themselves advice, because the members of the White Treasury were far from ordinary robbers, although he considered them powerless. The young ruler noted that he may have lacking his strength, but Yunho and Baek Rigi are truly skilled warriors. Although he added, one of them sometimes behaves quite unfriendly. Hearing these words, the boys full of hope and asked the boy to show them where exactly the attack on his grandfather happened. Despite the tears that did not fall on his face, the boy finally dared to take the first step. After some time, the events are transferred to where the white oblast detachment stretched on the ground. One of the heads was carefully convinced of the absence of a pulse in the bodies of the dead, after which he calmly told his accomplices, none of them remained alive. Such news will undoubtedly not appeal to their leader. The same thing happened to their detachment for the first time, and the attackers seem to be hiding somewhere nearby, although they have not yet been detected. Only traces remained here, the only thread that could be brought to those brave men who decided to destroy their detachment. The bandits were determined. They were not going to leave it unanswered. Although the main resources are focused on the search for the Kraxiet, we have no right to leave the disappearance of our comrades. The leader ordered to strengthen the detachment, calling for the help of 3 of those who were looking for a bird. If blood is still raging in their veins, these scums will not be unpunished. We will definitely find and punish them, the leader firmly proclaimed, putting on the words the thirst for revenge. The warriors obeyed the order of their leader without hesitation. They moved forward without delay to fulfill the mission as soon as possible. The commander closely followed his subordinates who focused and relentlessly obey his order. It seemed that their thirst for revenge was so strong that they are good to sacrifice their own lives. At that moment, his heart was flooded with unrestrained hatred, and he sought to find out with even greater enthusiasm who were damn inhumans who committed such a crime. The next day, the boys sent Uncle Baek, a famous hunter from that house, to the last path, and then they went to the dwelling of Gihi. Since the White Oblako arranged a real hunt for a craft, his defense was the main purpose of the characters. They were determined to ahead of everyone and find this creature first. However, Baek Rigi wondered what reason they decided to retreat from the previously planned plan. The hero at ease noted that the White Oblako was finding them and assured that the situation is completely under his control. Calm down and don't hesitate, he said, emphasizing that he controls the situation and keeps everything under control. The boys finally reached the building where they were launched by a little conductor. An elderly man appeared on their way, who looked extremely exhausted. My grandfather, in a trembling voice, asked about the medicine, as if he had hoped to find salvation. The young man said he decided to spend these people in the village, because he noticed that his uncle had become completely bad. In response, his uncle confessed that he was guilty of all the consequences of his own actions. He acknowledged that he was not indifferent to watching someone's danger, so he used all his known remedies and medicinal herbs, hoping for healing. However, the bird could not regain health. The changes did not come. It was noticeable that the uncle did not avoid responsibility and is ready to accept it completely. He frankly acknowledged the complexity of the situation, but assured that he would not hide and tell the whole truth. He announced that he belonged to the kind of ogle, and it turned out that the boy's grandfather had already been aware of it. His words were stunned by everyone around. The hero said that if they understand who before them, they will not dare to attack. He convincingly advised everyone to keep calm and rely on them. Hearing these words, my grandfather was noticeably worried. The young owner reminded his grandfather that no matter how bitter this truth, the gang would soon appear here. Realizing all the risks, my grandfather decided to remain silent without saying a word and revealing a single secret. In the end, he gave them his minor preservation. The hero reached out Juno, telling him to immediately send the old man to the doctor. At the same time, he emphasized, although the sum and modest, it should be waste. However, the financial side played a minor role here. The main task was to urgently help the old. Juno realized, from now on taking care of an elderly man, his responsibility. Meanwhile, with the onset of darkness, the soldiers from the White Tasaka were strongly forward, carefully looking for the object of their mission. Their well-trained hounds, capable of catching the smallest trace, confidently brought them exactly where they need. They approached almost close to the place where, in their opinion, it was hidden that they were so persistently looking for. In the air, a special aura was felt. The presence of a legendary relic, inextricably linked to a mythical creature, was felt. Baek was alert for a long time and waited when these scums finally appeared in front of him. In those rare moments of silence, when the enemies have not yet shown, his thoughts resulted in the young owner and family of Jagelmuja. He was well aware that this man is not at all an average. The young owner was distinguished by nobility and a sincere desire to support others. He had no time or effort to reach out of help to reach unknown people. However, it seemed that it was only a little thing for him. Baek was inadvertently thought, will he ever reach such a level, to reveal his shaking in the martial arts and to make the decisions that depend on the further path? This meant only one thing, the famous future for Yagel's family. However, the time of delay has passed. It's time to take the case. The guests have already come together, so it's time to welcome them. Baek stare in a deep gorge, expecting that an opponent would appear at any moment. The sudden sound broke silence, forcing everyone to strain. Finally, the young owner himself felt, the crucial moment is close. A grand horde came out on the horizon, that's them. The lions, which were curved by the bandits, were growing up with such fury, as if they wanted fresh prey. The young owner cast his gaze on them and immediately realized, in front of him, not just ordinary animals, but real five. The band's leader strictly addressed Baek, demanding to explain why he attacked their allies and ordered to introduce himself immediately. In response, a decisive voice came, Dansan, Baek. One of the heads finally realized, despite the fact that the boy seems exhausted, to attack the student of the respected sect means to call on considerable trouble. Despite all the circumstances, they did not give up their intention and commanded their subordinates, and then look for a white-winged plot. One of the warriors rushed into the attack and exclaimed to Baek, don't even think of a mercy. Here and now we will arrange the last rest to you. The rest of the bandits, predatory, began to squeeze the guy with a tight ring, squeezing firmly in his hands sharp like a razor sickle. Baek was left alone with a crowd of opponents, but thanks to his incredible strength and honed skill, he did not give them any chance to win. The young man was determined to fight, confidently calculating that his ability could give rivals a good clever. Mug watched the events closely, gradually aware of the seriousness of what was happening. He did not expect such a powerful attack. Mug expected to see a flock of simple mercenaries with dogs or lions in a crush. However, the appearance of the panels testified. In fact, everything is much more dangerous than he thought. Mug was aware that Baek Riju would not be able to resist a long time before the crowd of opponents. However, now he was powerless to help a friend. At first, it was necessary to deal with angry beasts. As in the novel, the lions, along with the drinkers, appear here with perfect predators. They are able to find prey even in the most difficult circumstances and always invariably return to their owners. Murg decided to wrap this situation for his good. He settled after the beasts, hoping to detect the gang hiding place. Although in the novel, White Oblako is almost not mentioned, it was because of him that Manga decided to bring them to this place. The pills, exhausted from sleeping pills, needed protection. However, the appearance of 5 twins turned the situation into a dangerous. Everything could end tragically. Mug strongly squeezed in his hand. It's time to act without delay. This knight had to put everything in its place. He acted carefully, skillfully avoiding the gangs and carefully preparing for a fateful, decisive step. Recognizing that his warriors were dispersed throughout the district, the young master believed that to curb the lions would not be a lot of difficulty. However, one of the lions heard the sound and in the same moment determined where the owner is hiding. He could not think about such, and therefore a sudden threat lightly stopped him with fear. The insidious lion exposed his location, which he drove the hero into an extremely inconvenient and dangerous position. The enemy arrows were instantly aimed at him. The young owner had to sprout from the tree and rush to one of the archers. In order to escape, he had to take away his lives from several hired murderers who are faithful to his commander. During the attack, he had time to see an arrow that flew rapidly directly to his direction. Being on the very edge, he instantly gathered and almost instinctively took a blow. His sword easily cut the arrows in half, causing surprise and delight in enemies, who became involuntary witnesses of this skill. The soldiers who witnessed this scene looked stunned, not believing their own eyes. Making between them, the owner rapidly rushed to one of the chunky men. He was moving perfectly and relentlessly. The cold blade of the sword swirled the air, carrying an inevitable death. One by one, the murderers settled on the icy land. It gave him the courage, energy is enough, and the passion still take away. Having glared other warriors with a bold look, he advised them to flee them and retell them to his commander, what he so much searches, crochet, already in him. One of the opponents could not realize that the guy really owns a crash. The owner no longer intended to repeat the said. They only had 2 options, either to escape or to die. Without deciding to test his determination, the warriors disappeared instantly, refrained from any questions. Everything happened exactly as the young master was intended, and now he confidently controlled the situation. The last lion remained ahead. It was his Baek Riju it had to conquer. Now only the last opponent remained in front of him, and his piercing look directed simply to this unfortunate. He tried to attract the attention of the beast, gently calling him to himself as if he wanted to tame. Meanwhile, the leader of the robbers began to realize that events were rapidly slipping out of his power. It was most painful to watch his fighters, one by one, fell under the blows of this smart young man. Baek Riju with a striking skill of any opponent who dares to hinder him. He easily dealt with every opponent, leaving behind only ruins and despair in hostile ranks. The commander was aware that his detachment was completely helpless, incapable of resisting the enemy. What happened was a true humiliation for their once so strong and confident team. One of their fighters was injured, which turned to a real disaster for the whole team. However, Baek Riju was not delayed for a moment. With his sword in his hand, he was strongly moving forward, leaving no opponents to the counterattack. In the dark, his icy sword shone, and every blow was married. The defeated enemies were scattered, who, finally realizing their defeat. Baek Riju was tete-a-tete with the detachment commander, looking straight into his eyes. The gaze of his fierce hatred of Baek, the one who broke his detachments and crossed out all his ideas. It was at this moment that the hero looked around to find out how his friend feels, and with relief, he realized that his anxieties were in vain. Seeing stunned. To overcome 5 first-level soldiers on his own, it seemed to be an incredible feat. He did not suspect Baek had such a skill. Only the final opponent remained in front of Baek. Having accepted the original dew of stalactite, he has reached a new top of his skill. The hero feels a completely different anxious energy. The voltage is in the air, and in the heart he settles a premonition of a close trouble. Mr. Baek suddenly felt something differently in himself, as if inside him had erupted unrestrained fiery heat. His sword was illuminated by Chi's energy and his eyes tightened. He barely touched the killer warrior, as a powerful blow to the bloody jam. Even the hero could not imagine that everything would turn so simple and without any difficulty. Taking the original dew of stalactite, Baek rose to an unattainable level of power, which is difficult to even imagine. Due to this, he demonstrated a devastating advantage, leaving no chance to attackers and showing no drops of mercy. The opponents looked at him not only with fear, but also with an unspeakable anxiety. They were stunned by his superhuman power and unwavering will. The warriors realized that the battle had lost its meaning. Now they sought only one thing: to escape and save their lives. But the main thing for the hero is now one thing: to save his power for a decisive clash with the main opponent. The warriors watched the bulls closely, realizing that they were dealing with a creature who trembles a real demon disguised as a person. One of the anger that was in anger cast a burning look towards Muan. He watched him carefully, trying to catch even the most innocent movements and the smallest gestures. It was already obvious. It was not simple curiosity. In their exchange of views there was something deeper, hidden content. The warriors exchanged views and short gestures, silently signaling the moment came to move to actions. They boldly announced that they have carefully studied the bull's possibilities and are ready to finally put an end to him, and already in the world of the dead, he will find out who stands in front of him. The words of the interlocutors were knocked down by the bulls from the Panthelic. He could not shake what they had in mind. But as soon as their flurry of the attack covered everything around, the truth became quite obvious. Instead of attacking the point, they went around the flank and rapidly attacked the yoga. Mu Young quickly realized enemies seek at any cost to harm at least one of his brothers. Bai Cry warned him, beware, on their swords, a deadly poison. For the main character, these information became both valuable and alarming at the same time, because now the duel turned into an even more risky and strict battle. One of the fighters suddenly realized their plan is revealed, and now everything can go a scraper. To save a friend, he rapidly rushed forward. The opponent, who was already racing on our hero with a sick sickle, suddenly changed the strategy. Now he was set to act even more ruthless. Looking just in the eye, he whispered quietly, "You never compare with my brothers." And every moment the sickle pressed more every time. The hero was mercilessly showered one by one, but none of them has yet produced the desired result. In the end, the exhaustion won. Over time, even opponents could barely stand on their feet. One of them, holding a sword firmly, was filled with blood. This clearly testified that even for our hero, a difficult battle is ahead. The hero is aware that the villains seek to keep the Jin's bulls to make him a hostage, because he seems to them the most vulnerable. However, in memory, the father's words emerge that have repeatedly supported him in the most difficult moments. He is not frightened by a weapon covered with enemy poison. He skillfully knows how to repel it. But nevertheless, their frantic pace and dexterity keep it in constant stress. It is simply unrealistic to keep up with every movement. It is at the moment when the blow is relentlessly approaching his back. One of the fighters is suddenly confused, not having time to respond to the sudden jump of the hero. The guy, instantly oriented, is rushing towards the aggressor. However, hostile attacks break through his protection and are already cut into him, leaving bloody traces on his body. The hero, catching the next blows, is forced to temporarily retreat in order not to get serious injuries. However, the enemy does not think to give up. He constantly invents new ways for the next blow. A moment to the fatal end, when the blade of death almost touched him, he almost said goodbye to his life. However, at the last moment, he has time to put a sword and beat a blow. At that moment, his sword flashes a huge wave of chi energy, which immediately turns the course of the fight. He uses his Eastern Star branded technique. She impresses instantly, leaving no doubt about his skills. Even a chunky enemy, noticing such, barely restrained a smile. In his eyes, a gambling glitter broke out. However, with a hatching axe, he applies a truly painful blow to the hero. The enemy goes to a safe distance to rethink and plan his next move. Our hero meets him with a cold, imperfect look, in which the unwavering determination is blazing. At this point, 4 warriors look at the hero, like a simple sacrifice that is easy to conquer. They are convinced that this freak has not long, although it moves surprisingly cleverly. Mu Young finally realized that he had seriously miscalculated, underestimating the power and danger of his opponents. Now he is no longer laughter. He squeezes his lips and is completely focused on what is happening. He is aware that the Jin's bulls have been running a fierce battle with this monster for a long time, giving all his strength and not sorry for himself. At this point, one of the giants with frantic force beats the ground and cracks, dispersing deep faults, lifting a wave of powerful shake. Having mastered this force, he gently repels and directs the icy sword directly into the snot, a rival already at a distance of the blow. The enemy decided adamantly he will destroy him despite all the obstacles. His axe lifts a grand explosion of energy, as if cutting out the canvas of reality. The Bikri guesses that he is deliberately inhibited, hiding the real plan and preparing some sly trap. Undoubtedly, these villains have conceived something insidious and dangerous. They attack those who are weaker, ruthlessly eliminating obstacles for their own benefit. The Bikri is aware that it is necessary to act immediately, because he cannot allow his brother or one of the loved ones to suffer from the cruelty of these inhumane monsters. If the price of relatives is cruelty, he does not hesitate. He accepts his own dark side and becomes a real monster in the world of enemies. When one of the twins met with an enemy, his eyes almost exploded with surprise. So unexpected, the enemy's power was so unexpected. The warrior froze with horror, contemplating a spooky creature that emerged from the mountain shadows in front of him. Despite the devastating power of a hostile blow, he remained convinced that, in his opinion, such little things, recklessly. However, he did not have time to blink an eye as he suddenly swept a terrible insight. Only an instant, and the Bikri struck him, cutting off his life. He did not have time to blink his eye. How an incredibly powerful and unexpected blow to pierce his body immediately silenced all thoughts and enveloping consciousness with a black curtain. From unbearable pain, his body twisted in the convulsions, and the cry broke the silence of the battle, another fragment in the ruthless performance of this horrible fight. As soon as his knees touched the earth, it came to him. That came an end. However, the Bikri was not going to stop, because his purpose was to save the young. Instantly mastering, he rapidly rushed forward, wanting to make sure that everything was fine with his brothers. The events unfolded unmanageably, and their plan was divided into pieces just in the eyes. Soon, Bikri was rapidly where a terrible slaughterhouse unfolded. Bloody splashes flew around, piercing the air with fear. One of the attackers caused a powerful and merciless blow. It seemed that his last moment came here. He was sure that he would leave his life at this point. Over kneeling, he raised his gaze for a moment and admired the magical light of this month. However, due to the wounds and poison that had already spread across his body, he finally lost combat capability, as if it were the evil that he took the mountain. One of the blows hit the eye, instantly depriving him of his vision on that side. The enemies on all sides with a dense ring closed around him, coldly declaring his path will end here because they have completely different intentions for him. One of the soldiers waved an axe, aiming just on the hand of a young owner. He cherished the desire to cut it off to show everyone how humiliating the fate of Moana became. The young man humbly accepted inevitably, closing his eyelids so as not to watch this moment. Yes, suddenly for all those present, bulls appear to help. With only one powerful blow, he distracts a dangerous attack. Mu Young, with delight and genuine joy, met him, smiling widely and warmly greeting his brother. He was enveloped in an unspeakable relief. Thanks to the bull, he escaped a disaster and kept his hand. Without her help, everything could end much worse. The warriors looked at the bull's suspicion, wondering that he not only came at the most necessary moment, but also effortlessly won their friend. They refused to believe that their older brother defeated this freak. It seemed absolutely incredible. The Bikri apologized for his late and asked how serious his wounds were. He warned him not to move so that the poison would not swing the body even further. The hero understood. It is no longer necessary to worry because of his own helplessness, because now that he has bulls next to him, he is experiencing real peace and safety. Stepping back, the bulls, straightening his shoulders, stood in front of his friend, closing him and putting his back as if a shield. He quit the enemies of the warning. Let them prepare, because it is inevitable on the doorstep. For the sake of a common good and to protect the most expensive, he was okay to raise the sword even against each of them. The bulls overwhelmed the relentless determination. He was okay to tear their heads to these abominations, so that none of them dared to block the road anymore. The warriors did not hide the surprise from his power, but they quickly came to the conclusion that he was too self-confident, so they were afraid of them. Even in the case of the robber's death, one of the brothers promised to cut off to him at least his hand to take revenge for his friend's death. One of the fighters broke out with an incredible aura. His gaze and posture radiated unrestrained anger and firm determination. It seemed to be a real rage, and even from afar it was noticeable how determined he was. However, the most important concern for the bull still remained the protection of the twins. For the wounded wounds, it was a real salvation. Bikri's intervention gave him a chance to survive. He realized that he was rescued just when he was already a step away from his death. One by one, the twins lost their brothers who were powerlessly falling under the bruising. Above the mountain slopes, the night broke the piercing screams of wounded enemies, echoing far into silent darkness. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mysterious cave hidden from extraneous views, the news of great weight was heard. The host of the cave was stunned to the edge. He did not believe his own eyes and did not understand how they could allow it. His gaze, filled with shock, remained frozen in confusion. The warrior who brought this news was well aware of what danger he was. His master, slightly sliding his eyes on his own nails, asked if he was really confident in his words. The warrior confidently confirmed that it is an undoubted truth. The bird they searches really belongs to this young man. The owner swept a fierce rage, and a mighty demonic energy was stuck around him, which, like a flaming stream, heated the air itself. Going to his subordinate, he lifted his finger to his nose and warned, "For every word sooner or later he will have to keep the answer." The warrior promised that he would not regret the strength for his lord, even if he had to put himself in danger. However, now the owner insisted that he was carried out without delay where everything is happening. He promised that everyone would pay for what he had to personally interfere in this business. The warrior covered incredible tension. The feeling of heaviness squeezed the air and penetrated into every cell of his body. The night was delayed and the events were gaining momentum. The bulls hurried to Manhwa to stop the bleeding and bring his friend to his senses. Mu Young held bravely, assuring everyone in a rapid recovery, despite the fact that his apparent little bitten frightened a friend. Bulls for a moment covered a true horror. It seemed to him that his friend was already a step away from his death. Mu Young was in a confusion of what to say in response, but couldn't help but not. His current state could really cause anxiety. He himself did not fully realize why his words to the friend were so awkward. Something incomprehensible moved in him, causing unexpected inner skeleton. Now they were waiting for a difficult choice, how to proceed. If the guesses of Mang are not wrong, then the leader of the gang should be about to appear in this place. In the meantime, They are going to take the right opportunity and rob its storage until it is in place. A little time has passed, and the Lord was already in this lonely hut among the mountains. He froze in surprise. All his devoted warriors, who for many years were faithful brothers, were motionless on the ground, unconscious. He stopped at one of the bodies and thoughtfully looked at the surrounding clutter that filled everything around. His gaze stopped on the body of twin brothers, the most fondly among all his soldiers. This loss embarrassed him and made him think deeply. What exactly caused them to defeat them? One of the fighters, barely lifting his head, rebellion reminded the mistress of his order to move forward as soon as the white bird appeared, trying to justify his actions. The owner was angry that he was known to be, but the essence is completely different. The most painful question, as he generally admitted that everything would go so far. When a warrior, covered with fear, trembled and began to beg for mercy, the Lord, with an icy calm, threw him in response, "You are a true coward." The ruler spent his sharpened nail on the neck of the warrior, instantly cutting off his life and forcing it to silence forever. Everything became extremely clear. The whole team was on the verge of death, and their shelter is about to attack enemies. Running a drop of his own blood from his finger, he threw away an ice smile on his lips. Bishop reported that the attackers used the right moment, so now the main goal is to find their hiding place and pay them out. He ordered his subordinates to retreat immediately to stop the further destruction. "It will soon be known who these pathetic scums are," he said sinisterly. "Who dared to challenge the true predator of Liashan?" His voice was heard as if the mountain itself was about to run through the blood, awakened by the awakening of his true ruler. "We find ourselves in the bandits." Only a handful of people was entrusted to protect him, and it was this lightness that turned into a fatal miscalculation for them. The gates became a simple obstacle for Manga. The guards were too powerless to keep his pressure. As expected, at the entrance were exceptionally the most indistinguishable, and this circumstance played a lot of benefit to him. However, moving further, they gradually realized everything is much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. Bokrina's blade gleamed, completely performed by blood. This testified once again of a merciless and fierce fight. Looking at a friend, Mu Young thought, why Brooklyn every time is faced with a difficult choice when he causes another blow? He knew firmly, even with the highest motives to deprive someone of life, it is always an extremely difficult choice. Suddenly, they both felt the vicious look of an invisible observer. Turning, Mu Young saw a giant tree with a lion-carved tree. There was something in this tree that gave him a worrying, vigorous anticipation. He immediately felt there was a mystery that still has to be solved. Despite doubt, both felt the tree they looked at was full of special sense. It looks like this is the forest spirit that these robbers bowed to the heads. With the awareness of the situation, they decided to stop for a moment and gain strength before new tests. Mu Young proposed to explore the cave that looked suspicious, as if someone intentionally pulled it into the rock. In addition, he did not leave anxiety about Baek's grandson. The young owner decided, let Bruchen restore his strength, and he himself will cope with this task. Bikrin had many questions about this approach, but decided to remain silent and not deny. Mu Young was convinced that Brukrin should focus all his power, because the clash with the leader promises to be difficult. He was well aware that he could only count on him. Having realized the inevitability of this choice, Brukrin, with a clot of sadness in his soul, breathed heavily, but eventually accepted everything as it is. But his unbreakable stubbornness did not allow him to stay away for a long time. At first, they decided to find missing children from the village, hoping to get more information about what was happening. Without any doubt, it was possible to guess that the children were nearby because their traces were heading in this direction. Washing with spacious tunnels of the cave, Mu Young suddenly came across something amazing and unexpected. His gaze stopped on a mysterious room hidden in the heart of the building. Maybe that children hide there. When he approached, he noticed that the children were really closed in a strong iron cage. Mu Young reassured them, assuring that he appeared for the sake of them. Now they have nothing to fear. He wondered whether the Baek's grandson was among those present, but his questions only sowed anxiety and suspicion. The children did not hurry to discover their thoughts, because they saw in him an accomplice of their sworn enemy. He assured that he was not at all related to the lady, but arrived at the request of Gihi to come to their rescue. The alarming silence among the children was torn by one guy who, finally decaying, confessed that he was Baek's grandson. Mu Young realized that he faces the kind of person he searched for so long. He promised the children that he would certainly find the way to get them out of here. Let them not stand on the way. Having concentrated his inner forces, Mu Young tried to expose the metal cells of deformation. Having resorted to the last reserves, he directed a powerful flow of energy through his palms. After several attempts, he finally managed to move the cage from the place, although it took a lot of effort. In the end, he realized that this task was much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. The cage was stubbornly not succumbing to his efforts. He needs to master the art of fistfight as soon as possible, otherwise he fails. The children looked at him with no confidence, as if he were only spending his time in vain effort. Mu Young noted that he is currently lacking in power, but he urged not to lose hope. He would definitely find a way to save them. In the end, gathering all the willpower in his fist, he was able to straighten the metal rods of cages and gave the children long-awaited freedom. Now, released from shackles, they were looking forward to the moment when Mu Young would fulfill their promise and bring them back to their home after all the urgent cases are completed. One of the boys went to his rescuer with anxiety. What if they would not go after their return? He said that their homes were turned into ruins and their relatives were ruthlessly destroyed. All this was done by people from the White Toniac. Mu Young was pierced by their grief. Almost all children lost even ghostly hope ever to return home. They have no alternative. Their home was either erased from the face of the earth with flames or ruthlessly crushed opponents. So Mu Young gave them a choice. At will, he can arrange them in a shelter, which is taken care of by the Yahello family. However, first of all, he should see an extremely important person for him, his friend, so he reassured the children, asking not to worry. Now all their hope relied only on him, and it instilled in the hearts of at least a spark of hope. They confidently followed their young savior, feeling that they could rely on him. Meanwhile, Mu Young was clearly aware, as soon as the lady will return home, all his wealth and prey would instantly disappear. The robber will not keep his own. Subsequently, Mu Young again encountered the same aura he had already felt in this place. As he guessed, she came from this place. It was an icy cave, a refuge for the most rare and valuable treasures. Wading through her icy corridors, he felt as if lost in a tangled maze. The grandeur of the cave was impressed by the imagination, so Mu Young could not help but think about how incredible efforts managed to bring so much ice here. He later decided to share this find with the temple servants. Although he dreamed of making a profit from the sale of the treasure found, he realized that his friend Berkrin was unlikely to allow this idea. So, to share your find and gain a little glory, it seemed to him the best solution. Suddenly, walking past, he looked at something really significant. A legendary snow lotus blossomed from the mountain of heaven, a real treasure from ancient legends before him. Snow lotus is an exceptionally rare and highly valuable plant that is included in the list of 200 most outstanding treasures. This flower blooms only every 30 years and is found solely on the peaks of the heavenly mountains. The healing force of this flower is stored only in the cool, so it must be eaten immediately after harvesting. After the use of snow lotus, the internal energy increases rapidly. It seems that the ladies deliberately held it, waiting for the right moment to reveal the full potential of his skill. However, Mu Young has completely different plans. He will not give him any chance to take advantage. He decides to get a flower and pass it on to Brooklyn Gin. Having corrected the breath, Mu Young notes that Brooklyn is a rarity, a happy guy. Despite the great desire to taste this flower, he realizes that his strength is not enough to restrain its relentless energy. Suddenly the bag is solved and the fabric slips down, opening everything inside. There was a wounded in the bag, but still a live white feathered cry. It seemed that the white-feathered crying gradually came back, returning to consciousness. The hero bowed over him, trying to find out what happened to him. Solving the bag, he felt anxious because he did not even imagine what this creature looks like. But as soon as he dissolved the door, immediately peered into the depth of the hiding place. But suddenly, a crazy force was squeezed out of the bag, which pushed him away with a terrible power. He could not understand why Crisset was so at fighting, though he should be exhausted due to injuries. Suddenly, a bird appears in front of him, spreading his wings wide. He magnified them so crazy that a real hurricane was raised in the depths of the cave. Despite the fact that the cry not fully recovered, the remnants of the strength in it were still impressed with their power. In the end, this is a magical creature, no matter how cool. If you look closely, it became noticeable that it was surprisingly well. As soon as the hero fell to the ground under the pressure of a frantic force, he was covered by an incomprehensible feeling. He seems to be able to feel a wave of emotions that flows from this creature. From the Crisset, it was sad, anxiety, and restrained tensions. In his look, anxiety and distrust were read. Mu Young plunged into thinking, trying to understand what was really doing. Suddenly, he was mastered by an incomprehensible, almost otherworldly gust, as if he had taken possession of a mysterious spirit. Crisset approached him even more, almost close. But why does this bird tend to him? His inner energy, like a living being, penetrated through the body of Crisset, and then, following the same road, returned through his palm. The amazing aura swirled around them rapidly, creating a sense of real witchcraft. The icy wind walked in a snow-covered maze of the cave, penetrating it through. We see how Mu Young gradually adjusts to the bird, trying to train it. She seems to calm down, and their feelings are harmoniously intertwined, creating a single emotional wave. He is awakened by genuine curiosity, interest, and even some affection on the part of Crisset. Stepping back, he tries to comprehend everything that has just happened. Undoubtedly, he will need a little more time to understand everything, because in the novel he read, there was not even a hint of this scene. Sprinkling on his palm, he still does not leave hope. It is likely that in the notes left by Jagan Bill, there will be some mention of it. Perhaps they will help him find peace of mind. He believes that the long-forgotten method of development of consciousness gives a similar result, but what just happened was completely different. The moment seemed eternity, and in this short period he was able to look into the thoughts of a mysterious being. What happened now? It seems that this technique for the development of consciousness is much more powerful than he could imagine. However, this question will have to be postponed for later. I will come back to him as soon as the opportunity. Now they should go immediately, because there are many important cases ahead. However, Crisset perceives it with cold indifference. Mu Young subtly captures his mood. The bird perceives it as a somewhat annoying. However, time does not stop, and they are waiting for many urgent tasks. Having left the cave, they continue their way forward. The case gives them the opportunity to find a real treasure. Brukrin encounters a real find, the silver that his thieves have been caught in honest people. He draws attention to the cricket settled directly on Mu Young's top. Mu Young shares that a bird has landed on his head and now stubbornly refuses to take off. Brukrin is genuinely surprised. You will not meet every day that the elusive magical creature voluntarily follows the person. Now they have to find a way to cope with this situation. The young owner proposes to instruct the servants to pick up all things and to divide silver between those who have been disaster. He justified the reasons that influenced his choice. Brukrin realizes that they have no other way. Another extremely important thing is left to be done. When the owner of this hiding place returns home, he notices a true chaos that has been played on his possession and realizes that it is time to act to curb these desperate scoundrels. The ancient spirit of the tree, adored by the barbarians, suddenly released bizarre energy at the moment when Brukrin went into meditation at his foot. He struggled to come together with his thoughts and renew his strength. I kept breathing in anticipation of meeting someone really unusual who was about to appear in this place. And suddenly he felt sharply as someone invisible. Finally, this scum appeared. In front of them stood a fierce, thirsty blood. He heard a lot about two young guys, but why is there only one here? Where is another one? Brooklyn reached out to the sword, preparing to grab it. He told this man that another guy whom he called the scum went on business. He immediately guessed that the two had put his eye on his treasures. After licking his lips, he realized that the rats did not just appear, but pursue it. Holding his breath, he asked the name of the one who stands opposite. The guy introduced himself as Brusen Gin, a faithful student of the sect of Dansan. The name Dansan sect was barely heard. They dubbed them by the last representatives of the ancient generation, which has not gone away, and advised not to do the resistance, but to surrender and live quietly if he seeks to save his life. But what is the plan for Bruken mean? The fact is that, he conceived after the murder of Bakrin to completely erase the sect of Dansan from the face of the earth. He rages, threatening to break the guy into pieces, devour them without a rest, and thus laughs. Bakrin faces this unrestrained villain and immediately realizes that the battles are not avoided. Such fierce clashes did not know this shelter yet. He challenged his enemy, proposing to demonstrate all his strength. After the attack, Bakrin suffered a powerful blow. Running, he suddenly comprehended what consequences these blows could lead to. To stay alive, you should minimize the number of shocks. He exclaimed. Will this guy really be able to withstand? Despite the fact that the enemy's blows were given extremely difficult. However, one way or another, he was happy to achieve it. In his way, a truly dangerous, cruel power thirsty for blood. Suddenly, his sword was illuminated by a dazzling glow, and a bright light broke out over the blade, attracting all his attention. Oda immediately noticed. This guy is clearly different from others. He with incredible agility parried every blow. In the cave, the tension increased to the edge. The atmosphere became electrified. The events unfolded exactly as Mu Young described him. The leader of the gang of the White Oblast was O. Before him was a very strong man, on whom Mu Young laid a close look. Even if he thinks carefully, let him try to guess how the events will unfold. However, Mu Young had knowledge not only of his name, but was also well aware of his skills. It was at the moment when O Dao struck his devastating blow. The long-awaited moment finally came. Brooklyn has been preparing for it for a long time. It rises above the ground. He sneaks from the side, given that the enemy blinded one eye and triggers the attack with a sound wave. It turns out that on the left he has an invisible area, a blind zone. Thus, this will allow him to strike the enemy of a powerful and devastating blow. However, was not the simple ones. He immediately understood everything. He made sure that Brooklyn's attack and with cold confidence noted that he was no different from the rest. With a sly smile on the mouth, this robber made a death sentence to the boy. Brooklyn looks carefully forward. The powerful technique of great invasion is unfolding in front of him, which, known as air disaster, suddenly collapses directly on it. Powerful blows are broken from the hands of his opponent, but none of them reaches the hole. Everyone fly by. The cave shakes a powerful underground push. Not far from Muan, he is keenly feeling the strain thickens in the air. The battle has already flashed. Although he threw Gin's Jin several tips, he understands well, this victory will not be easy to pray. First, it should find something important, a massive stone, hardly touching his surface with his hands. He went to look for exactly the place to press. Then the rock dissolved slowly, opening its subsoil. He suddenly got to the hidden hall hidden deep in the cave. When he crossed the threshold, the room drowned at dusk, and the threatening sounds of wild animals were heard. In the unseen darkness of Muan, almost nothing was possible to see, but he sincerely believed that something really was hidden somewhere nearby. Having taken a few steps forward, he suddenly felt a tension in his leg. The frosty roar swept a dark cave, forcing the walls to swell from echo. Before his eyes appeared a giant, incredible beauty of a creature. Right in front of him, the lion, which, inserting on the strokes, reached a 3-meter height. The majestic spectacle revealed all his power, and the lion did not stop his mighty roar. Without any hesitation, before him the white mill tiger, which he so persistently searched. Once these doors open, he will give him freedom and release him out. Let us return to the battle epicenter. Brooklyn enters a duel with a threatening enemy. After a powerful blow, he raised a real storm around him and called Bakrin the boy. Despite the loss of the eye, it remains able to strike any force. It is not only about his exceptional hearing, this place has also exacerbated his intuition. He exclaims to his opponent loudly, "Let's finish this story here and now." When the fuss in the cave subsided, and in the air, the chicken fog was slowly melting in the air, O'Day saw Bakrin, living and absolutely unharmed. How did he manage to survive after such a devastating blow? Although it did not leave him indifferent, the guy just smiled mysteriously, sincerely rejoicing in the fact that he managed to outdraw himself. The leader of the gang did not understand, as after his devastating blow, someone generally managed to survive. Bakrin stood unwavering without even thinking, and moments, he calmly withstood this blow. His rival did not leave the only thought, how did he manage to stand after such a devastating blow? But she did not have what to say to him. However, in his reflections, Baek again mentioned the guidelines of his friend. He advised him to make herself weaker in order to take advantage of this moment and intercept his sound equipment from the enemy. It was a real strategic find, and he could not but admire the ingenuity of Mong. All this felt the advice of a mentor. It was only necessary to reach out to his sword. But why did he need to take his own sword? For the most part, as soon as you fill the sword with its own internal energy, it immediately envelops it. But the blade of the young owner was distinguished by its uniqueness. His sword was named Monthly Monster. At first glance, this blade seemed awkward and blunt, but it was worth filling it with energy as a blade of lightning. At that moment, the power of the sword was intertwined with the will of the owner, lifting in the air a subtraint, spooky sound like a howling of a ghost. If he wants the sword to come to full force, making the loudest sound, in this way, he will be able to neutralize the enemy's sound technique. And since a ghost curling is also a kind of sound, he successfully repelled the attack, and eventually it turned out that the young man was right. When the offender focused on energy flows just in his own mouth. Squeezing the sword in his hand, Bakrin decisively rushed against the enemy blow, trying to repel him. But to cause this enemy a devastating blow, a blow capable of inflicting devastating destruction. He was quietly leaning to the villain and whispering to his ear that his art of possession of sound was so sophisticated that he was able to squeeze anyone's mind. However, he stressed that the equipment of this enemy seems to be a rare exception to the general rule. After he heard the enemy exploded and exclaimed, demanding silence. However, there is no room for aggression now. Let's move back to Manhwa. He came across a white millennial tiger. The tiger was filled with powerful paralyzing poisons, hoping to catch it alive, but nevertheless, he was able to get conscious. When the tiger met with our hero and heard his voice, frost ran through his veins. Although this tiger is inferior to the great master of martial arts, it is one of the 200 valuable Murum treasures. His heart rages with pure energy of yang. Ladies are constantly spending this energy to nourish their power generated by unique sound technique. He seems to have intended to absorb the heart of the white tiger with the snow lotus of Heavenly Mountain. He was looking forward to a moment when he could get 2 of the 200 cherished treasures. When it comes to health, a person is able to lose common sense. It is absolutely natural. The guy throws a tiger healing herbs. He came to help the beast. If he eats them, he will make him easier. The tiger immediately swallows the hazel without even thinking. Now that he has already drank the medicine, you need to take care of its diet. This task required considerable effort, and the tiger still opened his powerful mouth. Subsequently, the main character still fed him. It is mentioned how in ancient legends they said, mystical creatures are able to distinguish where good prevails and where evil. Unlike ordinary animals, these creatures will never raise their paw to those who saved them. The one who has brought the tiger to this condition is outside. He turns to the predator saying, "If you eat something, you will release your food and your rage with your food." A hostile spark broke out in the tiger's gaze. And now we are transferred to the battlefield, where a fierce duel between Bakrin and Yes. Their duel boiled with a frantic rage, and it was at the moment when Baek raised his sword for the last blow. Thirsty to stub the enemy's sound attack, he suddenly noticed in front of him 2 Surikas were enlightened right near his face. By skillfully maneuvering, he avoids them, clearly aware of what threat they pose. But already at the meeting, he rapidly rushes, burning a passionate desire to deal with the enemy. The striking force was stopped by Baek sword. Despite all the difficulties, he managed to successfully repel the attack. He was frightened not only by the power of opposite sound attacks, but also by the insidious poisoned weapon, which had simply arose from nowhere. He did not find a way to shorten the distance between them. In the meantime, the enemy only laughed fun, feeling the delight of the duel. He is wondering why Baek does not fill his blows rage. Sinking into provocation, what caused your fear? It is said that there are practically no chance of winning. The bandit fiercely says to the hero, threatening to deal with him first, and then find and break into pieces of everyone who is involved in his appearance in this world. However, as soon as these words broke from his mouth, he suddenly heard someone's voice behind his back. He just said, "Don't worry." It is at this moment that Baek unexpectedly enters the duel. His teammate appeared unexpectedly. He addressed Mr. O and greetings. Finally, our paths intersected. The robber suddenly understands what the consequences will have, that they are not alone but two. It became obvious that the match promises to ignite in a new way, acquiring completely different shades. This villain is unlikely to stop some light scratches. Even a match with a master of martial arts who perfectly possesses sound techniques promises many unforeseen moments. He understands the expression of the stranger that he is involved in all this story, but does not see any sense to open it to a person who has lost his eyesight. He smiles slowly. Apparently, when you wandered the street, some snake browned your eyes. Baek realized that, yes, he still carries the pain from the bite of the snake that he has experienced when he traveled these edges. After that ridicule of the robber, she covered even stronger rage. His anger broke up more. At first, he decided to deal with Muang. The fierce demonic energy quickly flooded the space of the cave, vibrating in the air like an unrestrained flame. And with a fierce determination, he rapidly rushed towards his opponent. However, our hero does not feel any fear. It does not frighten him at all. But he quickly realizes his main advantage is gone, because the sword is now in Baek Regina, and he remained completely defenseless. At this point, the demonic villain rushed into the attack, filled with the thirst for revenge and agitating the death of his enemy. Shiny, like a blade, the deadly claws of the monster stopped just a few centimeters from him, radiating a threatening danger. Watching the events, Brukrin sought to protect his friend from any harm. He was determined to go for everything for his protection. The beast, with a frantic rage, rushed on them, and Brukrin, without sparing efforts, rushed to him, ready to stop the monster at any cost. Mu Young was clearly aware of the threat that she was hanging over him, but he was powerless to change the course of events. He had only to meet with dignity. But suddenly the bosses of Stranskaya frozen just near his face like the air. At that moment, the guy pulled all his will into his fist and rushed to intercept the blow, stopping the attack with his own hands. The beast attacked so fierce that Mona was almost getting rid of his head, a little more, and that could be his last breath. It all ended with a slight bloody wound, although the pain penetrated as if fire. The enemy decided to stop persecution and switched all the victim. Just at the moment when he was preparing to strike another blow, he suddenly felt a sword racing in his back. Brukrin decided to bring sharpness to the duel, and did not be able to predict a sudden attack from the rear. Brukrin poured into his sword his special equipment and intensively gathered for the final decisive fall. He collapsed on the enemy the devastating technique of Sunny Fall, filled with stunning power. The accurate and rapid blows of the confusing combination cut the air, relentlessly approaching the target. They penetrated into the depths of the body, forcing him to die and think about his own actions. Everything froze for a few seconds when Brukrin cuts the robber figure with his sword. It seemed as if it were time to froze, and it was only necessary to wait for who would get the victory. Suddenly, a powerful blood flow was escaped from the shoulder. Preparing to strike the appropriate stroke, Bruken lit up with frantic energy filled with determination for a new attack. The invisible threads of his inner strength pierced the enemy, shaking each of him. Oh, he was aware, his wounds are serious, and the enemy was not different than a demon. Using his unique sound technique, he released the devastating waves of deadly force. It was necessary to avoid this at any cost, not to get into his insidious like a trap, a devilish game. Brokran did not spare his strength so that, despite everything, to protect Muan. Mu Young thankfully watched Brokran courageously rush to his aid, affected by his genuine devotion. Suddenly, Mu Young caught something suspicious that made him alert. His friend suddenly began to cough, which immediately worried everyone around. Bakran began to blue her lips. The poison has already declared herself. It became obvious that it did not have the power to fight further, so it was time to review the strategy. Mu Young expressed the idea of expelling the enemy away using the power of internal energy. He was aware that Brukran was poisoned and only had a few minutes to stay in order. Bakran tried to hide his emotions, but Mu Young instantly solved what was really going on. It was quite obvious, in particular due to the shade of his lips. Mu Young could not afford to lose a friend in this battle, so he asked to give him the sword of the monthly monster. Brukran rejected this proposal. I am sure that he should bring the battle to the end of his own. Carefully touching his friend's shoulder, he sought to take him away from the threat. He explained that due to mysterious poison, any attempt to use internal energy can result in fatal danger. To start driving its powerful streams, he first needs to get out of here. But despite all the persuasion, the stubborn Yang still strongly believed in the battle. He said Brukran should leave from here and only be able to return when he overcomes the poison. After all, Yes was already exhausted in the previous duel with him. Mu Young was convinced that he would withstand all the difficulties of returning his friend after recovery. Yes, seriously wounded, his back on the rock, clearly realizing that these boys were clearly underestimated. He decided to wait a little while the bleeding subsided and was already preparing to deal with them. In such a situation, Bakran was not going to give the sword back to the true owner. Despite numerous requests to return the moon monster's sword, he stubbornly kept the relic with him and was not going to give it. However, there was little time, so it was necessary to make decisions and act without delay. It was necessary to instantly decide on further actions. In the view of Bakran, his emotions and true intentions were clearly. Seeing in his eyes an unbreakable confidence, he was immediately understood by young people. In the end, he gave his consent. The hero finally took possession of his sword, and Brukran, fighting with the action of poison, promised to return soon. And here on the battlefield again appears the same formidable opponent. Mu Young did not have 100% certainty that he would be able to overcome. Yes. He could not restrain the admiration. He had a rare opportunity to measure forces with such a valuable opponent as Mu Young, who remained for a duel with him. He listened carefully to every word of the enemy and was now determined to put a point in this story. Mu Young saw the enemy licking his lips, and the cold pushed it to the heart. Without a minute, he rapidly rushed forward, attacking him. He rapidly rushed towards Mu Young, already adjusting a powerful sound. He opened his mouth, and the pulsating energy sphere was instantly overwhelmed. This devastating blow fell on our hero, who was already standing on his feet. He was well aware of the situation, but still cherished the hope that his provocation had given the desired effect. At that moment, it was no doubt not in his mind. The passion for the game was awakened by his thoughts and stirred up the mental equilibrium. If the mind is restless, it cannot control the body properly. If Mu Young manages as if he were at risk and will take advantage of this moment, he will be able to win a little time until his partner returns. Baek Rin, feeling the insidious poison rapidly spilled his lives, made his last effort to remove it from his body as soon as possible. Living, breathing, he focused with all the attention to remove the poison from his body, struggling for restoring self-control. The gloomy, poisonous energy leisurely suffered from him the power of life, leaving it almost defenseless and not allowing to resist. He was aware that time is not waiting. It is necessary to restore the strength as soon as possible in order to grow again into the decisive duel near the brothers. In the darkness, the sharp claws of the bandit glittered, cutting a nightly darkness at a frantic speed and carrying a hidden, relentless danger. Considering Moina a slight threat, he decided not to waste time and sought to end with him as soon as possible. So he sought to end the Mung, aiming at a deadly blow, because he was not going to waste energy on a protracted duel. Moang was aware that he was dealing with a truly dangerous rival. He was more like a person, but some kind of invulnerable monster, which almost did not feel the consequences of a fight with Baek Rin. Lunko laughing, as if his joy had filled the whole cave. Oh, the lady rushed to his sacrifice again and again, drinking her full defenselessness. As if a true ghost in his element, he flawlessly focused in the cave and skillfully chose a place to blow, using every inequality of the dungeon in his favor. Moang knew well, constantly evading, it is impossible to win. If he does not go into a decisive offensive, then he will still be defeated. He directed all his inner power, gathering it in one devastating blow to break the course of the duel. Losing the last crumbs of strength and being on the verge of human opportunities, he understood that this is his only opportunity that can still be used. He urgently needed to instantly invent another move to get ahead of the enemy and break the course of the battle in his favor. To repel this seemingly insurmountable monster, he had to review his strategy and invent a non-standard approach. The enemy constantly poured a flurry of attack on him, not giving a moment of rest or the opportunity to retreat. The difference in their power was striking. The enemy fought so easily as if he had made fun. But suddenly his hand pierced the burning pain. It became clear that the wounds were serious, and it could influence the further course of the match. Not having time to bounce sideways, he caught a strong blow to the enemy's leg into the core. The breath in his chest broke up as if the air was pushed out of his lungs. The hero fell rapidly and the rocky soil, lifting the thick veil of dust and the splash of debris. Exhausted from great blood loss due to serious injury, he involuntarily dropped the sword. The forces left him every moment. In the whirlwind of dust and chaos before his eyes, the silhouette of the enemy, which was approaching, was set up to strike a new devastating blow. Overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, he looked at the enemy, realizing that it was not just a man, but a true beast, the embodiment of immense power. This monster only laughed abuse, tasting the torment of his sacrifice and frankly rejoicing in its complete defenselessness. Moang was aware, before him, the last, the only chance, and he has no right to waste him if he wanted to escape. Surfaced with carefree and flat, the sea surface still causes a danger. In its depths, powerful currents, which can suddenly absorb all careless. He was aware that it was extremely difficult to match his father's skill in his own sword, but this time he had to try his hand. In this situation, he had to make every effort, even despite his own doubts. He had to call not a crazy passion for the rising star, but to turn to a soft but incredibly powerful force of harmony of the galaxy. Despite doubts about his own power to master this technique, he remained a single hope, and it was for her that he had to grasp. Having collected all his will, he was aware that if he is not at risk now, this scoundrel will sooner or later put an end to him in a fight. If he does not use a new reception in the battle with this opponent, the defeat will be inevitable for him. The monster roar rolled up with a cave. She did not hide as a surprise. How did this young man dare to appear in his repository as if intentionally came to dig a grave here? Moang perceived these words as an alarm. It became quite clear that the monster sees only a light sacrifice in it. The movements of his father were forever etched in his memory, and he realized that the lessons of galactic harmony were not in vain. They left a deep mark in it. Usually, this technique only acted within the length of the sword, focusing its power on the melee. His father brought this technique to a new level, giving rise to the power that allows us to rule over everything around and put frantic pressure on the enemy. In sparring, his father was skillfully scattered with techniques, so controlling the space that he completely neutralized any movements of his sword. For a long time, he noticed many shortcomings in his own skills and decided to work hard to get rid of them. And since they came together in battle, he firmly decided to become more powerful and surpass himself. He was passionately sought to surpass his own capabilities and reach the artistic height that his father reached. Only the art of galactic harmony opened to him impressive capabilities, allowing the subtly combined, scattered around energy. This technique, like lightning in a cloudless sky, instantly struck the opponent's hand, leaving that suddenly stunned. The crazy flow of energy burned the enemy's hand, penetrating it with burning pain and forcing the enemy to shudder from the torment. Ladies considered it only an innocent anticipation of Moana without seeing the hidden power of this technique. However, despite the burning pain from the wounds obtained, Mongong instantly involved the newly worked force to become a worthy obstacle to the enemy's way. Although the skill of performing the technique still left much to be desired, he still dared to put it in practice, and was able to successfully repel the pressure of the enemy. A shouting from pain, could not tread where this young man came so much boldness to despise him and cause such devastating blows. After all, he sincerely considered himself an invulnerable deity, which was not threatened with defeat. It was difficult for him to imagine that an ordinary mortal person was able to cause him pain. In these expanses he prevailed, a real ruler and the most nasty predator, whom no inhabitant died. How does he get to parry his blows with a sword and energy that seemed insurmountable? He retreated, evading the blows as if trying to escape from the tongues of the flames that flashed around. The technique of the ascending star is at its core on the unrestrained cruelty, while galactic harmony suppresses everything around, giving rise to a gentle but extremely powerful whirlpool. Even the calm currents of harmony conceal the unrestrained power of the ascending star, capable of striking and destructive blows. Despite the external softness of the reception, the enemy still encountered considerable resistance on his part. When he waved his sword, the power of his reception was struck by the lady so much that he buried the horror, feeling the true power of this technique. Ladies felt the power of the sphere of harmony suddenly covered it, shaking the body and depriving any opportunity to move. A powerful energy stream of the monster's body, shaking it on tiny fragments. The energy explosion was so powerful that the surrounding rocks were crashing and crumbling on pieces. Moang was settled on the ground, his sword fell out of tired hands. All the forces left the warrior. He was completely exhausted. He not only stopped the pressure of the enemy, but also struck a decisive blow, finally bowing the battle bowl to his side. He still could not comprehend that the lady was defeated, and at this moment he realized how to combine the art of the rising star with the force of galactic harmony. Realizing that his father's lessons were not in vain, he appreciated the importance of his knowledge. When his friend Baek Rin-gin appears here and see what happened, he will certainly be stunned. However, a large-scale threat, capable of crossing all his plans, suddenly emerged behind him. Until recently, the tiger was influenced by tranquilizers. Finally, it has radiated incredible energy. The tiger, like a real hunter, was hiding behind him. At that moment, his blood was scared by the unbearable awareness of the deadly threat. Moang thought as if it would be a little time to cut out. When the beast pops up on the lady, he and his friend Baek Rin will take advantage of this moment to escape together. However, the tiger recovered for a long time after the influence of tranquilizers. His friend Baek Rina was treacherously poisoned. He lost the opportunity not only to use the Zygon, but also to move habitually. Every step was given to him with incredible complexity. And the predatory beast looked at him as if at a light prey, and our hero had a depressing feeling as if he had been cursed. They said that these creatures feel perfectly who came with good and who is evil in the soul. But if in his heart lives hatred of those who condemned him to prison, will he have a sprout of mercy for a person? Suddenly the lady, whom everyone was considered dead, suddenly fell to his feet. It was hard to believe, but he survived, and it stunned our hero to the depths of his heart. He still held on his feet, a real example of unbreakable endurance. However, the real value was that the ladies rose to his feet and cast his gaze away. He noticed in the look of a tiger locked in a cage a passionate hatred. The tiger did not even think to delay. His fierce hatred and the powerful roar filled the whole cave, forcing the walls to tremble from rage. Old ladies laughed at relief, happy that his precious treasure was still preserved. The beast, rising upwards, hung over the young master. He was convinced that the tiger would rush to him, so he tried to quench the predator. But suddenly a giant beast stood to him all the sky, throwing a huge shadow. Oh, the ladies! He wanted the tiger to rub that young man. Meanwhile, the tiger, not hesitation for a moment, rushed forward to the most important sacrifice for himself. Oh, ladies! The one who once caught him pain will now crack unexpectedly to pay off the debt of suffering. The hero realized that the tiger is able to feel the whole spectrum of human emotions, from kindness to the deepest evil. Fortunately, the tiger immediately recognized the villain, who at one time almost lost him. Instead, Manga engulfed true horror. He was certain that it was the end and the life thread would break. He was cruelly damaged. He was on the hair from death, frightened to the nostrils. For him, it turned out to be a real curse. The poison was increasingly spreading. But apparently, thanks to his father's intervention, poison is likely not to penetrate the stomach. All in the pain and especially the abdomen, as if it were hell and what else remained. Some time has passed and our hero is finally conscious. He fainted simply in the same place. Along with him were his friend and children he rescued. The joy overwhelmed their hearts. Mong, despite everything, remained alive. Mongong addressed Baek to the question of whether he witnessed everything that had happened. Did he notice a white millennial tiger that appeared at the right time and reached out to him? However, Baek never saw the tiger. It seems that our hero's idea was still successful. Baek was so seriously injured that he had no strength to support his friend. Fortunately, the tiger came to the rescue. It was his intervention that made it possible to overcome the enemy. Mongong in thought was aware. His friend believes that everything was going according to the conceived, although the real situation has long been out of control. However, he decided not to persuade a friend, realizing that explaining this intricate interval of events would be a futile business. However, the young owner appeals to help direct his internal energy so that he is able to absorb the essence of the snow lotus of the divine mountain. However, Baek was overwhelmed by the thought, is all this justified? Yes, it's worth it. For who, except for us, knows about this cave? However, it is worth keeping in mind. There can be many skilled masters of martial arts here, so the rivalry will be a lot. But for the safety of the village residents, it is better to take this opportunity on Baek. He should make this choice himself, because he has already accepted a pure dew of stalactite, so now he will be much easier to absorb the essence of the snow lotus. If you think about dew is filled with yang energy, and the lotus embodies yin, no person can take 2 of the 200 treasures of Muram at once, and if this guy is a true fate, he will be able to overcome this incredible obstacle. The purpose of the hero remains as unwavering as in the original novel. He seeks to become powerful, because he was destined to be the main actor of this story. Baek impressed everyone with his insecurity, admitting that this task was too complicated for him. Mung seemed as if he had not heard what he heard, because such chats still did not make any sense. As a result, everyone moved again with their way, as it was first thought. Baek got a snow lotus. They, full of strength and health, finally met Junho Myun. Finally, the children got out of the gloomy cave and returned home, to their familiar native lands. 3 silver coins found in a cave were divided by the residents of Dan Juju. Subsequently, they informed the local authorities about the found hiding place with treasures and icy asylum. In addition, they turned with a letter in which they asked to return the found babies to the family circle. All the things have almost completed the end. There is only one task left. Visit the tavern and share your story with visitors. By leaving the fables of travelers and merchants, many of them delight in the legend of the White Cloud, a powerful figure that kept the whole region in fear. However, the names of Baek and the Dansan sect were particularly glory. It was they who were able to challenge Bilamari and finally win over it. Their feats are still discussing at the fires, and stories about triumph become a source of inspiration for new generations of adventurers. This story will be told in the farthest corners, and the wider it will spread the world, the more the effect will be. This is how he wants to glorify Baek Gina. This will increase significantly, and thanks to gossip, it will have the opportunity to get acquainted with new, interesting people. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, our hero visited Yunho Muno's home. He did not leave the fire for a moment, and he enjoyed the legendary ice taste that was lying for centuries. This ice had the ability to strengthen the muscles and purify energy, but thanks to the snowy lotus contained inside, it acquired unique qualities. So, from his point of view, it was logical to capture only the average bandit weapon from the cave. However, the main character was convinced that it would still be needed. Moang was constantly experiencing Junho because Baek Gin demonstrated incredible power and progressed much more rapidly than him. From a young age, he consumed elixirs that increased the level of energy in the body, making it a large amount of strength required for good circulation. However, all this time, Junho Moon never made any step forward in his development. The wonder, as he managed to reach such heights, given that he grew up in poverty. However, he was lucky to have a prominent mentor who exceeds others in the skill of training and martial arts. Only internal forces and insights are not enough. He also needs little support. Going to Baek Gina, our hero unexpectedly makes an offer to change places with him. But why does he suddenly express such a proposal? Maybe it's worth convincing him to rest better. But the dream does not go to him, and anxiety worries the soul. Despite this, Baek Gin does not intend to change it easily. It seems to him that his friend Mongong is not abusing or hiding the truth from him. In response to the question of why he holds that opinion, Baek is convinced that the luck that he had recently smiled became a source of hassle than a reason for joy. But how does he know if our hero was kept secret? What a mysterious and unexpected interweaving of events it is. In the shimmering light of the moonlight night, which seemed to open a curtain over all the mysteries of the world, the hero plunged into thinking about how rapidly and unexpectedly fate was able to change the course of events. He broke his head over how Baek was able to reveal all the events that took place and what the secrets hid in his silent mask. Baek, putting 2 fingers to the temple, mysteriously said, "She is guilty of everything." By this gesture hints at her own ingenuity and the ability to solve other people's thoughts. It is only necessary to throw your eye on your temporal meridian, and it immediately becomes obvious that it is happening in your mind, he said, with a barely catchy smile on his lips. The guy suddenly nickened because he was not fully aware of what a temporal meridian was and how he could expose his thoughts. Baek explained that the thickness of the temporal meridian testifies to the level of internal power of the master of martial arts. Your meridian has become bright red and a noticeable power due to the fact that you used the original dew of stalactite and the snow lotus from the heavenly mountain, he said. I have overcome this level myself. But how is it probably? Does your energy remain hidden in the meridians, not the body spread? Baek could not understand this because it seemed quite obvious to him. You have shown harder, though it does not immediately fall into the eye, he said, paying attention to the new shades in the aura of a friend. Sometimes even the smallest changes are of great importance. You are a truly careful and insightful look, the hero said, recognizing Baek's wit. He only sighed bitterly, realizing that his hidden long ago became well known. The young master confessed that in battle with the lady, he discovered something new for himself, although before that, he blindly followed only the parental skill of possession of the sword. Baek stressed with delight that it was truly impressive. After all, he was also a student of his father, but he could not grasp the secret essence of this technique. However, the protagonist asked not to attribute to him the unnecessary virtues, assuring that he only followed Baek himself. However, for Baek, it was a real triumph, and he would gladly took the opportunity to compete with him in sparring to test and evaluate his own skills. I also thought about it, so I actively train. I have a request for you. Show how it comes out in you. said the hero with genuine curiosity. Baek hardly sought to take the training immediately without losing a minute. But our hero refused, explaining that he was already waiting for urgent cases. I hope that this technique borrowed from the gang White Oblako is not considered illegal. He cast a look at Baek, waiting for his reaction. This is not revealed in the text, but there is one significant detail, Baek said, emphasizing the importance of nuances. He got the book they found in the hiding place. The techniques are described here, not at all as we used to. I will read it, and then I will be able to tell you more. If these techniques are really generated by evil, what can come out of it? The hero thought, plunging into reflections on possible consequences. Only you are able to help me in this case, Baek. The more we dive into the ancestral inheritance, the brighter and more mysterious life is in life, he said, and then added, empty souls, deprived of thoughts, nothing is worth it, and true wisdom is able to reveal to us the secrets of being. Not just so I copied the words of ancestors for you. It seems that you were really interested in wisdom and forgotten arts of the spirit, Baek said, carefully following his interest. Should I take over the experience of ancestors, even if we have not grasped the depth of their knowledge? Baek asked uncertainly, doubting the expediency of such a path. Understanding the essence of the question, the hero answered, a person in a healthy mind will never reveal family secrets to outsiders if he is tormented by conscience. However, I do not betray my family at all, so you can be calm. These techniques have powerful mystical energy. Everyone has to realize you are blood from the blood of the kind of Jagal, Baek emphasized, especially emphasizing the importance of ancient traditions. The hero could not understand why Baek still does not leave this topic. I would like to know what will happen if the heir of the clan opens the secrets of the ancestors. But whatever it is, I have to persuade you to take these lessons, thought in his head. He tried to be interested in Baek. If you want to master something new, I can help you with that. However, one should not become an old aristocrat who eagerly holds on to family glory. Baek threw, astonishment and inability to accept such an opinion. Recognizing the idea of a friend, the hero clearly felt how skillfully he brought the conversation to a convincing finals. In this case, I suggest that you join the ranks of the knights, not seek the title of nobleman, he said, putting another way. Is it stated somewhere that knights have the right to complain? Baek replied with doubt in his voice, healing significantly about this idea. Perhaps this is contrary to the rules, but the true knight should be able to give himself for the safety of others. And sometimes you have to break your own principles, the hero strongly insisted. For Baek, it sounded like a game with the words, you find justification by illegal actions, but I do not perceive it. Life is changing and elusive, and the righteousness that we sometimes have to agree with is forcing them to retreat, even when the heart says it is wrong, our hero said philosophically. In the name of the common good, it is better to hide the truth about the fate of the gang of the White Cloud. Remember why you were here and what choice made, he said, without making me a look. And why you were arguing with the whiteout, the hero said, trying to encourage Baek to think. Baek was silent for a long time, and it was not surprising. There were many overthrown opponents left on their way. Many of our actions, without a doubt, come in spite of the very essence of justice. Whatever we justify our actions, it remains undeniable. We have caused pain and deprived the lives of others, Baek said. Still, Mr. Baek Rin Gin, you raised the sword for the sake of justice, the hero said, and even when the question of a knightly path was raised, you were hesitated. Well, such discussions would like to bypass, he said. But it is about the methods of improving consciousness that are closely related to the diary of heavenly sacraments. You have to master this force at any cost, because it can be crucial in your confrontation with the cult of the bloody demon, the hero insisted fervently. After a clash with the White Cloud, your path seemed to be clear, he said, seeking to convince Baek. So you don't have to delay too long, he summed up. The next day, when our hero seated on the lake, he flipped closely at the pages of the book, realizing that it opens up many opportunities. It was at this point that he turned the page to the section on the skill of owning hands. The scroll, acquired from White Taniek, did not mention the author's name, only a signature, an old man who himself overcome the first-level warrior. From my own experience, I will say complete nonsense. To be in Rome without inner strength, still to rush under the sword, the gap between the first-level fighter and the downtime that is devoid of internal energy, the abyss, he thoughtfully thought. The question remains open, how did he manage to overcome it? He thought in surprise. The hero suddenly realized his mistake was to consider it only the technique of hands. In fact, the whole body goes in the way, which is why this technique was called 4 limbs of fear. That's why the leader of the White Cloud Gang owned such an incredible force, he summed up. In the novel Baek Rin Gin, having learned about this technique, he actively strengthened his connections, because the 4 limbs of fear help him get closer to mastering the final sword equipment, the hero recalled. So I will share this with Baek Rin Gin and Yuncho Myun, he decided. But first I have to find out one thing, the main character flashed. The opportunity to learn more about this technique opens understanding how it will affect a person who has mastered the skills of the Jaggle clan, he thought. It is necessary to master this book as soon as possible, he thought with firmness, full of determination. Some time has passed, and he stretched Baek's book with the words, "I have already finished reading, now your move." This book was created by a mysterious master of martial arts, he said, revealing its mysterious origin. Baek Rin said with a polite smile, "Thank you, but I don't need it." "Why do you hesitate? Just accept it. It really matters," the hero insisted. "This technique is called 4 limbs of fear. It will help you develop your skill in your sword possession. I just get acquainted with her and share our impressions," he suggested. At that time, Junho, leisurely licking the ice floe, listened carefully to the dialogue of the interlocutors. They mentioned yesterday's conversation, trying to find common ground. Our hero never heard from Baek any answer that could arrange him. "I trust your words, but I'm not sure if I have enough nobility to put up with all this," Baek finally admitted. "I will answer as soon as I determine whether I have to reveal the truth about what happened to others," he commented. In his reflections, the hero decided to refrain from words, because he suspects, if Baek considers it appropriate, he is quite capable of expressing him. "Well, he complicates my life," he thought with annoyance, feeling the inner tension. "You should still move on. If we go immediately, you can get to the henna today." With these words, he translated the conversation to the other side. That's how their difficult journey through the surroundings of Lansan ended. Further, the path leads to the province of Henan, where Baek Rin Gin is waiting for new acquaintances, trials, as well as a long-awaited meeting with the same person. The bright sun was spilled through the golden light through the humid, heavy air, wrapping everything around the gentle warmth and the illusion that the heavens themselves touched the earth. A huge ship full of passengers slided a wide river slowly, cutting a calm water surface and leaving behind a long, ghostly track, like an invitation to a journey to an unknown. The legendary bird was on the head of the young owner, the embodiment of wisdom and strength, whose majestic posture immediately attracted the passionate views of others. Mujga is already annoying this restless bird. He barely flew into the sky as he soon turns back and stubbornly brings to his head, as if he considers her his own nest. Baek Rin was surprised that the young man was turning to a bird named Susu. Deciding that this is the real name of the wing, he asked directly. The guy just smiled and confirmed that this is how his feathered friend was calling. Suddenly, Yuko called his comrades, noting something unusual ahead. His exclamation quickly attracted the attention of everyone on board to the mysterious object that was visible in the distance. At the same moment, Suso broke into the sky again, stretching over the head of Muna, as if intentionally demonstrating his elusive freedom and annoying the opponent. Looking around, they felt relieved. Here it is, to which they have been heading for so long and who was so persistently sought. They got to the next stop on their way, determined to meet new adventures and challenges that were already chatting. In the novel, Henan Province, known as the Central Plain, repeatedly elected a place for their capitals, different peoples. It is on this rich history of Earth Baek Rin that goes into exciting adventures that will turn his life forever. Some of these lands have repeatedly become an arena of cruel wars and endless clashes that have deeply affected their history and left behind traces of destruction. Suddenly, a detachment of riders began to build ahead. The cavalry rapidly united, instilling a sense of inevitable threat. The riders gathered so much that it did not joke our heroes, forcing them to constantly be alert. In their hands, they have magers with the image of a white bird that trembled elastically under the gusts of wind, giving a detachment even more mystery and majesty. Given that the blue flag is fluttering an eagle, a symbol of the kind of reconciliation, we can assume that it is the members of this family that go towards us. Baek Rin unexpectedly noticed about 24 people from whom streaming sharp, like a blade, energy. He wondered where they went so hastily. Looking at Baek Rina's face, he immediately realized he was going to get there again, where he should not. It did not please him at all. As soon as the fight with a gang of white tailsack, they did not rejoice in the prospect of another hassle that could appear at any moment. It is unclear why Baek Rin cannot fully focus on the search for a diary of heavenly secrets and is constantly distracted by outsiders. Finally, they got to the fortress that had to become a new milestone on their way. They had a considerable amount of money, but to keep it with them was troublesome and risky, so I had to think about how best to do with these funds. Mongong put forward a proposal to invest this money in a profitable business so that they work for us and generate income, and not just lay aimlessly. He, accustomed to luxury, did not know the true price of wealth. This experience taught the hero how money is able to influence the course of human fate. It is the money that gives an unlimited chance. They allow you to enjoy exquisite dishes and drinks, as well as hire the best guards. Thanks to money, you can taste the most exquisite dishes and drinks, hire the most experienced guards, and finally to transform your own life radically. With such money, he felt true confidence because now no troubles seemed threatening to him. Suddenly, Yuho joined their conversation. Having grown into a family with limited wealth, he understood the price of money and sincerely supported the idea of their importance in life. However, the most important thing was to find the answer. What areas it is worth investing in order for them to work for the good and at the same time remain under reliable protection. The hero hesitated where to invest, but he remained confident. Fate would certainly push him with the person who would tell the right path. They were aware that the choice of where to invest money should be considered especially carefully, because the second chance may not happen. It was no point in drawing with this decision. It is likely that you should first put money into a bank account, so they will remain safe and will work on you at the same time, generating income. Since they were in Kifin, the capital of Henan Province, there were no banks where it was possible to put their money securely. Wandering through the city streets, they opened endless rows of shops and vivid jams, and the atmosphere of the metropolis was fascinating and inspiring them. Only thoughts about food were spinning in Yuho's head. He was quite convinced that local flavors would be unmatched with delicious. Moang asked in Baek Rina if he had information about Kifin, in particular about local banks and investment prospects. He wondered if Baek Rin was known about Julin and Jananan banks, the main rivals in the local market. There are no more influential banks in this city, so the choice is only to these two. Of course, it is worth paying attention to large banks. The larger the financial institution, the less risks and the greater stability. In the metropolis, such a bank immediately evokes confidence and trust. This bank is the perfect place to save savings. Our hero actually only hesitates because he has long decided where to invest his money. He intended to invest money in the Yin Sui Bank, which will only occur in the future when someone is founded by the name of E. There is no such bank, but after the bankruptcy of Julin, he will appear in the financial stage. He understood for sure that putting money into sleep before everyone was talking about him, a reasonable move. The novel stated that those who believed in his start later received huge dividends. At first, they chose the Jananan Bank. That's where they decided to temporarily put money to protect their savings. Further, their path will be where Baek Rin-gin once encountered someone who was able to support them in investment. When he crossed the threshold of the bank, the cashier again asked if he belonged to the Agel family. In response to a slight annoyance, the young man recalled that he has repeatedly confirmed his affiliation. How much else can it be found out? After being lost, the cashier apologized and explained that the amount of silver is too large, so he was obliged to inform the management. In addition, he may need to ask some more clarifying questions. Manga seriously annoyed these inappropriate questions. He had enough of his business, and he had neither time nor desire to endure unnecessary chats. However, Baek Rin has made an additional answers, noticing how Mongong is becoming more nervous and seeking to prevent the possible exacerbation of the situation. The cashier wondered whether they did not come from the Lishansky district, and if so, are these not known to the whole district swordsmen are the ones who go about? Hearing these words, the young owner was especially alerted, staring interested in looking at the interlocutor's speech and seeking to understand where this conversation goes. The cashier immediately guessed that before him, the legendary swordsman from the Northern Dynasty, who recently had completely broken criminals from the gang of White Tailsack. Hearing this, the hero smiled noticeably. Rumors apparently are lightning, because it was he who first said the phrase, Northern Dynasty. Moang acknowledged that they were really the same swordsmen, but immediately noted, it is short because they have many urgent cases. Baek Rina had heard a lot. He had no idea that Mongong could be so frank. The cashier, recognizing the famous person, blossomed with a smile and, a little lost, apologized for his negligence because he did not immediately show her respect. However, Baek Rin insisted there is nothing exceptional on their actions, and all the conversations around, nothing more than exaggeration of their merits. Mongong realized that the excessive modesty Baek Rina could throw a shadow on their reputation, and decided that to underestimate his own achievements is not the best idea. Suddenly, Baek Rin cuts off the conversation sharply. He grabbed Mongoa by his hand, and leaving them no time for further discussion, hurriedly stated that they should immediately go. Discarding the unnecessary words, they immediately made the decision and left the bank quickly. In the end, they decided to rest and gain strength at a cozy local restaurant where they could calmly discuss their next steps. The waiter lifted them with a refined drink, designed to give a charge of good mood and help relax after a grueling day. Moang urged everyone to lift glasses in honor of the Baek Rin has gained a new nickname that dignity reflects his achievements. However, Baek Rin felt uncomfortable. Such loud fun seemed to him excessive and did not fit in his usual restrained character. Yuko emphasized that the nickname serves as an indisputable testimony to respect for the person, because he is given only to those who really deserved it with their actions. However, he wondered what prompted them to such a decision. Against this, the main character noticed how Baek Rin again throws his insightful look at him, and that made him get lost. He hesitated whether to approach and speak, because Baek Rina's persistent look, directed at him, forced to feel tension. Suddenly a man came to their table, brought on a tray of a dish, and delicately placed them in front of everyone. He then detained a shrewd look at them, as if he sought to convey something important without a word. Considering their excellent appetite and suspecting that the boys celebrated an event, he smiled warmly and sincerely wished them delicious. His words left them a strange impression that something is much deeper in external courtesy. The hero looked at this man, trying to solve what he really thought. It turned out that this person had a rather unusual attitude, so intuition told them to treat her carefully. The hero, traveling the evening streets of the capital, could not but admire the grandeur and luxury of local architecture, which in the magical light of night lanterns looked even more sophisticated and charming. A small crowd was surprised to view the giant fair that raged even at midnight. The noise of the whole spilled around, and the colorful lights lured the townspeople from the farthest corners. Everything around was shimmering with bright colors, as if the air was throbbing the colors and the glow. No wonder this place was called the heart of fashion. Here the freshest trends were born, and the daily bustle did not ripe away from day or night. However, first of all, it was necessary to find an institution called Full Moon. It was there that he was waiting for his search. It was here that the opportunity to answer exciting questions and find what he moved on the road. Su, a tiny mythical bird, easily flew from our hero's head, unfolding his wings and dissolving in the darkness of the night sky. Manga to the edge was forced to be from this disobedient Beshket bird, which was not exposed to his influence. After all, what else to expect from a mysterious creature? After the long traveling of the search, he finally found an institution called Full Moon, which was where his road led from the beginning. The room was dominated by a completely different aura, a barely audible music, a soft, muted light, and an elusive feeling of harmony filled every corner. The waiter carefully filled a glass for one of the guests, inviting him to taste the drink in this warm and cozy atmosphere. There was an attractive young girl who took care of the guest. She cast her gaze on our hero and said with a smile that he was shining with happiness. Her warm words and a charming beauty were added to the hero of an even greater exaltation, and he seemed to dissolve in the amazing atmosphere of this fabulous place. For a while, a respected maestro arrived, and now it was necessary to decide whether it should be allowed to enter the room. Mongong immediately set this proposal, because they will not be guaranteed with a musician in the company. The door opened slowly, and a stranger stepped into the room, bringing a sense of secret and anticipation of amazing events. It was at this moment that Mongong finally came across the one who has been searched for so long. Before him was the person he had already met in the tractor. It was easy to recognize familiar features, and there was no doubt. He looked like a wandering monk hiding in the sounds of his music and making it a living, roaming from one city to another. He lifted the tool and played a tune that enveloped the room with magical notes, capturing the hearts of everyone who was around. He masterfully played the instrument, every sound merged into a sophisticated tune that revealed the rich inner world of the musician. The instrument tirelessly gave birth to wonderful tunes that, like a magic haze, enveloped the listeners and captured them into a wonderful, unknown dimension. His melody was so charming that it seemed as if it were time to froze, and all the worries dissolved in the air. Moang dared to speak to him, hoping to reveal more mysteries of this mysterious musician. "I have the impression that we have intersected earlier," he said with emphasized attention, trying to interest the musician. The musician confessed that he is not sure, because he often performs different guests and may not always remember every face. He did not pay much attention to the words of this young man, fully immersed in his own game and melody. "You are probably right. It is possible that I really noticed you in a tract." After a short pause, the musician recognized. Mongong noted what that was meant, so they can consider themselves familiar, even if their roads have just intersected instantly. However, the monks were easily recognized due to its non-standard appearance and a special style of behavior, which clearly distinguished it among others. "Why did you choose the work of a musician in a tractor?" Mongong asked, though he realized perfectly that the matter here probably in earnings for a living. "I like to be a musician. It is unconditionally exciting," Mo Wang confessed. "But perhaps it sounds a little unusual. I am attracted to completely different things." Then he invited the monk to split a glass with him. These words seemed to the musician suspicious, and he inadvertently tensed, trying to solve what lies behind the guy's intentions. However, the musician showed interest and adhered to the proposal, noting that the guy should thank him for the time spent on the conversation. Mongong instantly adjoined it. He is good to give anything for the opportunity to learn more and to calm the thirst for his curiosity. A charming girl was sitting next to him, who brought his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the young man's request to leave them with the monk alone. She had the idea that the situation was quite suspicious, and she inadvertently began to suspect that there was something more than an innocent conversation between the two. The guy's cheeks flooded with a blush, inconvenience, and embarrassing, forcing him to be ashamed. The monk intrigued the person of Manhwa, who was so captured by his presence that he preferred to the musician society, not the beautiful lady. He was courteous to find out what this man had touched. The hero, looking carefully at his eyes, said, "You look at the one who will hump 2 work around the clock to survive somehow. Those who belong to this type of people rarely have such an indiscriminate look," he said, as if hint at something inserted, hiding behind this external balance. It hinted that the life of the musician is far from ordinary. He lies some mystery, which he carefully hides from prying eyes. It is possible that everything is. But before you reveal the history of my life, I would like to hear more about your adventures. A traveler, Mongong said. The musician did not see any obstacles and intelligently agreed to share his story, anticipating that their conversation promises to be exciting. They pushed the glasses with a slight bell, symbolically opening up the conversation with a friendly disturbance. Without hesitation, they drained the glasses to the bottom, allowing the sophisticated drink to fill their nature with a pleasant warmth that enveloped every cell of the body and gave the soul a true peace. Moang acted not by accident. He was well aware that this bald man would later head the Inson Bank and became known as the Director of Sleep. Thanks to its significant investment in a variety of projects, it will soon turn into an influential person in the banking world. In order to impress him and lay a strong foundation for further cooperation, Mongong must frankly share with him all the truth. Remembering his mysterious past and that moment of reincarnation, which radically changed his fate, he finally dared to open up before him. It looked truly intriguing and exciting, because it is not every day to find out such a wonderful story directly from the mouth of an eyewitness. The musician finally realized his interlocutor and the reasons why he considered himself a muzzle. Now everything has gone into place. This bald man from the Kim family, as if a disgusting duck, instead of expected participation in the imperial exams, unexpectedly chose the way of journeys and self-knowledge to discover new horizons in the world. The hero was aware that this traveler has bypassed many countries and realized people are much more important to power, wealth, and power than dry knowledge drawn from books. That is why he set himself the goal of becoming the power and power in whose hands. He chose a variety of work to make sure that money can lead to and how they affect human nature. Such a road became a way to grasp him, how to conquer finances and manage them wisely. Listening to the story, the hero realized that they were united by the same philosophy. They both appreciate freedom, the right to choose their own destiny, preventing anyone from influencing their decisions. It seems that his interlocutor felt the same moods. Moang asked with interest, "And what are your intentions?" The monk expressed his desire to dispose of finances, but noted that he needs to think carefully about how best to embody in order to achieve the plan. Mongong said, "If you intended to manage finances, then you are most likely to strive for wealth, focusing on the obvious causal addiction." He was convinced that right now the perfect time to act. It was no point in waste more than a second. Moang carefully took out an envelope from his pocket and, passing it on the musician, asked to dispose of this money wisely and use them with prudence. There was a lot of money in the envelope, and he suggested that the musician calculate them himself to understand how serious the proposal is. The hero addressed the musician, who had to become a banker soon, asking him to dispose of this money at his own discretion, whether to spend or invest them, as he sees fit, fully relying on his choice. The monk was confused. He did not dream of such an unprecedented amount. In his soul there were doubts, and suddenly the young man is cunning, thinking of substituting him with deception. Mongong was convinced that if the monk fails him or betray his trust, he would blame himself only, because he did not learn to read human souls. But after their amazing conversation, he had a sincere desire to become like-minded people and partners with this husband. He just hoped that they managed to get around and, saying goodbye, leaving herself, leaving the musician in the silence of lonely reflections. The man, without realizing what was happening, looked in a confused muon, believing that he had finally lost his sense. He had no idea that Moena has a treacherous plan and that the future had already revealed his secrets. The morning of the next day, the city was filled with life again. The streets were raging, people were in a hurry, and our characters were looking forward to meeting new adventures. One of the friends with irritation is a fist on the table and is indignant that what Muegda tells is simply impossible to fit in his head. How could he so easily dispose of all our money without even consulting with us? He exclaims, stunned and annoyed, not believing heard. What about our savings for life, travel, and all other expenses? Said Yuk Anxiety, looking carefully at her friends. How will we now do without this money? However, they are aware that the contagious realities do not allow them to scatter money as once. From now on, you have to tighten the belts and save on every little thing. Nevertheless, this is a really serious test for their team, and they still cannot understand why he made such an important decision without their participation. Nevertheless, Baek Rinzin did not lose his conviction. He sincerely believed that he would not have to regret the decision, because he acted based on good intentions. However, Mong frankly admits, if he was mistaken in his assumptions about this person, then he will probably regret it. Meanwhile, the Ya, standing aside, cannot hide true feelings. In the end, he tells in detail why he made the decision to borrow money to this person, hoping that the team will be able to understand his motives and support this choice. After all, he understood that this person is able to use money wisely, will definitely not spend them in vain, but will direct something really significant. So he chose this person for his investments, hoping not only for mutual benefit, but also that in the future the investment will bear generous fruits. Mong was still not fully confident in his actions, but still chose to believe in a bright future. He could not put up with the idea that because of the lack of funds, someone loses the chance to reveal their talent. Therefore, the hero, without sparing resources, dared to bet on other people's opportunities. "You made the right choice," Baek Rinzin said. Baek Rinzin looked at him with dignity and expressed his hope that their work would not be lost in vain, and the investment would bring common benefit. Suddenly, a mysterious figure arises above them, whose unexpected appearance immediately breaks their conversation and causes the whole company to hold their breath. Yuk with regret understands that the era of carefree days and easy money is left behind. Now they are waiting for new trials and unknown difficulties. However, as soon as he looked around, his eyes came across the same figure that suddenly arose, and now he was invincible. A familiar monk approached them and, bowing low, spoke timidly. "Excuse me if I worried you. I hope my appearance did not become inappropriate for you." A well-known monk Dreams put in front of them. But what made him come at this moment? The attendees were surprised. Everyone was thinking about the true cause of his unexpected appearance. It was at this moment that the friends finally came to whom Mong actually gave all that money, and it only added new mysteries and gave rise to even more suspicions. Mr. Dream appeared not as a musician here, but as a respectable guest, and politely asked for permission to join their company at the table. He carefully put an envelope with the money he was entrusted and made everyone present with a focused look. Undoubtedly, this bald man by the name of Mr. Dream was going to share something exciting and meaningful, so everyone was waiting in hard for his words. In fact, he came to find out where they had such considerable money from them, because they could not take money without knowing their origin. Mong throws a distrustful look at Mr. Sun, although such a reaction is quite natural. It is unlikely that the future successful businessman would remain indifferent to the sudden appearance of a potential investor. In any case, it will end the best. He will present Mr. Sun to his friends and share all the information you need. Therefore, he carefully explained where to direct the funds raised and emphasized how it would contribute to the realization of their common dreams. After listening to their explanations about the source of a large amount of money, Mr. Sun suddenly noted that one of the present was the legendary warrior, who was all around. Baek Rinzin did not seek the fame of legend. He was inconvenient to hear such words in his address. It seems that the rumors have already reached him. In fact, he would gladly acknowledge that all these stories are simply exaggerated transfers. Everything that just sounded here, no more than exaggerated rumors, he said. However, every word about the sword was true, because Mang himself witnessed these events. Mr. Dream was glad to get acquainted with these prominent personalities, sincerely admiring their achievements. Thus, he came to the conclusion that these funds were fairly, and there were no reasons for concern. However, some doubts about Mr. Sun still remained. Mr. Dream watched with three, not hiding the surprise. The true masters of martial arts are usually alien glory and wealth. The thought of their environment does not manage them. They are only interested in continuous improvement of their own skills. However, this does not mean that they are devoid of appetite or joy of delicious dishes. On the contrary, such moments give special pleasure and make sense to their existence. Yuch was enthusiastically suggested to taste the glorious Akima bamboo sprouts. Mr. Dream only heard of their juiciness, tenderness, and unsurpassed taste, but never had the opportunity to try them. But Yuch insisted so hot on this dish that Mong had suspected suspicions. Their conversation seemed to him some unnaturally tense, and he began to feel that something was wrong here. Very soon, they became close so much that there were many interesting topics between them, and Meringue was amazed. Junhoch was aware of many little things, but he did not even know that this would be the key to his rapprochement with Mr. Son. Baek Rinjin silently pulls his drink, watching the conversation between Yuch and Mr. Song. After all, everything succeeded. The atmosphere in their team has improved significantly, and the relationships between the participants became even stronger than it was intended. In order to continue the path, they definitely needed a blacksmith, capable of creating everything you need for them. They have already asked the locals about the location of the smithy, because our hero seeks to order equipment that will be needed for further training. And another sword was intended for his friend Mion Hen, who adopted the idea with enthusiasm. However, Mong had no doubt. Fate often throws up unexpected trials, and a good sword can be a real salvation for their friend. But will they be able to raise enough amount to buy it? Mong has planned everything carefully. The crew has already made it profitable to sell, and still has many other things that can also be sold. The hero rushed from the White Toniac, dragging all sorts of unnecessary. Yuck only dreamed that this smallness would be enough for a dreamy sword. Then he would say goodbye to his past life without hesitation. Moore felt as if he had grabbed his luck for his tail, and there was a moment of decisive action, because he was not going to allow Jung to stay former. The point is, Baek Rinzin exposes himself every day, while Yuch leads the life of a master who lost the direction. Initially, he suggested that the reason for the issues already resolved with the shelter, and now everything has changed. Now it is quite clear, if there is no impetus to action, no one wants to change and grow. In the novel, Baek Rinzin, together with Yunhoch, was defeated by the insidious Oh the Lady. This unsuccessful experience became a real impetus for them. It was he who forced the heroes to strive. But thanks to the intervention of our hero Junho, Mon never suffered a bitter defeat, all because Mong was stronger than him. It is this obstacle that has become the most difficult for them, and now it all depends on the momentum that it is about to provoke. They soon got to the forge. After looking inside, they noticed the burning bonfires. However, no living soul was visible in the forge. Yuch had no doubt. If this master is a real blacksmith, then his weapons will undoubtedly cost a lot. However, they will only be able to understand this when they cross the threshold. Several blacksmiths worked here. They forged iron and immediately noticed the appearance of guests. They asked what the reason brought these guests to their smithy. The hero said that he heard from others about the unsurpassed skill of local weapons, so he politely asked to call him a master. The chunky man stood up and agreed to call his father. The guy with wide-open, clean eyes whose clear look contrasted with the impressive power of his muscular physique. Along with him, his father Swing was silently, who did not hear and could not speak. The son was silent but clearly showed gestures. They finally got to where they wanted. This house of the famous Master of the Dew is a glorious smithy, known far beyond the city. The man then, from the fierce heat near the oven, finally noted the visitors. They immediately pushed them through his sharp, vigilant look. The guy announced that his father readily agreed to meet them. They stepped onto a cozy room where there was no trace of burning heat of hot coats. The blacksmith's hands were barely noticeable, as if betraying the anxiety that hid inside him. He looked exhausted and alarmed, as if some invisible care did not leave his thoughts. Mongong understood the cause of the blacksmith's excitement. The fact is that the sneaky O died his father's life. He was upset not only because of a spoiled mood, but also because he had selected all the weapons made from him. That is why the Master Do covers panic fear of those who own the martial arts. He asked our hero what he intent. He heard some rumors in the lane, but did not want to find out. Baek Rin also watched him with distrust in his eyes. It seemed as if he had a gift to predict the future, but he did not expect such. Further sections of the novel were never published, so it remained in ignorance and hurried with incredible anxiety. Suddenly, the Koval's son approached the company and spoke. He said they are really unfortunate, but they are already occupied by the existing orders and are not able to take new ones. Then the guy decided to sway with a weapon that he took with him. When he stretched her blacksmith, he spontaneously stopped breathing. After all, this weapon was once forged by a master for those scoundrels. This completely turned the whole situation. The blacksmith looked at the weapon carefully, not releasing any little things from the field. He immediately realized that he had a weapon of his own work created in the past. The tension in the room increased as there were many unsolved issues. The blacksmith focusedly inspected each product, carefully checking whether these are the fruits of his skill. No hesitation, he was convinced that all this was the result of his own work. His gaze immediately attracted the world. Famous sword. In front of me was the legendary sword of the O.O., he who took his father's life. The father seemed to fall into the abyss of sorrow. His heart was burning tumultuous feelings, and it was quite alarmed by his son. Yu-Ho and Baek Rin were amazed by an unexpected reaction. However, Mongong remained quite calm. He knew what it would end. The first wave of tears subsided only at dawn. The blacksmith's blacksmith, through his son's mediation, shared with them a painful story from his past. History came to life in the imagination, awakening incredible pain. His father, recognizing the sword that his native person died, suddenly moved into memories of that day. Before the eyes, the strict figures of martyrs of martial arts, before which he trembled as a child, appeared again. His son also engulfed fear, not only because the revenge remained unfulfilled, but also because it was not possible to pay tribute to his grandfather, even now that he grew up a talented grandson. The scene really penetrated to the heart, but Mongong remained completely indifferent. Although he prefers materialism, the plot of this story was known to him. However, even in such circumstances, it is not necessary to talk about blades. In its stock, there are already many methods to strengthen Junho. Although he did not predict such development, he still decided to hand over to these people and say goodbye to it forever. At first he mentioned the sword only because he intended to sell the weapon as long as possible. It is said that sometimes people are looking for a weapon that belonged to their ancestor, not even realizing that they are not really looking for her, but a memory of a loved one. After he heard this story, his hand simply did not decide to give this sword for sale. Baek Rin gently put his palm on the shoulder of the protagonist, confident. He will choose the path that leads to the truth. But the young man wanted only one thing, that he was not considered with such attention. Yet the protagonist dared and made a step towards these people. She asked the young man to pass one thing before leaving her father. Now that the sneaky O finally rested, they have the opportunity to arrange his father a worthy, real funeral. The son reported to his father these news. My father noted that I was grateful to them, although he did not understand why they found so much gratitude to him. Yu-Ho suddenly intervened in the dialogue, emphasizing that they only fulfilled his duty, although the hero himself could not clearly predict whether his words would be like that. But despite all, HH did not intend to renounce the old habits and planned to return to the usual rhythm of life. However, Mongo realized that Ho was now talking to nonsense, and for this moment it did not matter. They asked and were already going to leave this place. However, the young man stopped them, noting that for his father would be a real honor at least to look at their swords. Baek reassured, they say, there was no need for it because it is too late. However, his father seeks to express their gratitude to them. He has never seen Daddy so happy, so he asks to accept this little service from him. Blacksmith's heart raged from feelings. However, Moang firmly believed, it is time to leave this place when no one asks to stay. Still, they made weapons. This man was not accidentally called the master. The blacksmith was enough only a quick look to determine the properties of swords. He noted that the core of the blade, Baek Rinjina, makes some material that was still unknown to him. Our protagonist was aware of this sword. The real strength of the artifact is awakened only if it is possible to use energy that has to do with the sacrament of the sacrament. However, this was not mentioned in the novel, and no information about such material existed. Unlike the precious swords of the North Sun and the Moon Monster, this blade was not different. Blunt, it was completely unsuitable for cutting even the simplest items. So he suggested that this sword be retold. He agreed without hesitation. He was absolutely indifferent. The guy did not hide joy. Now, with the consent of Yu Ho, you can give out a new one from the old sword. Well, they not only denied, but also sincerely rejoiced in such a development. This meant that Junham would have to choose the right path and correct. And our hero did not expect such. It became a true pleasant surprise for him. The workshop is already forging a new sword, which should not only become his personal weapon, but also a symbol of the beginning of a great path to the glory of Junhohoven. When their swords gained a perfectly sharp blade and glowed with combat readiness, the boys decided to arrange a sparring, seeking to test the renovated weapons and grind their artistic techniques in the duel. Full of determination and passion, Yunhost rapidly moved towards the young master, seeking to hamper his swords with him and try his capabilities in a true fight. The instantaneous and unexpected attack of Mongaga was stunned by Junkei, who did not have time to recover from the outbreak of skill and rapid enemy reaction. The young master instantly turned, like a lightning that splits the air. His movements were striking, and the look was tense and accurate, like the eyes of an experienced hunter who did not miss a single disturbance nearby. He did not hide the surprise. Such a devastating blow from the one who was easy to confuse with the average person forced him to completely rethink his own opinion about the enemy. Applying the reception of the hidden dragon, Junho not only cleverly evaded the attack, but also skillfully moved into a rapid counter, offensive, once again demonstrating his virtuosity. Yunho felt the incredible power of the blow. It was at this moment that he clearly realized how much the difference in the skill between them is when his defense was easily broken. However, in a moment he mastered himself. With great agility, avoided every subsequent blow, striking everyone with his cold-bloodedness and honed skill. Monggong began to catch from the opponent, emphasizing that he had recently dreamed he promised to give up his own name if Monggong succeeded in getting to him at least the most ordinary sword. So, following your promise, you can now boldly call yourself Juno Junho, said Mongo with a tricky smile, emphasizing that the arrangement was made. It's a full absurdity. I will not go for that, said Junho sharply, rejecting a proposal to change his name with a great indignation and not even trying to perceive Mong's joke seriously. Baek Rin and Master Du watched closely at the course of the duel, enthusiastically catching every movement of young fighters and from time to time discussing their skills. The guy, shyly looking back, dared to ask Baek Rina, sorry, but why did these friends decide to compete against each other? Baek Rin said, this is a key step on the way to creating their own sword. Through the duel, they open their strong features and vulnerable places. After all, a personal sword is exactly what allows you to overcome your own weaknesses, so meeting with a stronger opponent is really needed, he continued. Honestly, it seems that they were created for each other, said Koval's son, fascinated by watching how perfectly they work together in battle. Despite the external unilaterality of their confrontation, both of them gained invaluable experience, improving the skills and increasingly grasping the essence of martial arts. The sun's rays that penetrated through the emerald leaves of the trees poured a warm light in the battle, giving it a unique charm and atmosphere. After a few minutes of intense confrontation, the match finally ended. Both rivals with deep respect bowed to each other, paying homage to the enemy's skill. After that, Jun-Kei continued training duels, discussing the technique with the master of the Do, and the son of the blacksmith served as a bridge for communication, skillfully translating every word. It is likely that this joint enthusiasm became the invisible thread that brought Junho and Dukvi, helping them construct a strong connection on the basis of common interests and sincere respect for each other. Without any doubt, a real friendship was tied between them. Every day their connection became increasingly stronger, and they always stood than each other. Recently, Junho has been more and more fond of Master of Do, especially emphasizing his excellent physical training and striking physique. And this did not coincide at all. The novel emphasizes that it was thanks to the extraordinary physical force of the puppies that he later became a student of the outstanding master of martial arts. This master has achieved the highest perfection in the martial arts and gained wide glory throughout the Murim as an invincible Vajra. Having realized the inevitability of events, Mongong came to the conclusion that it is best to contribute to their rapprochement as soon as possible so that they both could succeed. Moang came to the conclusion that if Du was a student of Junho, it would not only bring them closer together, but also benefited from both parties. So, using common techniques in battle, they have a chance to gradually convey their skills, because the student's path is always difficult. Yunho, brought up by an eccentric hermit, had a rare knowledge that could share with the Duke, opening up new paths of personal growth. Baek Rin-gin noticed that Junho and Duke V had united special proximity. Their relationships were strong, and they really had a lot of common features. He understood, despite external confidence and power, both inside the sense of loneliness, and that's what made them truly loved ones. Nevertheless, he was aware that his observations were truth. They combined a lot of common, and that gave their connection uniqueness. In the words of Baek Rin, Gina hired special meaning, and Mongong was well aware of how sharply his friend evaluated the situation. He spent a lot of time near his father, which is not at all peculiar to children of his age. Meanwhile, Junhochia had not even had a person to get acquainted with them who could be supported. Perhaps this is what helps them feel each other so deeply, because their fates are intertwined with many such twists. If Junho takes care of this guy, a strong and harmonious connection will certainly be established between them. It is very similar to my relationship with Moong, Baek Rin said with a soft, barely noticeable smile, catching familiar features in the behavior of these two friends. However, the words heard a little knocked our hero out of equilibrium. He had embarrassing inside. With the east of the night, a cozy peace reigned, and clear dawns flashed one after the other. In the end, the sword was completed. He flashed under a starry glow, radiating a unique, mystical aura. This sword, the personal weapon of Yunho, was black as the night itself, and served as a reflection of his power and unbreakable will. The sword shone with a dark glow due to the unique metal, an obelisk that was passed on to the family by generations as a precious relic. This material was obtained directly from the meteorite and dubbed the Celestial Stone. This is a unique mineral. Its true place remains a mystery. It is among the 200 valuable treasures in the world. Even the most ordinary sword, if extorting it from this mineral, will become several times more power. Thus, one can confidently say that Junhoch Munis is lucky to become the owner of such precious weapons. Now in his palms lay an extremely powerful sword, a weapon capable of turning over the course of any battle. Driving just one blow, he immediately felt an incredible power of the sword, which immediately poured a wave of confidence into him. Yunho showed such incredible skills in possession of the sword that the son of Kovali could not restrain the admiration. What he saw exceeded all his hopes. The audience was amazed at the heart, witnessing the incredible power of this sword. His power exceeded all their expectations. Particularly exciting was an episode in which the sword split into 3 parts. And then, in an instant, he became integrity again, as if some invisible force connected all the parts together. Yunho could not hide his astonishment, because he was not just a sword, but a true chain blade. Stunned by the uniqueness of weapons, Junho chose an allowed name for his new work, the 3-standing sword. Having told the master of the DU about his idea, Junho learned that he fully approved the name he chosen. The hero remembered that this is how the sword was called in the novel, and did not hope that his own weapons would once become the same. In gratitude, he handed him a book as a gift. This book was intended for the son of a blacksmith. She turned out to be a real treasure trove of useful information. They were talking about a guy named Duke Fi, who was incredibly reminiscent of Junho in a young age. From the outside, he made the impression of a strong and confident child, but in his heart, he hid the invisible darkness. And Yunhost considered whether to share with him his experience and knowledge, so our hero advised him to focus on the skillful mastery of breathing techniques. After all, he needs to be improved in order to have the power of instructing this young man. Thanks to the blacksmith, I left his workshop with a calm heart. The young owner noted that Jun Ka is gradually losing consciousness. He was asked, "Is it really worth doing?" But the young man genuinely pleased that he was never crossed out of memory. "Remember, you're not alone," he said quietly. Saying goodbye, the guy barely restrained his tears and assured they would surely see again. Sleeping in the sky in a full circle, the moon flooded the city with a silver glow, and the night spread over the streets the silk cover of mystery, filling each corner with a special mystery. Under the cover of night darkness, the mysterious stranger slid quietly with a narrow lane, carefully avoiding meetings with other people's views. He cautiously pressed against the walls as if he wanted to go unnoticed, dissolving in the darkness that covered him. In the shimmering moonlight, his figure looked almost ghostly, created from the very light and shadow. Walking on the old creaking boards, he approached the target so carefully and inaudibly, like a cat who was quietly hunting for prey. He did not accept any festive celebrations. For him, any technique seemed useless and inappropriate. He entered the room unnoticed, without warning about his visit, like a real shadow on a deaf night. Due to his art, combat skills, he intuitively felt a threat that rapidly coming to him. Energy arrows broke out before his eyes, like a bulk gust of a storm. He pressed the sword with a light movement, allowing the cold blade to shine in the light. He neutralized all the blows that flew straight at him. He reflected giant surikas with amazing skill, demonstrating the true art of battle. His gaze was directed forward. He looked carefully, trying to see who this desperate abomination who dared to attack. A man was determined to find out whether all the rumors that go about him are true. He smiled and offered him to become part of his community. At first glance, his weapon looked quite simple, but only a real master, who perfectly possesses the sword and the art of energy, could cut it. To organize a real warm reception, he was full of power. He sought to personally be convinced of the stranger's ability because he was not gathering on rumors blindly. The man immediately realized he was waiting here. The expectation was natural. It was this man who instructed him to liquidate in the northern castle. The former head of the Imperial Guard was the real purpose of the attempt. But who is he really, this mysterious gray-haired man? He actually keeps calm next to his killer, or is it simply extinguished with unmoved? Whoever it may be, there is nothing personal in this case. He simply does his job as a killer. Even if the target becomes the one who once hired him, it is only another order for him. However, the man just laughed in response. They say whether to kill this person or not is his own business, and the decision is made only. It was not ignored by the killer. He was immediately alert. The man asked him to give him a word, because he had many urgent cases and did not want to spend precious time in vain. However, the killer was extremely alarmed. This man spoke to him as if they were known for a long time, and such sincerity seemed completely unnatural. He was alerted to such ease in behavior. Who is he actually? The man stated that he is his employer, the owner of knowledge and secrets, which is well aware of him. In this province, he is a real celebrity. He calls himself a ghostly thief of a dark bone, if his words are true. Without hesitation, the ghostly sword with a lightning speed fell straight to his neck. Having frozen close to his throat, he called, "He has important information, and if he was killed right now, he will never be discovered this secret." However, the killer decided, first to bring the case to the end and then to listen to what he should say. A smile appeared on the man's face. He unexpectedly felt grateful for his charity from his own killer. However, the mercenary became interested when he remembered his younger brother, whose existence has long been remembered. You should not respond to the image even if it seems fair. The goal is to become the heir to the famous and respected righteous sect of Tian, which is, agree, intrigue. We go up a mountain of dance, where our main character sneezes unexpectedly, feeling the fresh, icy breath of the wind. He probably picked up a cold. But Baekrin is clearly feeling. They are already near the entrance. Thanks to their ancestors, they eventually reached Mount Tianchun. Finally, they got the places where the sacrament was stored. Now they are no longer worried. It took a long time since this young man took over the northern sun. During this period, he mastered an ancient, once-forgotten method of training of the mind, the one that was needed to test Baekrin. Now, he only had to overcome the stage of the issue of heavenly flow. Yuk began to complain that even when he was getting to the entrance, he was already feeling fatigue. Yet Moyang could not but deny the obvious. To get this place, they overcame a considerable distance. However, Yukua still did not think, where did Moyenha disappear when they were in the village of Pini? He said that his relative lives nearby, so he went to pass the letter. He doubted that he could write a letter. In addition, their relationship is not close enough to see live. Yukua perceived it quite naturally, because only recently began to taste the ordinary life as a simple mortal. However, did the chats reach him about the mysterious glory of this mountain? It is said that a wise old man lives on that mountain, and it was he who built the Shaolin Temple. It is told that the secret room is hidden inside. And what, when it is not just a prison, but a real center of villains imprisoned here? Is it really possible? After all, the death would be much easier. Some believe that it is only an intricate trap to lure the supporters of non-standard sects. Be that as it may, it is difficult to imagine a prison in the territory of Shaolin's shrine. All this is nothing more than rumors. Moyang pretended to be ignorant, but he was well aware of the existence of this classified prison. Hidden behind the massive gate and created from a strong turtle shell, this building was called Turtle Gates. Soon the whole world will talk about it. Finally, they reached the famous hill well known in these parts. This allowed them to feel, finally, a dreamy goal appeared before their eyes, to which they were so persistently. This place was charming. They finally got here. However, one question remains unsolved. How do they be able to find the sacrament of heaven in these endless expanses? The thing is that they have the sun sword, and now the moment has come to apply it. Baekrin slowly snatched his sword from the vagina. Moyen advised, try to direct his own energy, because, as it is known, the northern sun is always called on amazing minerals. The young man focused, concentrated, seeking to fill the blade with his own energy. Raising him over his head, he ignited dazzling magical light. The invisible force seemed to the mountain, which attracted something mysterious, like a powerful magnet. At that moment, a bright outbreak illuminated every corner of a rocky landscape. Suddenly, the soil under their feet began to crack. Passing his energy, Baekrin wondered, where did such a powerful force come from, and what happened? The earth under his feet began to shudder, and he himself could not understand what he had done. Suddenly, under their feet, the earth had to crack, dark dips with a rapid crack branching, and the threatening roar erupted around, accelerating heartbeat and filling the air with a spooky anticipation of danger. The heroes were alarming. Adrenaline raged in veins because the events unfolded more and more dangerous, and tension in the air grew with every moment. At the same moment, a mysterious force suddenly twisted near Baekrin. The unknown energy thickened around him, distorting and turning the surrounding space. Their views are chained to the incredible structure that came out of the earth in the eyes, forcing them to die with surprise and grip. From under the soil, a giant stone slab suddenly rose, covered with mysterious hieroglyphics, which flicked with a gentle glow and filled the space with unknown force, which at the same time attracted and brought into anxiety. Baek Rinjin Obropes, from what he saw, he did not believe his eyes. Directly before him, a creature, which he knew only from ancient legends and legends. In fact, they were not a regular stone monolith, but an ancient artifact with extraordinary force, skillfully disguised as a routine stone. Its true essence remained unsolved for many previous generations. Suddenly the rock was shaken, and deep cracks went on it, as if it were cut by an invisible giant sword. Stone pieces rolled down, falling right under their feet. From the depths of the monolith, a powerful radiant of unknown force suddenly escaped, which instantly swept the space around, causing the air to swell, and the hearts were accelerated. From this incredible strength, their friends' eyes have inadvertently expanded from admiration and anxiety, because they had not had something like this before, and they did not have any idea what it could lead to. A giant bronze mirror, shrouded in a mysterious glow, grew in front of them. At a time when the glass was not known yet, it was the bronze that became the material for the creation of mirrors, and this gave them a special mystical force. That is why they had to appear here at night. Only in the arms of the lunar light did this place open their secret sides and secrets. The truth was manifested only in the moment when the moonlight slid a mirror surface, filling it with magic and opening carefully hidden secrets. Baek Rinjina was drawn to herself a mysterious force. He could not resist the desire to approach closer to the mysterious mirror. The heart in the chest was becoming more and more. In the mirror, they saw the moon that glowed even more powerful and majestic than usual, as if he had come down from heaven to approach them, filling everything around the magic glow. Suddenly, the moon broke out with incredible brightness. Its light spilled all over, wrapping everything around a dazzling linen. This invasion of the glow turned the night on a clear day and forced them to instinctively cover their eyes from unbearable blindness. The moonlight flooded everything around the soft light, enveloping the space with a mysterious atmosphere, as if life itself had stopped for a moment, and the border between reality and dream dissolved, inviting unknown worlds. Mong's heart was in the chest of both excitement and involuntary delight. Something incomprehensible was running in the air, and the guy still doubted whether they would be able to withstand the consequences of this strange event. He cast his gaze on Baek Rinjin and ordered, "Look at your sword!" Capturing that their weapons are able to respond to this crazy powerful energy. Baek Rinjin's blade flashed a dazzling blue fire that flicked in the beat of their hearts, piercing the air with charm and unknown, exciting force. The weapon captured the light reflected by the mirror, as if they were in harmony with it, and their energies were gradually intertwined, forming an invisible but tangible unity. The powerful energy that burst out of the sword spread all over, filling the space around with unrestrained force. Under her influence, everything was shuddered and changed, as if nature itself responded to an invisible call. Baek Rinjin reacted instantly. His sword flew upwards, and powerful plasma flows, which cut the air and flew from the blade, flew from the blade, as if cutting through the passage into an unknown dimension. In the air, the power of the sword raged. It became hot, humble, as if all the energy of the mountain flooded into the blade, charging it with an unsafe, endless power. Their view attracted something extraordinary, a dazzling creature, similar to a bird, which was overflowing with all colors, attracted the attention of everyone in the sky. Mogeng realized that he became an eyewitness to the event, which he had only dreamed of. In his eyes, a real miracle unfolded, capable of radically changing the course of all events. The light of the bird that was in the air above their heads shone the space with a shimmering glow. Her sophisticated, almost ghostly movements invited to go on a trip to mysterious heights and still unsolved délets. They did not believe their eyes. Just in front of them in the air, the legendary bird, shrouded in ancient myths and legend, the embodiment of hope and revival. It turned out to be much majestic than it was legends. Baek Rinzin felt her mighty aura permeate the whole of his nature, giving unwestern power and wisdom. The power of this creature seemed endless. She attracted them in the maelstrom of extraordinary impressions and discovered before them unknown horizons, which they did not even know. It seemed a little more, and this light sounds their hearts, forever changing the course of their fate and opening the way to new achievements. Gradually, the bird rose higher, moving into the depths of the sky, as if they were calling them on a journey to the stars themselves. Once she flashed over the river, the water parted, creating a narrow passage into an unknown, like a silent invitation for heroes to take a bold step forward. It was astonished to the depths of the soul. It seemed incredible that it could really happen. They were filled with delight, trembling, and even a little tremendous excitement before waiting in front. Mong suddenly realized that it was here that they were so strongly tried to find, the main key to revealing puzzles and, after all, to accomplish their task. Once they approached, the waves parted and they opened the entrance to the mysterious cave, which attracted them to the dark abyss and promises of incredible discoveries. They immediately realized the need to act without delay, and the heads rushed to the hole of the cave because they felt that every moment could become crucial. From the depths of the cave poured mysterious energy that overtook them with an invisible blanket. It fueled their strength, while at the same time disturbing the alarming anticipation inside, because no one knew what tests were chatting there in the dark. But the alarming whisper of the mysterious wind that rose at the moment when the water diluted enveloped everything with bizarre tension and gave the events a barely tangible but acute threat. Baek Rinjin finally decided, "You need to go to the cave immediately." He did not leave the feeling that there is something extremely important inside them, able to change their fate radically. Without thinking about moments, he stepped forward, as if he was led by the invisible power of the heart, and after him, full of courage, the whole team moved. Mong recalled how Baek Rinzin's emotions in similar situations were in a while reading the book, and now he was experiencing it all on his own skin. The real confusion swept it. The events unfolded much larger than he could imagine, and now he remained at the crossroads, not understanding what it would turn. In his mind, memories of the farewell words of his older brother spoke before death broke out. He thought about what consequences it could have caused, and from this his heart wrapped deep sadness. In his head tirelessly, the memories of the endless waiting for this moment, filling the heart at the same time, both steel determination and the alarming expectation of the unknown. He was a little joy because his promise opened the way home to his native sect, where he was waiting for the restoration of honor and the return of the lost inheritance. Unexpectedly for himself, he felt a barely pervasive sadness. Despite the achievement, the realization that many things were left behind forever caused a quiet pity in his heart. The past remained only a memory, which is no longer returning. He gained everything he dreamed of, but understood, it happened too late, and you will never return. It was suddenly enveloped by a wave of sadness, which immediately reflected in the expression of the face. The emotions that he had restrained for a long time exploded outside. His body covered the trend. His eyes covered his moisture. He barely held back tears, feeling the painful weight of the experienced and acute injustice that fate prepared to him. Mong was well aware of what emotions his friend was experiencing because he himself hid similar experiences in his heart. He sincerely wanted to encourage a friend to share this difficult period with him. He was inadvertently thought, if he knew about at least the slightest opportunity to revive the sect, then he might have been able to give his brother to fight the disease longer, and then their fate could go a completely different way. His gaze plunged into a mysterious darkness ahead. Until not realizing what was waiting for them, he felt a relentless call and knew it was necessary to go forward, whatever happened. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck him, forcing him to solidify in place. He could not grasp what was happening. The unknown energy invaded their reality. A deaf stung suddenly came behind. Someone fell hard, choked with blood. It immediately alarmed them, made them turn sharply and become ready. Mong turned and noticed with horror that his friend Yuk was in love with the earth. The state of Yu has deteriorated sharply. It desperately needs urgent help. Baek Rinzin turned rapidly, sharply feeling the approach of something extraordinary and dangerous, inseparably seeking his eyes from where the threat comes. No one could understand what had happened, but Yuk lay on the ground without moving, without giving a single sign of life, and this instantly gave rise to panic among friends. Baek was convinced that Yuk had just been attacked. The unknown caused him a strong, almost imperceptible blow, so you cannot waste a minute. You need to act immediately. However, no living soul was visible around. The silent emptiness enveloped them from all sides, adding a sense of tension and mystery. He was suspected. Somewhere nearby, an experienced martial art master could be drawn, which attacked them from the shadows. Now they should remain alert and show extreme caution. Yuhvi weakened more and more every minute. His state of health was unrestrained. He constantly choked with a bloody cough, as if a fire was burning in his chest, and every spasm pierced him with acute, unbearable pain. His body seemed to be covered with numerous wounds that suddenly arose from nothing, causing more and more agony. His comrades were aware. It is impossible to delay. It is time to act immediately to save a friend from the inevitable death. He was so exhausted that he could not even move. With each breath, the last forces came from it. In addition, he efforts with his efforts and was on the verge of loss of consciousness due to numerous injuries. Friends were anxious about his condition, and besides, there was no soul that could come to the rescue. Looking at it, they found deep wounds on his shoulders and abdomen, the origin of which remained a mystery. The wounds were so deep that everyone was only surprised to think of how they could appear, because there were neither traps or any cunning mechanisms nearby. It turns out that he was still attacked, and so skillfully that remained unnoticed for all present. But who could decide on this? Even with such incredible abilities, the attacker did not deprive Jung's life. His wounds were non-lethal. So what purpose did he really pursue? By this time, the young master confidently led the events on their own plan, and they managed to skillfully bypass all the unexpected difficulties. However, now, both Heavenly Sacrament and Baek's feelings were much different from what they were to be. However, the records had no mention that Jung had to be injured as a result of an unexpected attack. They looked carefully around, trying to find at least some signs of the presence of a mysterious enemy. The one who intended to destroy them was somewhere nearby and seemed to act at his own risk. It is likely that it is just a cunning trap. The wounds do not look threatening, so we can assume that someone intentionally tries to bring them to the wrong road. Or someone is fun, watching them fight in their own powerlessness. And it is likely that all these events unfold at the same time, which only adds mystery and complicates the unraveling. However, Jung should be delivered to the doctor as soon as possible, and Baek should not stop and continue to find the sacrament. However, Baek categorically noted that in such circumstances he would not be able to leave his comrades. They agreed to return here together later, because no treasure was worthy of their own life. Despite the danger of this choice, they still decided to act, because they were convinced that friendship for them above all. After changing all their intentions of hope, they immediately went to the doctor, passionately wanting to save a friend. Mo Yeng carried Jung's shoulders, sharply feeling the burden not only of his body, but also responsible. Looking at Baek Rinzin, he felt the depth of his sorrow and an invisible struggle that raged inside. Baek gave what he sought all his life to save them. And would Mo Yen like a similar step, being in such a situation? If he was in his place, he would probably be engaged in the search of the sacrament, and the concern for Jung would trust Baek. Still, Baek demonstrated his kindness, real, sincere, though it confused even more. He noted that there was no master among his opponents who could be so easy to inflict wounds. Maybe it's an opponent of Moyenga? He hesitated, but only one name came out in his thoughts: Han Sung. Didn't he be separated from the righteous sect? That's right, and it was a great deal of Moyenha. However, the person who could stand behind it continued to remain an unsolved secret. Suddenly he brought out and, twisting with horrible pain, began to crumble. Baek asked Moyenha if he did something that could cause such a reaction. Only this incident became the only difference between what happened in the book and reality. Moyeng remembered the moment when the dark mercenaries gave him the purest dew of stalactite. Baek guessed that this was somehow concerned with the same community, although their shelter has long been carefully searched and left nothing valuable there. Yes, although all many treasures were only a few valuable things to find. The only valuable prey that they managed to get from the leader of the dark murderers was the pure dew of stalactite. But suddenly, do they have to pass this treasure in someone's hands? Baek expresses that all these events in one way or another concern it. It is likely that the enemy is angry with the fact that he did not get this relic. This is quite likely, especially after their friend befell. The enemy was extremely insidious, so they should act with special care. They stepped from one trail to another, kept closely with the pile and constantly looking back so as not to lose vigilance. Moyening looked over his shoulder, convincing that there was no one on the tail. He stared at the distance, straining the vision in the hope of finding out if there is no pursuer somewhere. However, he failed to notice any suspicious figure that could watch them. There is only one question left. Who to the hell is this mysterious figure? In the morning, when they moved on, the sun was generously flooding the earth with its warmth, climbing high above the horizon. They noticed that dawn came much earlier than they were counting. The light easily accelerated the darkness, and a much clearer picture opened around than what was lost in the darkness of the night. It played them in their hand. They raced forward over the course of events, so it was never to be delayed. Traveling further, they took over the burden of Jung, helping each other and encouraging on the road. Moyeng came out in advance, confidently and decisively paving the way for the whole group. Baek, walking behind, looked intently into the environment, vigilant any signs of threat. Suddenly, he was predicted by a disaster, and he hurried to warn his brother Moyeng of a threat. After all, Moyeng was threatened with real danger. The unknown strength was rapidly approaching him. Moyeng glaredly glanced around, not shaking what was happening. Only Baek's anxious exclamation came to his ears, "Carefully," which instantly forced him to strain. At this point, he turned his head sharply, seeking to understand what was happening around. Suddenly, silhouettes of energy threads appeared in front of him, which slowly stretched in his direction. They were faced with the heavenly ghost net of the worm, a treacherous and deadly weapon. It almost disappeared from the field of view. An extremely sophisticated and striking sharp, like the most exquisite blade. Moyeng had to stop instantly to escape from the fatal blow. To all, despite these traps from the threads, it was rapidly approaching a powerful blow, capable of completely destroying it in a moment. At this time, in heavenly blue, Susu was slightly widening, watching the events that unfolded under him. As soon as he noticed a threat to a familiar guy, without hesitation, he rushed to him. He was moving at a terrific speed, breaking out of a place like an arrow flying through the air. The harder he was approaching, the faster he rushed forward, straining his muscles in front of a decisive blow to the enemy. The hero froze in place, watching the unknown warrior rapidly rushed to his direction. That warrior grabbed the sword, unambiguously demonstrating his intention to deprive him of his life. He rushed to him as if he were crazy, raging at an incredible speed. Monggong did not even have time to raise the protection, as the attack had already got it. Because the enemy suddenly accelerated and was quite close, he was aware that he would inevitably take a strong blow, because it would not be possible to avoid it. But unexpectedly, his old friend Susu moved the young lord aside. Thanks to this, the enemy was killed by a blow. Baek with Moong watched as a little bird gave his life, becoming a symbol of self-sacrifice. She sacrificed himself to save Moen. Now that this warrior stood opposite the young master, his gaze was caught on a young man. No one could recover after the villain struck the Suso of a deadly blow. It was this bird that became a rescuer. Without her timely help, he would not survive. Squeezing his sword in his hand, the young master was determined to resist this enemy. Their views were inseparably monitored by the killer, and the only question was in his head. What forces him to do the same? Baek wondered in Moana, or everything is in order. It was this bird that saved his life. The killer, who stood nearby, noted that Baek was a truly skilled fighter. He hoped that the heavenly web of the worm wrapped the owner Baek, but he demonstrated even higher skill in battle. Baek emphasized that, first of all, it was necessary to neutralize the recognizable smell of the celestial worm. But who ended up on their way? The attacker answered, flashing a sword that glowed with a threatening threat. He said that in Tian there are connections between people, woven from debt or unresolved image. And his brother's brother was the leader of the dark murderers. The boys, to the depths of his soul, were struck by his words. Yes, it is really associated with dark murderers, but his skills are dramatically different from the skills of it. From every centimeter of the body of this enemy, an unbreakable power. On the back of the Moana, the icy sweat ran. Even Baek did not dare to be reckless to enter the fight, well aware of the power of the enemy. That man stated that, having opened his name, he would no longer fight as a regular mercenary. He will answer such a ruthless revenge that they only have to recognize his advantage. Baek snatched the sword, decisively intending to stop the development of events. The killer confessed that this spectacle seems to him truly funny. Suddenly, something completely unexpected emerged on the horizon. Someone exclaimed that the nephew, their beloved child, the pride of the whole family, was in trouble because of a mercenary. At this moment, our hero leaned over Susu, sincerely begging the fate to save his life. However, as a familiar voice came to his ears, he returned sharply. Only loud laughter came from all sides. Feeling a powerful flow of inner strength, Monggong ordered to prepare for meeting with that person. Baek could not be tired at all what was being said. However, this person was his uncle, Ngok. He seems to have received a letter. And now he appeared in the very epicenter of events. The killer looked around in confusion, unable to understand where that man went. The hero felt in a winning position. The attacker was clearly mistaken with the choice of an opponent, because he was faced with no one else than the eldest son of the famous Muram dynasty. But go. Suddenly, a majestic and powerful stranger emerged on the horizon. He fell on the ground so powerfully that he even shuddered under his feet. The explosion of this energy immediately captured the attention of our heroes. The posture of a man immediately gave it exceptional power. He noticed his nephew Gu Monggong grew up and changed, so he barely recognized him. Before him stood a Geo-2, the second of 4 brothers. Appearing from nowhere, he hurried to help his NEET. Before the eyes of the hero flashed vague memories from childhood, he unmistakably recognized his uncle. He had to appear only after the mystery of the family and Geo was disclosed. However, his letter turned everything, changing the planned course of events. Our hero kneeling, showing his respects before his uncle during this unexpected meeting. When the man approached, he hurried to ask. Uncle smiled, noting how the guy cleverly mastered the gift of the word during his absence. He holds himself skillfully, showing dignity and confidence. In the depths of his reflections, Mongo recognized this truth. For his uncle, he still remained nothing worthwhile, but it was in vain to react. He imagined his father to be majestic and unmoved, as if a calm sea was endless, while his uncle was more reminiscent of an insidious wave, which at any moment could cover him with his head. If he occurs at least once, he will not have a chance to rescue. His uncle will not be a long time with him. He cannot boast of the same patience as his brother. Despite the presence of the killer, he focused on a conversation with Moong, trying to find out what purpose he sent him a letter. At the same time, he warned the interlocutor so that he would not be justified by the desire to get rid of the next mercenary. Standing aside, the killer heard him offended. He immediately denied. He was not a mercenary at all, but came here to take revenge for his brother's death. The uncle was replied that he was better tightened if he did not want to get on the nuts immediately. Feeling such a sharp contempt, the enemy exploded with indignation. However, his uncle had not yet completed the conversation with Moen. He had to hear what he sent him a letter for. The voltage between them increased every minute. as if the air around was charged with invisible electricity. Uncle did not resist with annoying questions, why he received this letter and why he was addressed to him. And let him not even try to convince that it is just a way to bake an average mercenary, he threw with distrust in his voice. Manga no idea had that the mercenary would appear and attack him in this place. But his uncle could not believe in such an incredible accident. Mongongd actually sent a letter asking us to come to us. He wanted you to remember his brother's son again, and came to life with old memories. We have not seen him so long, he explained. A smile blossomed from these words on his uncle's face. He laughed aloud. In all these years I have not heard anything so absurd. For outsiders, everything that happened looked absolutely nonsense. Mongong could not understand why he was laughing, because the moment was extremely tense and serious. Uncle wondered, "Do you want to meet with son, right? So did you read the letter he sent you?" Should he believe in it? After all the memories that do not give him rest only related to it, he continued. However, his uncle did not even read the letter. As soon as he learned about the event, he immediately went to him. The young master immediately felt a deception. He wrote at least for the reason to find out his place of stay. Uncle tried to deceive him, boldly bluffing and hoping that Muang would not suspect anything. But he has not been the trusting boy who remained in his memoirs for a long time. I said everything I thought was the only reason I decided to write to you, said Mongo with his determination. A tense, crystal-clear silence reigned on the battlefield. Uncle did not trust him at all. Once upon a time, not only I, but all our family, have put high hopes on you. But tell me how you disposed of them, he said reproachfully. Sliding his eyes, the uncle had no intention to believe in these senseless fictions, unlike the rest. Mongong was well aware of his father's words. Now he had to prove his own maturity and sacrifice what made him special in their family. Uncle insisted that you do not idealize the situation. This is not a victim. It's a fee you have to make. You would be ready to put your finger for your family, he threw herself. Mongong did not seek to part with his finger, but realized what they were demanding from it. When he feels strength, he will again weigh everything, carefully thinking about his further actions. An excited dispute between them broke out just into the height of the battle. The mercenary watched them and felt that he would not find a place in this society. However, he failed to take the step because the incredible power of this stranger who came from where he came from. Baek suddenly intervened with their conversation. He pleaded with his uncle to change his decision because Mongong was no longer the one who was before. For his uncle, a guy named Baek remained a complete stranger. Baek declared himself a follower of the cult of Dan San. It was immediately interested in his uncle because he studies the sect of Dan San for a long time. It was at this moment that the young owner supported his words, agreeing with Herd. Hearing about this sect, his uncle just smiled and exhaled heavily. For unknown reasons, his face no longer overshadowed Homer Grimace. In his memory, the events of that glorious war come to life, and his heart is still full of respect for the heroes of the sect. He prays tirelessly for the peace of the souls of those who gave their lives for the sake of others. For the second time he heard these words, Baek thought even more. The echo of the previous conversation did not give him rest. It was then that he decided to go to Tien. He was comforted to realize that there are people who are still honored and do not forget about the victims brought by his centuries-year-old sect. However, the uncle wondered who took the first place. Baek replied without hesitation, it was the head of the family and GOS. Although we seem to have a lot of things, but I still can't figure out some things, my uncle said. Why did this restrained and prudent man spend time on his own brother, a failure named Mongong? He said further. Baek suggested that he look more closely at Moena's face and assured, don't worry, I will tell you how much he has become. But Moang refused, noting, my senseless actions have already disgraced my family. A few words will not be able to correct anything. Yet he was able to get up. He moved toward his uncle's house. To be honest, his uncle could concede if Baek Ring-jin insisted and tried to convince him. In Tian, he was honored in Tian. He sought to get his uncle's consent to meet his cousin and Gio-son, if his will. It is a real master of the moon monster, who bears the heritage of his father. In the end, he will renounce this path and go into the heart of the battle, where he will meet his death, Mongong said. And I seek to save him life, at least for himself. Until the demon cult has not yet known ourselves, we should choose the new head of the genus and go, he said. In order to do this, I should first prepare the appropriate soil. We need to take the risk and put on the highest bet, he said. He approached his uncle. He did not realize that all this could mean. But the young man fell around him, squeezing his hands into the ground and lowering the sword down. When the uncle asked if he could sacrifice his finger for their family, the young owner was seriously tuned and did not intend to joke at all. However, his uncle is not easy to deceive. He instantly solved the trick. But this time, Mongong decided not to retreat. If in order to get the right to become the next head, you only need to sacrifice your finger. And to convince most of those stubborn as you, uncle, I am well to give a finger, because it is more important than me, he said. Baek noticed how his uncle's sword was rapidly flying to the hand of Moen, and exclaimed, I ask you, brother, stop. However, his uncle ordered everyone to stay away. Suddenly, the invisible force struck with all power on the body of the young owner of Mong. Everyone who was on the battlefield, both Baek and the hired killer and others, froze with surprise. The young owner bent out of unbearable pain. Uncle, without any hesitation, was baptized by him a real abomination. Apparently your mind darkened. I was angry, he threw with annoyance. Uncle looked at him with such a piercing disdain that he almost felt the gill on the skin. With a barely hidden sarcasm in his voice, he called the guy a fool. He struck him with a merciless blow, but at the same time restrained, stopping himself. Moen remained in reflection. Is the uncle guided by ancient hostility, or conversely, seeks to protect him from pain? Probably an uncle does not want to carry the burden of guilt before the father of this child. However, he had no doubt that at least one of the reasons was true, and realized that the moment of decisive action came. Realizing this, he gathered with the thoughts, it is time to show his frankness and inner power, to reveal to others his true face and true intentions. At this decisive moment, our hero was confident with his uncle. His gaze was firm and brave. He was determined to show what was really worth it. Turning to his uncle, he said, Perhaps I am a scoundrel, but for a family, a shutter communication is always important, and I intend to prove it. I never wanted to renounce my origin, he said with a flame in his voice. I always sought to remain faithful to our family and to protect our customs. From now on, I will decide how to do, not imitate the example of Agul Mujang, he said with unbreakable confidence, finally taking control of his own destiny. From an early age, an exorbitant liability of responsibility lay on his shoulders, which constantly oppressed his soul and deprived him of rest. That is why he tried to shield himself continuously from his responsibility. He evaded his responsibilities and turned his gaze from true life. However, after a fateful case in Tiag, which turned all its existence, he eventually reconciled with reality and was able to accept it in all colors, whatever it may be. Grasping the truth, he decided not to avoid responsibility, but with dignity to meet all the trials, boldly overcoming obstacles in his path. Uncle inseparably followed him, carefully noting his every action and noticing the slightest changes that took place with the young man. The guy was convinced that true comfort is opened only by those who do not stop in place and tirelessly heads forward. He was aware that only stepping forward would be able to fulfill his dreams, achieve his conceived goal, and change his own destiny. The determination in his voice was so captured by Baek Gina that he could not hide his surprise. He did not expect to hear such an unwavering confidence from a friend. In his reflections, the young master remembered that according to the plot, these words had to say Baek, but this time he decided to act first and took the initiative in his own hands. This statement has turned into his life credo because now he rests on his fists and is determined to defend his beliefs, paving the way to the dreamy fate. The confident acts and insightful words of the young man deeply struck his uncle, forcing him to look at his sky in a new way. Uncle, turning away, as if without words letting know, "I already listened to these nonsense from this boy." He carefully hid his true emotions. He was sure that the guy was not at all in his mind, so he did not take his words seriously, considering all this only a manifestation of youthful feverishness. Uncle had no idea that a curse seemed to be a curse. He was not at risk of losing only his finger. He was okay to go for even greater sacrifices. Uncle decided that nothing evil would happen if the guy would pour his soul, but still was ready to intervene if he crossed the border. So his uncle still believed the guy did not finally move away from his family, so he had a chance to change for the better and prove his own significance. The killer addressed them with a cold irony. "Well, they said well? Then let the uncle get away from here. It was only through honor that your deceased brother, I give you a chance to leave this place alive," said the killer by an icy intonation, not taking a look from his uncle. The hero slowly extends his hand to the sword, full of determination to fight and not to put a step back. He appealed to the killer not to interfere, because his uncle's hatred is directed exclusively against him, and this is their purely personal story. The uncle was convinced that the young man was doomed to defeat in a duel with this killer, completely underestimating his true potential. Manga was clearly aware that he had no hope. However, it is on his shoulders that this burden lies, and he must carry it by the end of his days, even if he has to pay the highest price. He was not going to be offended by his uncle. Nevertheless, he genuinely rejoices in his uncle. If he wants to get rid of him sooner, let him do it without delay. However, the young owner has a single request: to take care of the bird and his wounded friend. But his uncle was just surprised to ask, "Why should I do this? What miracle do I worry about them?" Moen said, "If your hostility is directed against me, then this applies only to our personal family issues. Others are not involved in it. So my request may be my last word. I am sure that you are not as calm as you are trying to give up," he said. He knew how well his uncle was, so he chose the path of persuasion through a call for his honor and self-esteem. To restore his trust, he will have to sacrifice something truly expensive. For this purpose, he will show his power in a duel with a relentless killer. He clenched the sword with all his force, feeling the adrenaline flowing through the body and tuned to the inevitable confrontation. Before standing, a faithful friend stood, always put on his shoulder. His support was integral, and his willingness to meet any trials only added the strength of their union. Both felt the real weight of this fight, realizing that its result could change everything. However, Moen asked Baek not to interfere, because he was convinced that he should cope with this situation himself and prove his own ability. Baek always believed that they would stand side by side in battle, but this time everything happened completely differently. Moran was well aware of Baek's experience, but politely asked him to give him the opportunity to be alone. From this moment, he decided to follow the legendary martial arts, except Jim, who was once recognized by his uncle. He was well aware of Baek's emotions, but had to prove his uncle that he was not afraid to declare himself and is ready to gain his recognition. He must protect his own beliefs and aspirations. This will cause his duel. In other words, he suddenly gained his own beliefs, which he decided to remain true. But the essence is not only in this. He needs to convincingly depict that these beliefs are really his own, and to show maximum devotion to his chosen role. It is now that it was of greatest importance to him, and he could not afford a step back. Fastly moving forward, he approached the abomination, feeling the tension growing with every moment. The killer did not see any danger at all, so he just smiled contemptuously. However, grabbing the sword stronger, the guy slowly but constantly shortening the distance, watching carefully at every movement of the enemy. Baek held him for a moment, gently touching his shoulder. He said quietly, "Help over this abomination," instilling confidence with a friend. The young man was well aware that it is necessary to move stubbornly to his goal, not allowing himself to be any distractions. It is right now he amazed his uncle, demonstrating unwavering determination. The killer reached out to the sword, pulling the blade in the anticipation of a fierce duel. "I will send you both to the world so that they would not be allowed to miss each other," The icy warning came from his mouth. Moen broke the conversation with a sharp tone, ordering the interlocutor to bite the tongue and not to be dragged. This is because of such disrespect for people, and your unhappy brother died. He threw it cold. It undoubtedly knocked the killer out of the track. And Moen proudly said that he would not bow to a person who was frightened and fell silent in front of his uncle. However, none of the mocking replicas touched this prodigy. It kept the motionless peace. However, the Moen did not even think to be irony. He only reported to this senseless fool key information. The sword in his hand flew upwards, waiting for the next powerful attempt. Once face to face with the enemy, he is set to regain a worthy name in the family Aegel.